The first thing the protagonist does after being reborn, before the apocalypse, is to take out a ragged cloth and set up a street stall. Everyone who sees this thinks the protagonist is an idiot, and without hesitation they come over to rob his supplies. But the protagonist doesn't even care, daring to mess with the chosen one. You guys must have a death wish. As a result, everyone is sent flying. It turns out, the protagonist had recently bonded with a stall system. Not only does it keep him safe from harm within his stall, but after completing stall missions, he gets spatial storage and strength enhancements. But in his memory, this isn't his first reincarnation. If this system hadn't shown up 6 months late, he wouldn't know how many times he'd been bitten by zombies or starved to death from lack of supplies. Even the one time he awakened a special ability and established a safe zone, he was backstabbed by his good brother. The only lucky thing is that, every time he dies, he reincarnates back to the day he first arrived. However, during his 9th reincarnation, he was sent by the safe zone to deal with a mutant beast, looking at the octopus monster in front of him. And the girl tightly bound by it, the protagonist's eyes grew sharp. If death is inevitable, then I should at least enjoy myself a little before I die. The protagonist was seen shouting as he charged towards the beast. The other team members were stunned, mumbling, "Is this kid insane? He's actually running to his death." But at this point, the protagonist had made peace with death. With his blade, he severed the beast's tentacles. The girl successfully broke free from its grasp. The girl then developed a huge crush. "Hey, handsome, thanks. Are you free tonight?" But the protagonist didn't even turn around, just leaving a single sentence. "Get out of the way. Don't bother me while I'm handling important business." Because the protagonist's real target from the start was the convenience store that he'd never seen before, located behind the monster. The truth was just as he thought. Sure enough, there were all kinds of snacks inside. And what the protagonist did was frantically devour all the snacks. He even chugged a 1.5-liter bottle of Coke. This time I have no regrets. Seeing itself being disrespected by a mere human, the monster went berserk. A second later, a huge shadow appeared behind the protagonist. When the protagonist came to, he found that he hadn't returned to the starting point. He was still inside the convenience store. "Oh, so I didn't die just now." Unexpectedly, a voice echoed in his ear. "You died, but you came back to life." When the voice stopped, a system interface appeared before the protagonist, announcing host has successfully activated the apocalypse system. Seeing the system materializing behind him, the protagonist rushed to hug the system, crying, "What took you so long? Do you have any idea how miserable my life has been?" Hearing this, the system sheepishly explained the reason. "You might not believe this, but if the system in the next room hadn't stolen my power source, I wouldn't have been 2 months late." Hearing this, the protagonist was speechless. You see, the reason the protagonist came to this world was similar. He was zapped by a faulty phone charger. After calming down, he asked what the system brought him. It just projected a map, explaining the host is currently in a parallel apocalyptic world. A parallel world. As long as you restore peace to this apocalyptic world, and you can be resurrected in the real world. The host has a total of 10 chances. Because you've already wasted 9, if you die this time, you will disappear completely. But before the protagonist could say anything else, the system issued a mission. Requirement within today. Sell food to earn 50 crystals. Completing the mission will grant accumulation points to exchange for attributes, or the reward of spatial storage. As the surroundings suddenly blurred, the protagonist appeared on a deserted street, and in front of him was a small stall. Reacting, he immediately flew into a rage. What kind of world saver sets up a damn street stall? But what the protagonist didn't expect was that his shouting attracted quite a few zombies nearby. Seeing the horde of zombies rushing towards him, the protagonist immediately turned and fled, not forgetting to mock the system, "You useless piece of junk, bringing me to this god-forsaken place." However, the system appeared, asking, "Host, why are you running?" Hearing this, he screeched to a halt. "That's right, I have a system. Why should I be afraid of these low-level zombies?" Then he stood arrogantly and shouted, "System, bring out my superpowers. I'll show them what a pro looks like." As soon as he finished speaking, the system interface appeared. Hearing the protagonist's question, the system said host's evaluation score is too low. Currently, you don't even meet the minimum standard. Realizing the situation, he was a bit embarrassed. "You mean the only thing decent about me is my brain?" After saying that, he immediately took off running. "You damn liar. You promised cheats and superpowers." Unexpectedly, the system suggested, "The item has already been given to you. It's clear you don't value it." Hearing this, the protagonist immediately reacted. "That ragged cloth the system gave me is the cheat." So he decisively ran back as fast as he could. To compensate for his weakness, the protagonist picked up a wooden stick from the ground. But before the protagonist could even get close to the stall, a zombie crashed into him. Luckily, he had practiced basic parkour for over 2 years, which allowed him to successfully roll towards the stall. However, the zombies gave him no chance to react. Seeing this scene, the protagonist was unwilling to give up. This time I might really die. As a result, just a second later, the protagonist discovered the zombies were blocked by a blue shield. What surprised him even more was that these zombies ignored the protagonist and left. The protagonist was also stunned. What the hell? Are they blind or something? At this moment, the system appeared to explain. It said this cloth is an upgradable prop. It can block any attack. As long as the host is within the stall's range, nothing outside can cause harm. Just as the protagonist was marveling at what a treasure this cloth was, the system told him not to celebrate too early, because the cloth's function can only be used 3 times a day. Furthermore, if the mission isn't completed within the specified time, the prop's function will also disappear. Faced with the system's demand, he knew he had to seize the time to complete the mission. He complained that the zombies had scared everyone away. There's not a single person in sight. But unexpectedly, voices came from behind him. Seeing 3 fully armed people approaching, he knew his chance had come, so he hurriedly called them over to his stall to introduce his wares. Hey bros, want something to eat? My little shop has fruits, candies, soda, and potato chips. Seeing this, their eyes lit up. Holy crap, soda! I haven't seen a Coke in years. Seeing their interest, the protagonist continued his pitch. Today is my shop's grand opening. For just 50 crystals, all these snacks can be yours. But this sentence made them laugh until they cried. I can't believe this guy is demanding money from us. He must be an idiot. A masked man raised his weapon and threatened. Leave the stuff and get lost. Or else don't blame us for what happens next. Hearing this, the protagonist's eyes narrowed. Where did you crawl from? Want snacks with no money? You broke punk. The masked man was provoked by the protagonist's words. He then pulled the trigger without hesitation. But what he didn't expect was that the bullet he fired created a powerful explosion. Seeing the masked man blown away, the others were immediately terrified, assuming the protagonist must have a special ability. But seeing his dazed expression, the two quickly came to a conclusion. This guy is just a clueless fool. Second brother's gun must have malfunctioned. Then they took out their weapons to attack the protagonist. But the protagonist just raised his hand, speechless. You guys really aren't afraid of dying, daring to mess with the chosen one. With a loud boom, the bald man's punch collided with the protective barrier. A second later, he was screaming in pain. The bearded man, seeing this, started to panic. He had no idea what had just happened. But after seeing the protagonist slowly raise his hand, he felt death approaching. You two run? This kid is definitely not someone we can mess with. Seeing the 3 running for their lives, he quickly shouted, Don't run away. I just wanted to ask if there are any people around here. Suddenly, the protagonist seemed to notice something. Looks like this is the sack those guys left behind. To find out what was inside, he opened the sack. A figure quickly flew out of the sack, and it was a beautiful white-haired girl. This made the 25-year-old virgin protagonist stand at attention. He thought to himself, this girl is a total babe. But very quickly, the protagonist felt something was wrong. Holy crap, that's no beautiful girl. That's clearly a zombie. Luckily, the protagonist reacted quickly. The protagonist successfully escaped her attack range. Although he didn't understand why a zombie could be so fast, the protagonist quickly grabbed a magazine and threw it back. While she was blocking it, he decisively grabbed his stall and left the area. But what the protagonist didn't expect was that she jumped over his head. Seeing his escape route completely blocked, the protagonist knew he was toast. But out of survival instinct, he threw all his snacks at her, intending to use this to buy time. As a result, he waited for death for a long time, but nothing happened. When he opened his eyes, he found the girl immersed in the pile of snacks. After swallowing, she broke into a silly grin. Could it be that this zombie eats snacks? Reality soon confirmed his suspicion, because her current state was exactly like his expression when he drank Coke. As snacks were tossed into her mouth, the female zombie continued to show a satisfied expression. So the protagonist decided to play long, using snacks to lure her. He didn't stop until they reached a deep chasm. He immediately threw the bag of snacks down into the lava flow. The result was just as he thought. The female zombie dived down with the bag of snacks. After doing this, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally saved. Let's see you eat me now. Just as the protagonist was about to pack up and leave, he discovered a glowing dagger on the ground. Because this dagger was left by the 3 men from before, he picked it up and examined it carefully. Then his eyes noticed a symbol on it. He was immediately shocked. You see, the Thunderclap Legion is a notorious plundering organization in the apocalypse. Not only is every member a murderer, they don't even give a damn about the military. And their boss is a strength-type evolver. Thinking of this, the protagonist couldn't help but worry. The Thunderclap Legion, huh? I can't believe I've offended their people. Looks like I'll have to be much more careful from now on. However, as the protagonist was preparing to pack up and leave, in the sack, a small pouch suddenly appeared. Happiness came so suddenly. This many crystals is enough to complete the mission. Hearing this, the system showed a disdainful expression, saying the crystals were picked up, not sold. Therefore, they cannot be counted as stall income. But the protagonist retorted, "Why not? That female zombie ate quite a few of my snacks earlier. These crystals were clearly left by her." Hearing this, the system thought this was exploiting a loophole, but it still gave out the mission reward. What was previously a ragged cloth stall, in the blink of an eye turned into a food truck. Not only that, he also got a certain amount of accumulation points, and unlocked the spatial ability. Hearing the protagonist ask why the space was full of food, while other transmigrators got planes, weapons, and powerful cannons, the system said it was just a stall system. Moreover, you're a host who hasn't even left the newbie village. You're not qualified to use those things yet, but you can use accumulation points to upgrade the space. At that time, you'll be able to unlock much higher level supplies. Hearing this, the protagonist was speechless. With 21 accumulation points, I can't even exchange for a pen. Thinking about the stall, that can only block 3 attacks a day. He knew that. The most important thing right now was to improve his self-defense. So he exchanged all his accumulation points for stamina. But this slight stamina boost didn't make the protagonist feel any change at all. At this moment, the system sent a new mission, requiring him to earn 100 crystals in 24 hours. In addition, he had to hire a waitress. This sentence left the protagonist dumbfounded. 100 crystals is one thing, but what the hell is a waitress? But unexpectedly, a piece of paper suddenly flew into the protagonist's face. When he looked at the content inside, he immediately recognized it was a flyer from the milk tea shop next door. In his memory, she had once offered him a free milk tea sample. But to be able to work with such a beauty, that would surely be the most wonderful thing in the apocalypse. Thinking of this, he now had a goal. Not long after, a figure also jumped up from the chasm. Looking at the deserted street, the female zombie suddenly felt a little disappointed. Very quickly, the next day arrived. The protagonist also found this milk tea shop from memory. But just as he opened the door to check the shop's situation, what greeted him was a horde of zombies. Sorry to bother you. A second later, the scene changed to the protagonist fleeing frantically. These zombies relentlessly pursued him. But because he had to pull the cart, a zombie lunged directly at him. Seeing the opponent get knocked back by the system's function, the protagonist quickly turned the cart. You see, this cart can only be used 3 times a day. How can I waste so many uses? At this moment, another zombie bit towards his leg. Luckily, the protagonist was agile and kicked it away. Also because of this kick, the zombie was sent flying 10 meters into a fire cabinet. It was even crushed flat on the spot by the cabinet. What's going on? Am I that strong? Because it was his first time killing a zombie, the system rewarded him with a one-time use raincoat. Seeing the protagonist curious about what this item was, the system explained. This raincoat can resist all harmful substances. Wear it and you won't even be afraid of soaking in a pool of radioactive water. You won't be afraid. Unexpectedly, just as the system finished speaking, a whole bunch of zombies appeared in front of the protagonist. Even the path behind him was blocked. But right at this moment, a girl opened a door and said, "Quick, come over here." Without a second thought, the protagonist pulled the cart and ran over. And after the door was reinforced, these zombies couldn't break through the defense at all. Escaping death, the protagonist panted. Then he thanked the girl for saving his life. Until he saw the girl's face, he realized it was the milk tea girl. He then hurriedly pointed to himself. "Do you remember me? You offered me a milk tea back then." Hearing this, the girl immediately gave a friendly smile. "Of course I remember. I remember you were really good at basketball. Your favorite was peach milk tea." Hearing this, the protagonist was bewildered. He asked if she had mistaken him for someone else. He was clearly a soccer fan and moreover was allergic to peaches. But the girl moved right up to him, saying none of that matters. To survive and meet here, it must be fate. Hearing this, the protagonist didn't dwell on it anymore. He introduced himself and also asked for the girl's name. Hearing this, the girl smiled brightly. "Xiaobai Gege, my name is Eileen." At this moment, the protagonist froze on the spot. You see, this was the first time the protagonist had ever been called Gege by a girl. Eileen. Seeing this, Eileen was also dumbfounded. What's wrong? Why is this guy crying? At this moment, a can suddenly rolled in from behind. Hearing the noise, this protagonist immediately became alert, shouting, "Who's playing tricks here?" However, just as he picked up the can to see what it was, he heard knocking from behind a door. Just as the protagonist was about to open the door, a cry came from Eileen behind him. After crying out, she ran over to hug him, saying, "Xiaobai Gege." And I saw it. It was a big rat. After saying that, she pulled the protagonist to another area to look for the rat. Unexpectedly, a pair of red eyes appeared in a dark corner. At the same time, Eileen suddenly fell backwards onto the ground. So the protagonist asked what was going on. Eileen just weakly said one sentence. "Xiaobai Gege, I'm so hungry. I've been stuck here for 5 days with nothing to eat." Hearing this, the protagonist immediately snapped his fingers. "Wait a moment. I'll go make some food for you." When she saw the protagonist take out countless food items from the cart, Ailin's eyes suddenly turned cold. She then stood up and watched the protagonist's every move intently. Flour, oil, eggs. I didn't expect this guy to be such a fat sheep, although I don't know where he got so much food. All of this will soon be mine. So Ailin picked up an egg, but what she didn't expect was that the egg in her hand suddenly disappeared. It turns out the food on the cart cannot be taken. If taken without the protagonist's permission, the food will return to its original place. Ailin had no idea about this. She just thought she must have been hallucinating. After calming down, she no longer hesitated, thinking that as long as she dealt with this guy, wouldn't everything on the cart be hers? But she quickly realized something was wrong. My dagger. Where's my dagger? And the protagonist held out the dagger, asking her, are you looking for this? Seeing this, Ailin was completely shocked. She couldn't understand why her dagger was in the protagonist's hand. After thinking carefully, she remembered that when she pretended to faint, the dagger had been taken. The protagonist, seeing everything, slowly opened his mouth. Of course you need a knife to cook. The little shop just opened and doesn't have any tools yet. I'm just borrowing it for a bit. You don't mind, do you? Hearing this, Ailin said she didn't mind. She also told the protagonist not to misunderstand. She hid the knife behind her back. To dispel the protagonist's suspicions, she explained, it's really hard for a girl to survive in the apocalypse. This dagger is for her self-defense. Hearing this, the protagonist returned the dagger to her. If it's your self-defense weapon, then I'll give it back to you. But this dagger is too sharp. Using it carelessly could have serious consequences. As a result, after getting the dagger back, Ailin gave a cold laugh. Is that so? But I think this dagger works just fine. A second later, without hesitation, she stabbed towards the protagonist, not forgetting to mock the protagonist for being an idiot. You deserve to die. With a boom, her entire body was sent flying. The protagonist could only let out a helpless sigh. I told you not to use it carelessly. Why didn't you listen? Ailin was now completely shocked. I can't believe you're a special ability user. She then took a stance and shouted, you stinking brat, you dare play games with me, I'll fight you to the death. And just as she was about to kick him, the protagonist took out a can of anti-pervert pepper spray, after getting sprayed once Ailin was rolling on the floor. But the protagonist had no intention of stopping and even laughed, taking out a bottle of wasabi. If you can't handle spicy, you should have said so earlier. A little wasabi will surely be to your liking. But aren't the people inside coming out? If you don't come out, your accomplice is going to be swimming in wasabi. With the sound of a door being kicked open, two children holding sticks shouted, you bad guy, let our boss go. Although he didn't expect the people inside to be two children, the protagonist grabbed both of them on the spot saying, so young, yet instead of studying hard, you're learning how to team up and harm people. Although Ailin's eyes were red from the pepper spray, she still wouldn't let the protagonist harm the children. Whatever tricks you have, use them on me. With the three of them tied up together, this apocalyptic group was completely subdued by the protagonist, and the various supplies accumulated in this room also let the protagonist guess what was on their minds, which was that before the protagonist arrived, they had used this method to harm many people. At this point, Ailin also voiced her doubts. She had never failed for so long. Where exactly did you see through our act? Hearing this, the protagonist smirked. I can only say that you guys are too stupid. You said you haven't eaten or drunk anything for 5 days. But there are traces of soda left here. Moreover, you're clearly not injured, but there are fresh bloodstains on the floor. So you're definitely not alone in this room. Someone must have died here not long ago. At this point, the little boy retorted, those people all deserved it. If they didn't have bad intentions towards our boss, they wouldn't have been tricked. The little girl next to him also said, that's right. We've never tricked good people. We only trick bad guys like you. Hearing the words bad guys stabbed the protagonist's heart. But for Ailin, if you want to survive in the apocalypse, you have to use any means necessary. As for those who died, she can't be blamed. The protagonist also agreed with this. Since you've fallen into my hands, don't blame me for whatever I do. As soon as he said this, the three of them were immediately terrified. But after hearing that he hadn't eaten meat in a long time and planned to eat them, Ailin said, if you want to eat someone, eat me. They're just kids. I'm begging you, please let them go. Unexpectedly, both the little girl and the little boy begged the protagonist to spare their boss. If you want to eat someone, eat us. Seeing this scene made the protagonist a little helpless. How did I turn into the bad guy again? However, at this moment, the little girl started coughing violently. Hearing Ailin explain that the little girl was injured, and being tied up like this would make it hard for her to breathe, the protagonist laughed out loud. He asked if she wanted him to loosen the ropes, and then take the opportunity to stab him. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, the little girl coughed non-stop. Seeing this, the protagonist used the system to check. As a beam of light scanned the little girl, the system reported, this girl has a very serious internal inflammation. If she doesn't receive timely treatment, she will only live for 2 more days at most. Until the little girl coughed up a mouthful of tomato syrup, the protagonist cut the ropes without hesitation. Then from the little girl's condition he drew a conclusion, that the wound on her chest was a gunshot wound. Faced with the protagonist's question of who would be so cruel as to attack a little girl like this, Aileen immediately flew into a rage. The Thunderclap Legion. It turns out when the apocalypse broke out, there were quite a few customers in the milk tea shop. Among them were the siblings Xiaoling and their parents. When they saw people biting each other on the street, Aileen, who often watched apocalypse movies, immediately locked the door. And the supplies in the shop were just enough for them to last 1 or 2 weeks. So everyone decided to stay and wait for rescue. Because Xiaoling's family were regular customers, Aileen took good care of the mother and her children. But unexpectedly, it wasn't the army that arrived later. Instead, the Jinglei Corps stormed in. Seeing that they intended to resist, the other party gunned them down without hesitation. Afterward, all the supplies in the milk tea shop were taken. Their boss ordered them to leave the people behind. The others were to leave quickly. But the lackeys were more interested in the pretty girls. They declared that they were going to have some fun tonight. Just as Aileen was pulling the mother and children away to leave, the man who stayed behind chased after them with a wicked smile. He demanded that Aileen obediently serve him for a good time. Aileen immediately pulled out a weapon to fight back. Seeing a large gash on his bulletproof vest, he immediately raised his gun ready to shoot. However, Xiaoling suddenly blocked the way. The shot went right through the little girl who was not even 6 years old. He had no intention of letting the matter drop. But what surprised everyone was that Xiaoling's mother grabbed the man's leg. Because she knew that without some sacrifice, her daughter would surely die. She could only leave one final sentence. "Miss Aileen, please take care of Xiaoluo and Xiaoling for me." Although Aileen's heart was unwilling, she could only grab the 2 children and flee. Unexpectedly, the children's mother took the opportunity to pull the pin on the grenade on the villain's belt. Just a second later, after explaining everything, Aileen was filled with self-blame. She had clearly promised to take care of the children, but even though she had used this method to get a lot of supplies, there wasn't a single bit of medicine. This caused Xiaoling's wound to become more and more serious. But Xiaoling was very understanding. She comforted Aileen, saying she wasn't in pain. If she died, she would get to see her mother again. Hearing this, the other 2 reassured her, saying that she wouldn't die. Their mother was gone, so Xiaoling was Xiaoluo's only relative. After hearing their story, the system thought they were truly pitiful. But when they were trying to kill him earlier, they didn't show any mercy at all. Then again, in this chaotic world, bringing along 2 children is not only a burden, but also causes a lot of unnecessary trouble, increasing the risk of death. For Aileen to have persisted, until now shows she has a conscience. There is medicine in the system's space, but it requires opening a high-level space to use it. Meanwhile, the main character's current authority isn't high enough. He tries to trick the system into giving out the medicine, but it immediately realizes he's trying to scam it, creating conditions for him to upgrade his authority. It can easily see through his scheme. It's pretty smart, but there is another way. The snack stand's second function. Food handmade by the owner has a healing effect, but the specific effect depends on the level. The higher the level, the better the effect. At the main character's current level, he can only rely on luck. Even if it's a game of chance like Sick Bowl, he has to give it a shot right now. Looking at the meager ingredients on the counter, he wonders what to make. After thinking for a while, the young man finally decided on a dish. He gets to work right then and there. Cracking eggs, kneading dough, adding spices. A moment later, a chocolate cream egg waffle came out of the oven. Holding the piping hot waffle in his hand, he reassures the 3 of them that there's no poison in the waffle. This was his favorite egg waffle when he was a kid. He gives it to Xiaoling for her to try. The little girl hadn't had such a hearty meal in a long time. She beams and thanks him. After a few bites, her eyes light up. Her body doesn't seem to hurt anymore, and she's able to stand up. Aileen checks her and confirms that her fever is gone. Even the wound is starting to heal. She realizes it's all because of the egg waffle that Gao Xiaoliang made himself. She asks him what he put in the waffle, because no medicine could reduce a fever in such a short time. The young man takes the opportunity to flex. To fully recover, she'll still need to eat the waffles he makes for a long time. But next time he'll have to charge. Aileen agrees on the spot. As long as Xiaoling can be cured, she'll give him all the necessities in her room. But food is the one thing he doesn't lack. What he needs is her. After hearing that, the 2 kids react like cats whose tails have been stepped on. They jump up and call him a scumbag, saying he obviously has bad intentions towards their leader. The young man is speechless. He has no idea what's going on in these kids' heads for them to say something like that. He simply wants Aileen to work for him. As a snack stand employee, he'll provide her with food and lodging. Although she doesn't know Gao Xiaoliang well, getting free food and lodging in a time like this is a great deal no matter how you look at it. The 3 of them immediately agree. but with one condition. They have to bring Xiaoluo and Xiaoling along. The young man's face darkened. He feels like he just made a terrible decision. Ailin presents a labor contract. Even though it's the apocalypse, everything still needs to be clear. He breaks out in a cold sweat as he reads the contract. To put it bluntly, she's basically asking for paid leave. On top of that, child labor benefits have to be calculated separately. As they were discussing the contract, a strange voice suddenly rang out, drawing their attention. The door is broken down by a chainsaw. 4 big burly men step inside. One of them is drooling at the sight of Xiaoling's egg waffle. He reaches out to snatch it, but Ailin and Xiaoluo rush to block him. The little girl glares at the man. He thinks she wants to fight, but she's just offering her wares. The young man smiles and rubs his hands together, introducing himself as the owner of the food stall. Whatever the gods want to eat, I'll make it. The man turns back and tells his boss that he wants to eat. The boss is silent for a moment, then steps forward and asks the price of the egg waffle. Gao Xiaoliang sees that this group looks civilized, not like thugs. They surely don't lack crystal cores. He decides to use this opportunity to complete all his tasks. He shows them the menu. They're surprised that 1 waffle costs 10 cores. But what can you do? In this apocalypse, everything is exchanged with your life on the line. This price is already a bargain. Their boss closes the deal for 10 of them. The guy with the rooster hair doesn't forget to threaten him. If it's not good, I'll smash both you and your cart. He really hates his punchable face. They're about to start a war of words, but luckily Ailin solves the problem with her big, beautiful personality. She playfully pulls the boss's arm, telling him not to be mad at her boss, because he's not good with words. Seeing the pretty girl, the boss's anger vanishes. The air around them turns pink and sparkly. Taking the opportunity, she touches his chest muscles and compliments him, saying he must be great at killing zombies. This makes the guy blush beet red and get all flustered. His underlings can't help but chuckle at their boss's old habit, relapsing. Whenever he meets a beautiful woman, his brain turns to mush, and he even stutters. Everything has been smoothly handled by Ailin. Now Gao Xiaoliang just needs to worry about making the waffles. She's top-notch. Hiring her as an employee was definitely the right decision. He seriously steps into the stall. After a series of actions, a fragrant aroma fills the room, making the group drool. A moment later, the waffles are ready. They devour them like it was the 1945 famine. Meanwhile, Gao Xiaoliang and Ailin watch nervously. The result is delicious beyond imagination. Even the boss can't help but exclaim, "So good." The others are teary-eyed as they eat, because they can taste the flavor, and eating the waffle brings back so many childhood memories. The boss sees that the main character's skills are the real deal, so he generously throws a bag of crystal cores at him. He asks if the shop has anything else besides egg waffles. Taking the opportunity with a big spender, the young man introduces a whole range of snacks from his shop. Fried chicken meat skewers, spicy soup, grilled squid skewers, sausages. After a while of talking, not only the soldiers, but also Xiaoling and Xiaoluo are drooling. The boss continues to close the deal, 10 of each. But the main character only has flour and eggs. To cook these dishes, he needs a lot of ingredients. However, getting them now won't be easy. The boss asks him what ingredients he needs. Just name it, there's nothing they can't find. Ailin whispers to Gao Xiaoliang from the side. Maybe these guys are merchants. In the apocalypse, with them supplying ingredients, the stall won't have to risk going out to find them anymore. It sounded crazy, but it also made a weird kind of sense. So he changed his attitude, wanting a long-term partnership with the boss. If he could get a cheap price, that would be even better. In the future, they could visit the shop without having to pay. Hearing the two of them call the boss boss made the whole group burst out laughing. They said their boss is in the no capital business, which left the two of them wondering what the hell that meant. Suddenly, the boss turned and asked his men, "Why is Ahu's group taking so long?" Just as he finished speaking, another car pulled up to the shop's door. A man ran down to report the situation to the boss, saying that Ahu's group was injured. 3 badly beaten men were helped inside. Then, he realized they were the ones who tried to rob his stall at the beginning of the story. It turns out they are all members of the Jinglei Corps. The boss asks who beat them up, so badly that even their mothers wouldn't recognize them, but they don't know either. All they know is it was a kid running a food stall who claimed to be the chosen one. After hearing that the boss thinks the person is bullshitting, that only happens in novels. There's no such thing as a chosen one in this world, and if there were, the chosen one would have to be a member of the Jinglei Corps. The beaten men didn't believe it at first either, but the man's stall is very strange. All of their attacks were reflected, and they were blown up like popcorn. The boss asks if that person is an awakened, but none of them have ever heard of such an ability before. After hearing that, Ailin also thinks it's a strange ability, but she suddenly realizes she encountered a similar situation just now. Thinking back on what they said, could it be the young man? Gao Xiaoliang. She looks over and sees the young man secretly trying to sneak away. It's spot on. The boss's face darkens as he declares boldly, "I don't care who he is, but anyone who dares to touch one of my Lei Hong's men must die. Aileen, the main character, and the two kids are fucking shocked. When they hear the name Lei Hong, Aileen steps forward to confirm the boss's identity, asking if he really is the boss of the Jinglei Corps. They casually admit it, thinking that their corps must be really famous. Talking to a girl, the boss's attitude softens completely. He says he will protect her shop and accepts her earlier offer. But the two kids are angry, continuously cursing the group, because they not only injured their sister, but also indirectly killed their mother. The boss picks up the two kids, having no clue what the hell they're talking about. One of his men claims it's a misunderstanding, because although the Jinglei Corps are robbers, they have never hurt children or women. Aileen doesn't listen to their excuses. She charges forward and attacks right then and there. The boss leans back to dodge the blow, casually tossing the two kids aside to get them out of the way. Aileen attacks relentlessly, but the boss only dodges without fighting back. The rest of the group sits back and watches the show. They comment that Aileen is really talented, but their boss gets shy whenever he touches a woman, and gets flustered, unable to land a hit. The boss is bored to death when his men just stand around watching the chaos, without lending him a hand. The two are still fiercely exchanging blows without noticing. The giant octopus monster on the ceiling, seeing that the humans aren't paying attention to it, it slowly lowers its tentacles to approach its prey. After watching the fight for a while, he realized that, instead of worrying about others, he should be more worried about himself. The system's prop has been used twice to block the zombie and Aileen, so today there's only one use left. To avoid getting hurt, he has to get back to the safe zone quickly. The two guys who were beaten up and ran away recognize the main character. They shout and accuse him. He's the one who said he was chosen by heaven. The boss hears this and his blood boils. He throws Aileen to one side and aggressively advances towards the main character. She is held back by the biggest guy in the Jinglei Corps, so she can't do anything. You beat up my men and even took my crystal cores. The boss had never been messed with like this before, so he was extremely annoyed. The main character sweats and says it's just a misunderstanding, but the other two tell the boss not to listen, because he's best at playing dumb to take advantage of others. They were in this state because they let their guard down. The two kids retort that their boss is not a pig. He's 100,000 times stronger than Boss Lei Hong. Aileen even taunts him, deliberately adding fuel to the fire, saying the other boss looks tough on the outside, but is weak on the inside, not even daring to hit a woman. After hearing those words, he gets so mad that steam comes out of his ears. The man flinched. It's true that you shouldn't fear a strong enemy but a stupid teammate. To test whether the man was as formidable as rumored, the boss swung a fist as big as a beggar's bowl at him. The punch was so powerful it shattered the ground. Luckily, Gao Xiaoliang jumped back in time to dodge a pillar-like punch. A red light showed that the punch's power was terrifyingly immense. The boss radiated a strong killing intent. This concrete floor is so hard, yet it was shattered by a single punch. The two kids are now scared. They thought he was a monster. The strength of an awakened one is already like a monster's. Not to mention Lei Hong is the best among them. So he realized that even if he wasn't directly hit, but just grazed, by that fist his bones would surely be shattered. Seeing the young man dazed, the boss attacked continuously. He even challenged him, "Show me what you've got. Or are you a weakling who only knows how to run?" Then he put all his strength into one punch. This time he didn't dodge but blocked with both hands. But as a result he was slammed into the wall, so hard that he coughed up blood. The boss acknowledged that he was indeed stronger than a normal person, because he took a punch from him and didn't turn into mincemeat. The two kids are only concerned that if the man dies they won't be able to freeload anymore. But Aileen thinks that if the boss dies, then everything on the cart will be theirs. He doesn't know if this is his employee or a bunch of robbers. They're already hoping for the boss to die so they can take over. Even the shop's employee is hoping he dies. Lei Hong thinks he's a psycho, probably from reading too many novels. How could there be a chosen one who's so... Once again, the main character is slammed against the wall like a gecko. The wound in his stomach is bleeding nonstop. He thinks that whether he runs or faces him head-on, with his body he cannot inflict any damage. There's absolutely no chance of winning. But if he can just use the prop, the system's stall, then it's a different story. The stronger the attack, the greater the rebound force. With only one chance, he doesn't hesitate to rush towards the stall. The boss thinks the young man has finally stopped running, and dares to face him like two men, not knowing his real plan. The young man slides between his legs, both to dodge the blow and to conveniently pull down the guy's pants. The boss Aileen and the two kids are stunned. Only the members of the Jinglei Corps are laughing their heads off. The man is overjoyed that he managed to get past the guy to reach the stall. But after he pulls his pants up, he's even more pissed off. He's determined to kill him. Xiaolua suddenly notices the knife at the belt of the man holding Aileen. The boy rushes between the two of them, pushing his sister aside while snatching the dagger. He shows no fear, holding the knife and charging towards Lei Hong to avenge his mother. Xiaoling and Ailin are completely flabbergasted, not expecting Xiaoluo to dare to do that. The other guy pulls out his gun to help his boss. This guy said he doesn't hit women and children. To save the boy, he pushes the stall towards Xiaoluo. Blocked by the system's prop, the bullet flies off elsewhere. So he has to face the boss of the Jinglei Corps without the help of the system. So he thinks it's so hard to get a chance to be the main character. This time I'm screwed. It's all thanks to those brats. As he prepares to meet his ancestors, a huge explosion suddenly occurs. The person who appears is the white-haired girl, whom the man tricked into jumping into the sea of lava at the beginning of the story. This girl is a textbook romance novel heroine. She's damn gorgeous, guys. As soon as she lands, she dashes forward, kicking the boss right in the face. He gets kicked and doesn't say anything. Their eyes meet. He just wants to punch him really hard, but his attention is caught by the girl's big and beautiful personality. Realizing it's a woman, he blushes and freezes on the spot. The main character also recognizes this girl. The girl continues to attack the boss. She punches him, sending him flying into a wall, causing a huge explosion. His men can't believe their eyes when they see their boss get knocked down. They wonder where this person came from. The other two guys realize the girl is the one they captured and put in a bag, saying she's a zombie. Hearing zombie, the Jinglei Corps immediately draws their weapons and opens fire. Under a hail of bullets, the girl can still easily dodge. Her movements are so fast. This is no ordinary zombie, but a mutated one. After dodging the gunfire, she jumps onto the main character's stall. One guy rushes up to slash her, but the main character whines, "Fight all you want. Just don't break my stall." After saying that, he rushes to push the stall to another spot. So the girl doesn't have to do anything, and manages to dodge that slash. The guy who got beaten up the most by the main character pulls out a cannon, determined to go all out with the girl. Before Gao Xiaoliang can stop him, he's already fired. The girl looks at the grenade, flying towards her with an unfazed expression. She jumps down and adjusts the stall's direction, letting the grenade pass through without causing any damage, which makes him unable to resist giving her a thumbs up. The grenade hits the wall, causing a massive explosion. Debris flies everywhere. The boss had just crawled out of the rubble, and before he could do anything, a stray piece of wood fell on his head, leaving his men fucking shocked with a cute little bump on his head. He asks his men where they were aiming. What a total liability of a subordinate. Lei Hong gets more and more pissed. He orders his men to attack everyone, sparing no one. The Jinglei Corps follows the order, unleashing a merciless barrage of bullets at the white-haired girl. The main character, Ailin, and the two children are about to die, but the main character is still worried about his stall getting shot up, making Ailin feel helpless. But what he means is while the Jinglei Corps is being held up by the zombie, they should take the opportunity to slip away. He's not stupid enough to stay and take bullets. The boy's voice is too loud, attracting the attention of the white-haired zombie girl. She turns her head and sees the four of them running for their lives, leaving her as bait. Her cheeks puff out in anger. She picks up a metal rod. She spins it like Sun Wukong with his Ruijingu Bang, blocking all the incoming bullets. The iron rod hits the black guy, causing him to drop his gun. The gun misfires, spraying bullets wildly. The four of them hide behind the stall to avoid the bullets, while the other group runs for their lives. What? A self-destruct moment. After a while, the gun runs out of bullets and finally falls silent. The Jinglei Corps breathes a sigh of relief when the gun stops. But they don't see the female zombie anywhere. There's no movement. Gao Xiaoliang's group dares to poke their heads out, just as they're about to sneak away. Boo. Suddenly, the girl's head appears hanging upside down, mouth open, waiting to be fed. The four of them are so scared they piss their pants and scramble away from the stall, terrified of being bitten by the zombie. The girl is innocently confused about what's happening. They don't know that. The monster on the ceiling is watching Gao Xiaoliang's every step as he runs. Only the girl notices something unusual. She rushes towards him, making the young man cry with fear. He doesn't know what grudge she has against him to only chase him. At this moment, the monster starts to move. It extends 10 slimy tentacles from the ceiling. One shoots straight towards the fleeing young man. The girl sees it and immediately rushes out to block the tentacle to protect the main character. Because of this, she gets caught by the tentacle. It squeezes her tightly, immobilizing her. It drags the girl away before the man's flabbergasted eyes. It probably doesn't want to eat a zombie, so it throws her hard against the wall. The monster no longer hides on the ceiling. It drops its body down into the room where everyone is standing. Its entire body appears before everyone's astonished eyes. A giant octopus, but with darker skin. Its eyes glowed a menacing red as bright as Lamborghini headlights. Lei Hong, knowing it's a mutated creature, orders his men to open fire. But it seems bullets are like mosquito bites to it. The four of them take the opportunity to check on the girl's condition, the zombie. She lies motionless in a pool of blood. Ailin realizes that it seems she was protecting the main character just now. He doesn't understand why she would protect him. At this moment, she tremblingly opens her hand. Inside is the candy wrapper that the main character gave her. He remembers his first encounter with her. He asks her, "Did you come here on purpose to give me this?" Seeing her mouth move in reply, Xiaoluo wonders, can zombies understand what humans say? So he has the system analyze her. Inside her body there is indeed a zombie virus. Some mutated types recover part of their brain function, developing an intelligence equivalent to an animal or a 4 to 5-year-old child. Looking at the girl's body lying in a pool of blood, Aileen feels that this girl seems to be in great pain. She thought zombies were dead people and wouldn't feel pain anymore, and they only die when their head is smashed right. Xiaoling cries because she's a good zombie. She didn't bite anyone and even saved the main character's life. She doesn't want this beautiful big sister to die. Even for a zombie, if its spine is broken, this life is as good as over. She ended up like this because of the main character, so the young man feels 30% self-blame and 30%. After asking the system, Xiaoer informs him that healing another creature requires the main character to complete a mission to exchange for a special item. He accepts, so the system issues the mission right away. Within 24 hours, he must obtain 1 level 2 crystal core. It's equivalent in value to 100 normal crystal cores. It's something that only exists in evolved zombies or mutated creatures. In other words, he just needs to kill that octopus. Returning to the battle of the Jinglei core and the giant octopus, that just escaped Mrs. Tan's hot pot. It's so big that bullets basically can't penetrate it. The other guy once again volunteers to fight with the grenade launcher. Finally, this time he hits the target. The monster also uses its tentacle to block as expected. This guy boldly declares that if it doesn't blow to smithereens this time, he's no longer a man. But nothing happens for a long time. His teammates suspiciously ask if the cannon is out of ammo. Suddenly, the monster's eyes snap open. It chews the grenade with its mouth crunching like it's eating chips. While they're still wide-eyed and open-mouthed, the 3 of them are sent flying by its swinging tentacles. It also spits a green slime onto the soldiers, causing them pain. The boss shouts a warning for his men to get away, because that liquid is corrosive. Lei Hong uses his bare hands to lift a large piece of the wall, shielding his men from the spit attack of the octopus. But it swings its tentacles, both striking hard and secreting more of the green liquid. Soon even the piece of cement is corroded. His men see that they can't hold out for much longer like this, and tell the boss not to worry about them anymore. The boss is like a Vietnamese gangster brother. He won't let his men die so easily. As he's struggling to clench his butt cheeks and tense his muscles to block the octopus's attack, it uses another tentacle to snatch one of Lei Hong's men. Seeing his man cry for help, he curses and unleashes his awakened power. More balls than brains, the boss rushes forward, determined to have a one-on-one showdown with the monster. He leaps up and clings to the monster, with the goal of sending it to a hot pot. Thai spicy and sour style, the way the Vietnamese national team does it. But unfortunately, the slime is too slippery, making him unable to exert any force. Seeing this, it throws him down, marinating him with a bit of green goo seasoning for good measure. He thought this trip was a bust, but suddenly the main character in a cloak rushes forward. The young man jumps on the monster's tentacles like it's an open marathon. He charges forward without fear of the octopus's green goo. His pupils turn blue like Son Goku's Super Saiyan blue form. The remaining soldiers are completely flabbergasted, wondering why he's completely unharmed. Is he an awakened? But the boss immediately denies it, because there's no fluctuation of awakened energy on him. He thinks back to what he and his men said. Could he really be the chosen one? But the reason he can easily dodge all the attacks is because of the cloak. With the system's power-up item, he wasn't afraid of anything. He leaped up with a dagger in his hand. He didn't attack the monster, but instead stabbed the grenade's detonator. After he was done, he quickly jumped down to avoid the direct blast, along with the octopus. Oblivious, it still held the grenade tightly in its mouth. Just a few seconds later, a huge explosion occurred. Octopus meat flew everywhere. Its blood and guts were splattered all over the place. Seeing that the monster was dead, men took off his coat. Turns out this raincoat is pretty useful. Even the shockwave from the explosion was perfectly insulated. High-tech stuff really is something else. He wanted to ask for more, but Lao Air said the rewards are all from a random draw. Randomly. As long as men performs well, there will be plenty of opportunities. Men looked at the pile of mangled flesh. He reached in and pulled out a level 2 crystal core. The system announced mission complete. The reward is a healing candy, and it comes with a cookbook for the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, there are many mutated creatures. As long as you remove the virus-infected parts, they are edible. This is a book that is indispensable for anyone who wants to open a gourmet restaurant in the apocalypse. Seeing it was a good item, men quickly stashed it away. Then he walked over to the zombie girl. He fed her the healing candy the system had rewarded him. After chewing it, the girl's eyes flew open. She jumped up, her body completely fine, as if nothing had happened. Xiaoling was overjoyed that the zombie girl was alive again. But Ai Qin paid attention to the fact that Men was able to handle the mutated octopus all by himself. He didn't know if Men was hiding his strength or what, because just a moment ago he seemed scared, but in the blink of an eye he was like a different person. After recovering, the zombie girl opened her mouth asking for food again. Seeing her kneeling with her mouth open like this, are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? At first, I-Chin thought Men was untrustworthy, but seeing how he saved both Xiaoling and the zombie girl, he changed his mind. He might be unreliable, but his heart's in the right place. He's someone I can trust. Xiaoluo advised his sister to stay away from the zombie girl, because he wasn't sure if the zombie would actually not bite people, but she only ate the chip Men offered and didn't bite him. After eating, she turned her attention to the two children. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. But it wasn't because of the kid's flesh. Her attention was caught by the crumbs on Xiaoling's mouth. She casually walked over and licked off all the remaining crumbs from the little girl's mouth. Then she turned to Xiaoluo with a hungry look. Holding the view that men and women shouldn't be so close, the boy ran away, dropping his pants before losing his first kiss to this zombie lady. Just when things were getting interesting, the fun was cut short. The big brother suddenly spoke up, but he didn't want to fight anymore. He just asked Men if he could heal his brothers. Looking back, he saw two of his men with festering wounds. One of them had passed out cold. Looking at their injuries, Men guessed that perhaps even their internal organs were affected. The big brother saw this too. He told Men to heal them quickly, but Men was all about the money. He asked if he was being given an order. The young man crossed his arms, sulking, because he had hit him so hard just now. Why should he help him? The guy understood and asked how many crystal cores Men wanted. Just name your price. Before he could answer, I-Chin threw him aside. He said no matter how much, Men wouldn't heal the Thunderclap Legion. The two kids chimed in. Because they're murderous robbers. Lei Hong explained again that they rob with principles, and they don't kill those who can't fight back. If the children's mother was really killed by his men, then she probably wasn't a good person either. Hearing their mother insulted the two children got into a verbal fight with the big brother. I-Chin thought he was just making excuses so Men would heal his men, and then he'd kill them all. But Men thought what he said might be true, which left the other three in complete shock. Men took out the headband that fell from Xiaoluo's pocket. This was the insignia of the group that killed the boy's mother. He always carried it with him as a reminder to himself to never forget what they looked like. Then Men took out another dagger that he had picked up from the Thunderclap Legion earlier. Although the drawings on them were very similar, the directions were opposite. Moreover, upon closer inspection, some details were also different. Comparing the two, the children thought one was beautiful and the other was ugly. Their legion's logo being dissed as looking like an elementary schooler's drawing made the big brother blush and say, "You kids don't understand artistic flair. So don't talk nonsense." Men voiced his thoughts. The gang you three met must have been imposters. They borrow other people's names to rob and pillage everywhere, while creating enemies for their rivals. The three were stunned, not expecting to have encountered a fake gang. There have been a few groups that suddenly attacked the Thunderclap Legion as if they had a deep-seated hatred for us. Turns out someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. If the Thunderclap Legion didn't kill their mother, the two children didn't know who to seek revenge on in the future. I-Chin comforted the two children. Compared to revenge, your mother would surely want you two to live healthy and happy lives. One man was fuming. Because of those bastards. Daring to use our Legion's name to do bad things, he said if he ever met them, he would chop them into 100 pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Now that everything was clear, Lei Hong wanted Men to heal his men. If they waited any longer, they would kick the bucket. The price Men quoted was as cheap as a regular snack, 10 crystal cores per person. With the deal sealed, the big brother threw him a bag full of crystal cores, but when he looked back at his stall, he remembered that the eggs had been broken during the firefight. He was about to refund the money and call it off, but seeing the big boss's tense attitude, Men started to cry. Because without even eggs, what could he use to make egg waffles? Does being a good person have to come with this kind of karma? Suddenly, Men remembered the mission reward from before. He took out the cookbook to have a look. The young man's eyes lit up as he found a suitable recipe. This is perfect. The only ingredients available were flour, cooking oil, and some spices. Men thought of the meat from the mutated octopus. He went to ask for a piece. He cut off the outer membrane and suction cups, keeping the clean meat inside. Then he used spices to marinate it and remove the fishy smell. He mixed the flour into a liquid batter, then added the meat and stirred well. He poured the mixture into each mold. Once one side was cooked, he flipped it to the other. He added tomatoes and salad dressing. As for the bonito flakes, the soul of the dish, crushed potato chips could be used as a substitute, and thus the men's takoyaki was complete. He brought out the plate of piping hot takoyaki. He told the Thunderclap Legion that eating all of this would restore their bodies. But seeing the dish made from a mutated octopus, they were hesitant to eat it. They thought maybe he felt they were dying too slowly, and made a dish like this to finish them off. Lei Hong was skeptical. Can this thing really be eaten? Men couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, he had already taken the crystal cores and wouldn't give them back. Whether they ate it or not was their choice. But the takoyaki, made from the mutated octopus, smelled way too good. One man decided to take the risk and eat it. Even if I die, I have to enjoy life to the fullest. Then I can die happy. After eating it, he was shocked and started crying his eyes out. The other two saw their comrade take one bite, and his body start trembling uncontrollably, not understanding what was happening. The big brother thought something had happened to his subordinate, and rushed forward to blame men. But the zombie girl blocked his path, not giving him a chance to touch him. He was in a dilemma. His subordinate behind him, a girl in front of him. But the other guy was fine. He was just moved because the food was so delicious. Seriously, this takoyaki was insanely delicious. The other two were skeptical about the authenticity of the dish, but seeing their big brother wanted to eat too, they signed up for a portion as well. If they were going to die, they'd die together to be less lonely. After one bite, the three of them couldn't contain their excitement. Because it was so good, one of them with blonde hair offered a piece. After eating it, his wound healed instantly. The pain also disappeared. Even the wounds from before healed up. He asked if it was the effect of the octopus meat. Men couldn't say it was because of the system, so he made up an excuse to get by. Currently, his strength wasn't enough to face people with special abilities. If the system was revealed, he might be exploited to death. While he was deep in thought, the big boss suddenly spoke up, startling the young man. He thought they had found him out. But luckily, this group was all brawn and no brains, so they were easy to fool. Men brought up the previous collaboration proposal, but the three guys who got their butts kicked by men stopped their boss. Because they ended up like this all because men had beaten them up. But since they robbed his stall, wasn't he allowed to fight back? They explained that they are professionals who love their job, and their job is to rob for their cause. Because of their professional ethics, when they see something, they have to rob it. Lei Hong found it ridiculous, but also very convincing, so he nodded in agreement. Men brought up the zombie girl. Didn't they not rob women and children? Even if she's a zombie, she's still a girl. So what were they planning to do, stuffing her in a sack? The three couldn't argue, and could only say they did it for their big boss. Aichin's mind raced. He thought they wouldn't even spare a zombie. So gross it makes me want to puke. The rest of the subordinates also looked at their big brother with judgmental eyes. They never expected their big brother's taste to be so unique. Lei Hong was catching strays for no reason. He vehemently denied having anything to do with it. Then he turned to his backstabbing subordinates and asked, "What the hell is going on?" Actually, this was the three of them's idea. It had nothing to do with the big boss. Because he gets shy around girls. He's never had a girlfriend. The three of them wanted to find a beautiful zombie for him to interact with, thinking it might cure their boss's fear of women. They only had good intentions. Who knew the result would be turning their boss into a pervert and getting their butts kicked by men? Suddenly, the system announced that the mission time was up. It invited men to quickly hire a waiter to complete the mission. Men thought he could just hire Aichin and be done with it. But the system explained that a contract must be signed and a uniform must be worn for it to be valid. Thinking of the employee uniform, Men turned into a total pervert. His mind was filled with images of Aichin in various outfits that would scorch the viewer's eyes. A beautiful soul, a good personality, everything. Even a naughty bunny outfit. Looking at Men's perverted face, the system knew what he was thinking. But this was a serious system, so it wouldn't distribute clothes like that. Looking at the employee uniform in his hand, Men was speechless with the system. It was just a normal uniform. His expectations were in vain. He gave the uniforms to Aichin and the two children. Xiaoling was excited to wear new clothes, but Aichin found it to be a nuisance. Men used the excuse that their clothes were dirty anyway, so they should just change now. Unexpectedly, Aichin went all out and stripped right on the spot. Men was shocked and told him that with so many people around, he could go inside to change. The men from the Thunderclap Legion felt there was no need to mind them. Watching was even better for the eyes, right? Aichin struggled because the clothes were too tight so his chest couldn't fit. He asked Men if there was a larger size, which caused the big boss to faint from a massive nosebleed, seeing how dangerous this group was. Men stood to shield Aichin as he continued to change. Suddenly a strange object fell on his head. The young man took it down and seriously squeezed it to examine what it was. Seeing that Aichin's abs were more ripped than his own, I think everyone knows what this is, right? It was the scam of the century, my friends. Men couldn't believe his eyes. The pretty waitress turned out to be a guy. He was surprised. A grown man? Why would he dress like that to mislead people? One of them thought, could the reason be to pretend to be weak to lure the enemy in? But the reason wasn't that deep. It was all just Aichin's personal preference. That's the reason. Why in the coffee shop? There was a whole room full of dresses. Seeing Men cry his eyes out, Aichin remarked, As expected, you had dark intentions. You lecherous devil. The system asked if he confirmed hiring the other party. But since it had already happened, he had no choice but to sign the contract. What else could he do? He told I-Chin to sign here with a face so bored he couldn't be bothered to speak. If it weren't for the food, I-Chin wouldn't want to be his employee either. Poor men. He thought having a system would get him a harem of beauties. Who knew he'd end up raising children with another man? At first he thought nothing could be more tragic than this. Until I-Chin was about to sign and the zombie girl flew out of nowhere and bit the contract and ran off. She probably thought it was edible, which is why she risked her life to snatch it like that. Men had to tell her it wasn't edible to get the contract back. But in the signature section for Party B, her teeth marks were imprinted. The system displayed contract signed. A stream of blue and yellow light enveloped the girl. Her eyes shone like two high-powered flashlights. A moment later, she reappeared in a very pretty maid outfit. Men looked at this scene completely speechless. He didn't want to work with a zombie. A moment later, I-Chin still couldn't believe that men would pass over a beauty like him to find a zombie as an employee. But because of the contract termination fee, I-Chin wouldn't haggle with him. Meanwhile, the contract hadn't even been signed. So how could there be a breach of contract fee? It was this young man who made him pay compensation. Otherwise, he would destroy the food truck. Looking at the surroundings, he realized he couldn't stay here any longer. He asked I-Chin's group what their plans were. They had spoken with the people from the Thunderclap Legion. They were willing to take the three of them along. Lei Hong would teach Xiaoluo how to fight and shoot, to protect I-Chin and his sister. Men thought this was a good idea. Even though they were robbers, they weren't bad people, and they could protect the two children. Before leaving, Xiaoling tugged on his shirt. The little girl gave him something. Just now, the zombie girl had dropped a card displaying the name Bai Feifei. Only now did he know the zombie girl's name. Lei Hong instructed men that if he ever got into trouble, he should come find the Thunderclap Legion, because this was where they were temporarily stationed. That place was the Blue Mountain Prison. He sighed. They sure knew how to pick a location. Who in their right mind would set up camp in a prison? But the prison had high walls and tight security. Before, no one wanted to go in. Now it was the safest place. I-Chin took the opportunity to ask for a private room. Even though he knew he was a boy, the big boss couldn't help but blush. He told his subordinate to find a set of men's clothes, but I-Chin refused. He only liked to wear women's clothes. Men stood watching the Thunderclap Legion's vehicle drive away, with many indescribable emotions in his heart. The two children stuck their heads out and waved goodbye to their savior. The guy who got his butt kicked by him also reminded him not to get eaten by zombies. They would come back to visit him. Men didn't say anything, just waved back in response. Holding the employee ID card in his hand, although he didn't know what the future held, he had to try to find out anyway. He turned his head and said to Bai Feifei, "I'll be in your care from now on." But she was nowhere to be seen. Turns out she was chewing on men's stall, thinking it was edible. Even though he had told her it wasn't food, Bai Feifei still bit down hard and wouldn't let go. He forcibly pulled her away. As a result, the handle of the cart broke off. Following that, the entire stall collapsed. Bai Feifei remained as carefree as ever, biting tightly onto the broken handle without letting go. He suddenly realized he hadn't used the counterattack feature today. So how did it break after just a few bites? He suspected the cart was faulty and requested a new one. The system immediately sent the request, but the request was denied. Because according to the item's description, the counterattack feature is to protect the store's employees and property. It only works against external attacks. It's ineffective against people inside the store. Bai Feifei is an employee of the store. Damages caused by her must be borne by the owner. Something this important. And the system didn't tell him sooner. He would rather have chosen the cross-dressing guy than this human-shaped husky. He looked at the wrecked stall, not knowing how to fix it. The system told him not to worry, because he was now only 100 points away from being able to upgrade the store. He just needed to complete the mission to upgrade the item. The system immediately issued a new mission. Within 24 hours, he had to restock ingredients, collect 10 500 pounds of edible meat. In this situation, even finding 5 pounds of fresh meat was difficult. Where was he supposed to find 500 pounds now? But if he remembered correctly, there was a large chicken farm nearby that raises chickens. He opened the cookbook to take a look. Inside it said that mutated chickens have relatively low combat power. The virus mainly resides in the brain, internal organs, beak, and chicken feet. After removing these parts, it's edible. It's very suitable for restoring stamina. No sooner said than done. The young man dashed to the chicken farm right away. The mutated chickens, although much larger, were ultimately no different than before. He thought they wouldn't be hard to deal with. The problem was their sheer number. He had to think of a way to separate them and deal with them one by one. Men and Bai Feifei looked at each other, and the two devised a plan. In a moment, he would act as bait. Then Feifei would knock out each chicken. After a moment of talking, she nodded, indicating she understood the plan. He rushed forward and threw a piece of wood to attract the chicken's attention. But Xiaobai didn't act according to the plan. She was like a cat attracted to an object thrown by its owner. Instead of punching the chickens, she rushed forward to catch the piece of wood men threw. He panicked and ordered her to carry out the plan. This isn't a game right now. But after picking up the piece of wood, she leaped onto the roof, leaving him with the mutated chickens, who were now enraged. Looking at this situation, man, he was so screwed. The chicken was bigger than him, and 10 times as fast. One peck seemed to crack the ground open. Practice really makes perfect. You can't believe everything you read in books. Their combat power wasn't low at all, and these claws were super sharp too. One scratch and he'd be meeting his ancestors. He ran and shouted for Xiaobai to come and save him. After running for a while, he hit a dead end. The young man immediately ran around to the left. Next to the iron fence was a large hole. He squeezed through it to escape the pursuing chickens. The crazed chickens, seeing their prey escape, pecked at the iron fence, but to no avail. Lucky there was a hole here. I almost got pecked to death by those chickens. But it was out of the frying pan and into the fire. He felt something sticky on his hands. All around him were many broken eggshells. Turns out after escaping those chickens, the young man had stumbled right into a mother hen's nest while she was brooding. He sat still, not daring to move. He slowly turned his head to look. He saw the face of a chicken bigger than an industrial Vietnamese chicken. Its eyes were bloodshot with rage. It lunged towards him. Seeing it charge, he jumped up onto the ledge, startled. Otherwise, he would have been a meat patty down there. The young man never expected to fall into a nesting mother hen's den. His luck was just terrible. And right at this moment, he couldn't use the system's item functions. After being chased around the yard for a while, the young man ended up getting pecked on the butt by the chicken. 30% helplessness, 70% pain. He immediately thought of the eggs he had broken. He thought this hen must be out for revenge, and he was right. It aimed its cute little beak at the 2 eggs in his pants. He gritted his teeth in anger at the perverted chicken. How could he accept sacrificing his 2 quail eggs when he hadn't even used them himself once? He's still a virgin. How could he die here at the hands of a chicken? The young man wrapped his legs around the chicken's neck and twisted hard. He thought he had broken its neck, but suddenly it opened its eyes, staring. It was just pretending. It wasn't actually dead. The young man was flung into the air by the chicken, but somehow he landed with his butt on its neck. It thrashed around violently, but he clung on like a hungry leech. The young man prayed to the heavens for someone to come and fix this broken chicken neck. This limp, broken chicken neck looked way too creepy. The scene shifts to a road full of green trees. On the road is a military combat vehicle. The person inside the vehicle is talking on a walkie-talkie. The driver is a scruffy, bearded uncle with a cigarette in his mouth. The person holding the walkie-talkie is a young man with a scar over his left eye. Very handsome. This group seems to be all military personnel. They are talking about finding supplies. It seems that this entire team returned safely, and they found quite a lot. The vehicle drove along, unaware that a board with a nail was sticking straight up in the road. It ran right over it, and the tire went flat. The group cautiously got out of the car with their guns to check the situation. It turned out one of the tires had blown out. The blonde guy thought the captain was worrying too much. They had traveled this road many times. If there were zombies, they would have encountered them long ago. The captain was very cool and handsome. It's better to be safe than sorry. The mutated species are becoming more numerous, so it's hard to avoid them all. He ordered 2 other teammates to quickly change the tire. He and the rest would stand guard. The 2 guys on guard were joking with each other on the road. There aren't that many zombies out here, and if there are, 1 bullet is all it takes. As soon as he finished speaking, the uncle driver punched some sense into him. You've only been out on missions a few times, and you dare to think zombies are that easy to deal with. The 2 of them changed their attitude and offered the uncle a cigarette. They still hoped he would look out for them. Seeing these 2 smartasses, he took the cigarette and decided to teach them a lesson. Of all the teams sent out on missions, over the past 3 years, we've always had the highest success rate and the lowest casualties. The main reason is because we have the experienced Captain Huo, who does his job very well. If you 2 were working under someone else, who knows how many times you would have died already. Being able to join Captain Huo's team is a blessing for you guys. Only then did the 2 of them realize how amazing Captain Huo actually was. They could learn a lot from him in the future. While the blonde guy was talking, he excused himself to take a leak. The man told him to hurry up and not keep everyone waiting. Suddenly, something rustled through the grass by the roadside. It caught the handsome Huo's attention. He asked everyone if they heard anything, but it seemed only he had noticed what just happened. Out of caution, he took his gun and went to check the surroundings by himself. The blonde guy was enthusiastically taking a leak, unaware that a mutated monster was right next to him. He felt eyes on him. The blonde guy looked around cautiously, but saw no one and continued his business. Unexpectedly, the monster attacked from the trees above. It opened its toothy mouth and hissed at the young man. Suddenly, its head exploded. Green liquid splattered as it was shot by something. Realizing it was under attack, it turned tail and fled. That was Captain Huo's shot. He quickly reported the presence of a mutated creature and told the blonde guy to get back to the car. The two of them retreated to the vehicle. He immediately asked the uncle if he had finished changing the tire. Luckily, the uncle had already finished the job. They never expected to find a mutated snake in a place like this. It didn't make any sound, so it was hard to detect. Captain Hu knew that his shot just now hadn't seriously injured it. The giant snake would be back soon, so they had to drive away quickly. But the car had barely moved for long when the giant snake slithered out into the middle of the road, chasing after their car. It slipped under the car and flicked its head up, sending the vehicle flying into the air. Then it used its tail to constrict the entire car body. The people inside this car were spun around like a top. Realizing the giant snake wanted to crush the car, Hu ordered everyone to get out immediately. But the car doors were too tight, they couldn't be opened at all. He took on the task of providing cover fire, creating an opportunity for his teammates to break open the door. The uncle stopped him because the gas tank was leaking. If he fired, it would explode. All the young soldiers were terrified, thinking they were going to die in this place. But from a distance, the silhouette of a giant chicken flew towards them. The blonde guy noticed it too and yelled for his teammates to see. The chicken jumped into the sky, spreading its wings wide. The pink-haired young man thought he was about to die, which is why he was seeing an angel. The uncle was more clear-headed. He realized it was a chicken. What the hell was an angel? The captain didn't believe it. Why would a chicken be this big? But his attention was caught by our young man riding the mutated chicken. At this point, he had cried his eyes out, because he didn't know how to make this monster stop. But the people in the car didn't know that. They thought the young man could control the mutated creature. They thought he was a psychic. Only the clear-headed Captain Huo knew that it seemed he was the one being controlled. The giant snake also noticed the fat mutated chicken running towards it. The mother hen ran while shaking its head like crazy, looking at him with angry eyes. He only broke a few of its eggs. What's the big deal? Did it think he didn't dare to fight back? The young man slid from the back to the front of the chicken's neck. He had to show it what was what, or rather what the professional qualities of a chef were. He grabbed its neck and with a crack, a cervical vertebra shatters. The python sees some juicy prey. It lunges going for the kill. After taking down the chicken, he breathes a sigh of relief, thinking it's finally over. But then he realizes, why am I still in mid-air? The clueless young man, mistaking the python's vertical body for a telephone pole, grabs onto it to climb down. Halfway down, he feels like something's not quite right. And this telephone pole can even move. When he finally looks again, holy crap, it's a python with the chicken clamped tight in its mouth. Scared shitless, he jumps down and makes a run for it. This greedy son of a gun swallows the entire chicken in one gulp. But it's still not satisfied. It eyes the young man hungrily. He gets the chills and calls it Big Bro. He's thinking, you must be full now, Big Bro, so please don't eat me. But fat chance of that. It slithers closer, flicking its tongue. This is a classic case of out of the frying pan into the fire. He just escaped the chicken only to be chased by a python. I don't know if it's Friday the 13th or what, but his luck is worse than a dog's. The python chases him, dropping the armored vehicle. The people inside sigh in relief, having narrowly escaped death. The vehicle can still start. We need to get out of here fast. Captain Huo stops them. But if we don't go now, when that python comes back, the vehicle won't survive a second attack. Losing the food will get us court-martialed. But as a soldier, Captain Hu can't just abandon the person who lured away the mutant python. After hearing that, the others couldn't argue. A few other older members agreed. We can always find more food, but a human life is irreplaceable. We're trained soldiers. We weren't trained to run away at the first sign of danger. The old-timer floors it. He yanks the wheel around to go save the guy. Worst case, we'll risk our lives fighting it. The scene cuts back to the chicken coop. Fei-Fei has just jumped down. She scans the area but sees nothing. Suddenly, a few crazy chickens charge at her. Remembering the plan Cao Xiaoliang had discussed with her earlier, she lifts the entire steel fence with her bare hands, trapping the chickens inside. Meanwhile, Cao Xiaoliang is running his ass off into the forest. Behind him, the python pursues, looking bloodthirsty. It's right on his tail. He runs while calling the system to save him. But because its functions are blocked and items can't be used, it can't do anything either. After running his butt off, the young man is still caught. It opens its stank-ass mouth wide. The overwhelming stench makes the young man so dizzy he's about to pass out cold. But that's fine. If he faints, he won't feel the pain. But he hears a cluck-cluck sound and gets angry. He's about to die and still can't get any peace and quiet. The chicken. The python clearly ate it, but he can still hear a chicken clucking. It's so loud his eardrums are about to burst. But the sound isn't from that chicken. It's from the chickens in the iron cage Bai Fei-Fei made. The girl is carrying 4 giant chickens with both hands for Cao Xiaoliang. She gets a running start, leaps up, and throws the whole cage of chickens at the python's head. It gets hit in the head by 4 chickens and becomes dazed and dizzy. Its vision blurs, its ears ring, and it passes out cold. He's thrilled to see Bai Fei Fei arrive. Perfect timing. He was almost knocked out by its bad breath. But he doesn't forget to remind her. From now on, you need to separate work from play. Don't let something like today happen ever again. At this moment, the system also displays a notification. Congratulations on completing the mission. The reward is an upgrade. From a handcart to a slick 6-wheeled vehicle. Holy cow, he exclaims. I can't believe it upgraded into an RV. Looking at the layout and the equipment, it's all high-end stuff. The young man can't help but grab Xiaobai's hand and jump up and down in celebration. From now on, we won't have to be roughing it anymore. Not only that, because you previously completed the higher mission, there's also a special reward. Show-off skill card effect. Can significantly increase combat power. Duration 3 minutes. Unlocks the primary weapon arsenal. Hearing weapon arsenal, he gets excited wondering what goodies are inside. Who would have thought? The weapons the system mentioned were a kitchen knife, a fork, and a hot pot ladle. Of course he can't accept this. Are these weapons supposed to be for stir-frying zombies or something? But the system says this stuff not only comes with skills, but can also be upgraded according to the user's ability. That sounds pretty good, so the young man wants to try it out right away. He picks up the knife, planning to butcher the python, to teach that bastard a lesson for bullying him. Even the system is scared. He asks Xiaobai want to play a game. Then he glances at the python lying there knocked out. The young man jumps up with the knife to show off. One slash splits the python's body in 2. A few more cuts and he's cleanly filleted it. His knife skills look like something out of a Michelin kitchen. He has Bai Fei Fei play a game of catching things just like back at the chicken coop. She happily jumps up and quickly catches all the pieces of meat. She can even sort them into different cuts. After testing it, Cao Xiaoliang sees this knife is the real deal. Right after, the system displays a new mission. Use available ingredients to create 3 new snack dishes for 5 customers. Have them taste and receive 100 5-star ratings. No time limit for the mission. Any bad reviews will wipe out all points. But everyone's tastes are different. Even if you're the world's top chef, you can't please everyone. But the bigger the challenge, the bigger the reward. After completing this mission, besides the standard rewards, there will be unexpected surprises. But thinking about the no time limit, the young man plans to take a little break. The system wants him to work hard, but the young man quotes Master Lu Xun, rest is for the sake of working. Better, even though no Master Lu ever said that. Then he changes the subject to the RV. It looks slick on the outside, but I wonder about its features. Mainly, I don't know if it can withstand Bai Fei Fei's mouth. He calls her to get in so they can take it for a spin. The soldier's armored vehicle, meanwhile, is still driving but hasn't arrived yet. We've been going in the right direction, but we still don't see the python. Maybe it slithered into the forest. The rookies in the back scream, attracting the attention of the old-timer and Captain Huo. They think they're too late and the guy is already dead. But Captain Hugh notices that this bone is clearly larger than a human leg bone, so it's definitely not human. The old-timer calls Captain Hu over to look behind a bush. Inside are the bones of the mutant python. Next to it is another skeleton resembling that of a bird. They've all been picked clean. There's not even a scrap of meat left. They are terrified. Could there be another mutant creature in this area? But seeing that neither skeleton is human, they think the guy might still be alive. Captain Huo is also skeptical because alone. Could that person have really escaped? Are the deaths of these 2 mutant creatures related to him? The scene cuts back to Cao Xiaoliang and Xiaobai's RV. The 2 of them make a handsome couple. This is the life he's dreamed of. If social media existed, he'd post this to his story to flex. He turns and asks Xiaobai, "Isn't this awesome?" The girl is happily opening the sunroof to enjoy the breeze. While driving, they run into a horde of zombies. Looking at their faces, he recognizes some old acquaintances. "Since fate brought us together, let's help you test something out. I'm sure they won't mind." The young man slams on the gas pedal. He steers the vehicle, plowing straight into the zombies. They're sent flying into the air, but they quickly lunge to attack. He orders the system to temporarily disable the counterattack function because he wants to test the vehicle's explosion resistance. One that was sent flying by the vehicle lands near Xiaobai. It's quickly punched back down to the ground by her. The other zombies crawl towards the vehicle. They claw at it desperately but don't leave a single scratch. He sees it's time to show off his real skills. He spins the steering wheel like a top, drifting like a pro to shake off the zombies clinging to the vehicle. Bai Fei Fei, seeing the spectacular performance, bursts out laughing. Night falls, so he's chilling in the bathroom, scrubbing his body and humming a tune. Since the apocalypse began, it's been a long time since he's had such a comfortable shower. There's plenty of hot water, shampoo, body wash. This upgrade feels amazing, Suddenly, a pair of glowing eyes seems to be watching him. When he pulls back the shower curtain, there's no one there. While he's still wondering, the shadow appears again. He quickly yanks the curtain back to catch the pervert, who's peeping on him. But it turns out the culprit is the female zombie, Bai Feifei. Startled, Cao Xiaoliang frantically covers his junk. "When did you get in here?" "I'm taking a shower, so don't come over here." But the system also appears. It explains she's craving your body. Cao Xiaoliang accuses it of peeping on him, too. The system fumes. "I'm working overtime because I'm worried about your body. Not only do I get no thanks, but I get called a pervert." Xiaobai slowly approaches Cao Xiaoliang. The young man's face turns red. He knows she's a zombie, but she's really beautiful. He's thinking about getting with the zombie. But luckily, he's still clear-headed. That would be too shameless. Xiaobai opens her mouth, revealing sharp fangs. She takes a big bite out of Cao Xiaoliang. He's afraid he's been infected, but he realizes he's not bleeding. Luckily, the body wash was so slippery she couldn't bite through. The soap foam makes her sneeze, but right after her eyes start glowing again. He's being chased, and he doesn't understand why Xiaobai has lost control like this. The system already told him she was craving his body, but he still didn't believe it. He thought she craved him figuratively. Who knew it was literal? Her hunger drove her to try and take a bite out of her master. He yells at her to stop chasing him. "I'll go get you some food now." A while later, he prepares 3 dishes. Xiaobai shovels food into her mouth with both hands like a hungry tiger. Luckily, there was some snake meat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to satisfy her hunger. He was lucky this time. But if he doesn't solve this problem, Xiaobai is no different from a ticking time bomb next to him. One day, he might go to sleep and get eaten without even knowing. The way to stay safe? And the simplest is to feed her before she gets hungry. The system states the obvious. Suddenly, he thinks of something. After rummaging around for a bit, he pulls out a set of braces. Time skips to the next day. He's wearing an outfit. That makes him look like a completely different protagonist. So handsome, I'm not used to it. The vehicle continues to cruise down the road, and Xiaobai is now wearing braces. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Who knew a retainer could be used like this? This is the correct way to deal with zombies. This world-changing discovery. The system immediately reports to its superiors. His attention is caught by an armored vehicle on the side of the road. He gets out to check and finds no one inside. There are a lot of spikes under the vehicle. It seems someone deliberately set a trap for this vehicle. Suddenly, gunshots ring out from the forest. For some reason, Xiaobai becomes extremely angry at this sound. He tells her to calm down and not to act rashly. Hearing the sound, he guesses it must be a rifle, and it's all coming from the same gun. He leads Xiaobai to observe the situation with him. Through the binoculars, he sees a girl with a rifle, taking down zombies one by one. A horde of them rushes her, but she remains cool as a cucumber, showing no fear. Every shot is a headshot. Any zombie that comes up dies. Her shooting skills are god tier, and she's a beauty too. Unfortunately, she can't hold out for long. Sniping from a distance is fine, but in close combat, her weakness is immediately exposed. He doesn't remember which life it was, but in the past he was also bitten by a zomb. Because of this. Looking at the girl in the same situation he was once in, he feels a pang of pity and debates whether to help. But the young man quickly dismisses the idea. If he makes the same mistake as last time, he'll be screwed. After a while, the girl's gun finally runs out of ammo. Seeing a zombie lunging at her, he throws the gun away and pulls a dagger from her back. Without a gun, she still fights well. Watching her, he can't help but marvel, this girl is seriously skilled. She can dance to any tune. After a flurry of stabbing and slashing, she finally manages to take down all the zombies. Suddenly, she looks straight in the direction where he's hiding. He doesn't know if he's been spotted yet. But the girl says nothing and just walks, step by step, towards the nearby river. She starts taking off her clothes layer by layer. Witnessing such a steamy scene, our young man gets a massive nosebleed. This woman slays zombies so fiercely. If she mistakes him for a perverted stalker, he'll definitely be shredded like beef jerky. He calls Xiaobai to leave, but the girl is attracted by a purple butterfly. As she chases the butterfly, she accidentally knocks the young man out of his hiding spot. He rolls like a ball and faceplants. He's about to scold Xiaobai when he sees something strange on his head. He takes it down to look and realizes he's literally wearing underwear on his head. White panties with a cute little purple bow. These are that woman's clothes. It's true that what you fear most comes to pass. Before she finds out, he has to make a run for it. But before he can do anything, a knife is at his throat. The girl thought she'd missed a zombie, but he slowly turns his head and tells her, "Have mercy." Realizing he's not a zombie, her attitude changes. But the young man is still holding the panties of a young woman. This incredibly pervy sight makes her shake with anger. From that, Xiaoliang understands the problem. He immediately throws the panties away and explains, "I'm not a bad guy, I was just passing by. I didn't see anything." But when a man says he didn't see anything, it means he saw everything. The girl becomes furious with embarrassment. She swings her knife ready to send the young man to his maker. Terrified, he calls for Xiaobai. She immediately appears and attacks the other girl from behind. The girl didn't expect him to have backup. The two girls over one guy start to trade blows, fiercely. The girl is curious about Xiaobai's origins, because her movements are so agile. The two girls tear at each other like crazy, their clothes getting more and more ripped. Only the young man watching is getting an eyeful. But before he can enjoy the show, he gets an earful from the black-haired girl. The young man thinks this girl fight is too chaotic. I'd better stay out of it. He slips away to wait for Xiaobai in the vehicle. Seeing her chest, the zombie girl thinks it's food and drools. She keeps aiming for that spot when attacking the black-haired girl. The black-haired girl can't believe that between two girls, she's acting like such a pervert. Suddenly, a bullet flies past, separating the two. The newcomers are dressed like a bunch of street thugs. It seems they know the black-haired girl's identity. She is Gu Yue and the guy who just fired the gun is He Jian. Gu Yuk is wondering why the road had been tampered with. Turns out it was these guys. They deliberately led those zombies here. The main reason is that she rejected his proposal. So if he can't have it, no one can. If you had just listened and handed the base over to me, things would have been different. Since you didn't agree, don't blame me for being ruthless. He orders his men to open fire on Gu Yue. She's surprised by this scumbag move, but she immediately leans back, dodging all the bullets. Jian's underlings are frantically firing at Gu Yue's silhouette. As she zips past, appearing and disappearing, Gu Yu, in tattered clothes, is dodging the bullets. A female member of the group lowers her gun, shouting, "She got away!" "Yes," He Jian replies. "There's basically no way out over there. She can't escape." He Jian flashes a sinister smile. But dying like this is letting her off too easy. As he finishes, he orders his men, "Capture her alive for me." The minions charge forward, responding, "Yes, sir." A henchman is stunned, points towards a girl and shouts, "Boss, there's another woman over here." Xiaobai stands there, looking around in confusion. She's just standing there and not running. She doesn't look too bright. Is she mentally slow or something? A dark-skinned man asks the boss for his opinion. "What should we do? Should we go grab her?" He Jian speaks up. "There are so many of us brothers here. Of course we have to share the spoils. Wait a bit after I've had my fun. This one's a reward for you guys." The excited minions charge towards Xiaobai, while replying, "Thanks, boss. Long live the boss." The whole gang surrounds Xiaobai, closing in on her step by step. Xiaobai appears beautiful and pure. The dark-skinned henchman says with delight, "She looks so pure. Just my type." Another masked man chimes in, "I like her too." A man standing behind Xiaobai is eagerly excited. He reaches his hand towards Xiaobai. "Hey, beautiful, don't be scared. Big bro will take good care of you." Suddenly, she grabs his arm. Before he can be surprised, she throws him down and breaks his arm. He screams in pain, "Ah, my arm!" The others angrily point their guns at her, shouting, "You bitch! You dare to fight back, you got a death wish." Out of nowhere, a large truck speeds towards them, knocking those henchmen aside. It turns out to be Cao Xiaoliang. He's driving like a madman. He flips the bird at the henchmen. "You damn dogs, you dare touch Xiaobai! You're the ones with the death wish." Xiaobai is overjoyed. She jumps onto the roof of the truck, carrying the arm she just broke off the henchman. She leans down towards the driver's cabin. Cao Xiaoliang happily asks Xiaobai, "Xiaobai, are you okay?" Xiaobai casually holds the arm. When Xiaoliang sees that arm, he screams in fear, "Ah!" Where did that human arm come from? Throw it away quickly. In another development, Gu Yu is running away, but when she reaches a cliff, she panics. She says anxiously, "This is bad, it's a dead end." Just then, the henchmen catch up to her. "Stop your useless struggling. You can't escape." A fight breaks out between the two sides. Gu Yu uses her knife to block a slash from her opponent. The man kicks Gu Yue to the ground. Gu Yu falls and He Jian points a gun at her, gloating. "Haha, see, women are just this useless." Hesitating and getting scared over a piece of cloth, Gu Yu angrily shouts at him, "You're truly despicable." He Jian grabs Gu Yu's hair with one hand and points the gun at her face with the other. Despicable? It's not the first time I've been called that. Are you just figuring that out now? What I hate most is that high and mighty, holier-than-thou look of yours. Today I'll show you what truly despicable is. I'll enjoy myself first. Then I'll tie you to the front of the truck and drive back to the base, so those people can get a good look at how their goddess has been defiled. Suddenly, Xiaobai jumps down from the roof and hits He Jian, making him scream in pain. "Ah, where did this crazy woman come from? Someone save me!" Hearing the piercing scream, the henchmen run to their boss. Cao Xiaoliang drives past them, rolls down the window. "Get in!" Gu Yu is surprised. "Huh, okay." Cao Xiaoliang tells Gu Yue to get in the truck. She calmly bends down to pick up the gun. "You wanted to have fun, right? I'll settle the score for you." Gu Yu fires the gun. "Let me give you the ultimate pleasure." As she speaks, the bullet flies out a single shot, right near He Jian's crotch. It scares him so bad he wets himself. Gu Yu smirks. "See, men are just this useless." scared to the point of pissing their pants over such a small thing. With that, she turns and gets in the truck. Xiaobai, you get in too. Xiaobai, wah! Xiaobai pushes the door open and gets in. The truck speeds away. The group is left behind. He-Jin furiously shouts, "How dare you mess with me!" Fire! Bullets are fired continuously at the truck. But strangely, the bullets are deflected back, causing them to panic. Whoa! Why are the bullets coming back at us? The truck drives down the road. Inside the truck, Cao Xiaoliang sees that Gu Yue is barely clothed and kindly offers her something to wear. There are no women's clothes in the truck. In the drawer, there's a change of clothes of mine, but it's a bit torn. If you don't mind, you can wear it. Gu Yu replies, then I won't be polite. She picks up the shirt. This should do. She looks at the torn shirt. It's torn in a strange way. She tears another piece of fabric with her hands. After changing, when Gu Yue steps out with the shirt tied around her waist and wearing shorts, Cao Xiaoliang is surprised by her style. He thinks to himself, who taught her to wear a shirt like that? A figure like that could tempt a saint? Gu Yu thanks him for the clothes. Then she presses a sharp dagger to Cao Xiaoliang's throat, threatening him. Next, if you don't want to die, do as I say. Pull over to the side of the road. Gu Yu looks at Xiaobai, who is sitting and playing in a corner. It seems that girl isn't paying attention to you right now. She continues to threaten him. If you shout, is my dagger faster? Or is she faster? Cao Xiaoliang thinks in fear, why is this happening again? Is there no one normal left in this world? Whose humanity isn't warped? Whose morals haven't decayed? Cao Xiaoliang tells the system, Lao eject her. Lao replies, host, I can't, because the other party was voluntarily invited into the vehicle by you. The protection program has defaulted her as a VIP customer. The items will not harm a VIP customer. At this point, Cao Xiaoliang is truly panicking. What kind of rule is this? Gu Yu asks suspiciously. Who are you talking to? Cao Xiaoliang replies, trembling. No, nobody, miss, please calm down. I'll do whatever you say. Right now, he feels deep regret. Cao Xiaoliang, swear that if I ever meddle in other people's business again, I'm a dog. With the dagger still at his neck, Gu Yue interrogates him. Speak. Why did you save me? Cao Xiaoliang replies dejectedly. If I say I'm a good person, will you let me go? After he says that, her gaze becomes even sharper. You've probably heard the saying, in the apocalypse, you kill the goody two-shoes first. Even more scared, Cao Xiaoliang quickly denies it. Good person who's a good person. Definitely not me, ha ha ha. Then he gets serious. All right. Actually, I'm an apocalypse chef. I saw how well you fight, so you must have quite a few crystal cores. Therefore, I want you to become my customer. Gu Yu is surprised. Apocalypse chef. Gu Yuk notes, no wonder the back is set up like a kitchen and has so much cooking equipment. Gu Yuk suddenly remembers. Just last month, the chef at our base ate poisonous mushrooms and died. She puts her hand on her chin. If what you're saying is true, I can consider arranging for you to stay at our base. Hearing this, Cao Xiaoliang's eyes light up and he asks Gu Yue, how many people are at your base? Is it 100 people? Gu Yu laughs loudly. Who are you looking down on? Our steel mill is the largest base. Within 100 miles, there are at least 300 people. Good. Cao Xiaoliang is excited. That's amazing. I can't believe I found 100 customers so quickly, even if only a third of them give good reviews. Completing the mission is a sure thing. Xiaoliang thinks to himself, good deeds really do get rewarded. Gu Yu says seriously. But this could also be a way to protect you. Maybe you stole this vehicle. Why should I trust you? Her stomach growls. She blushes. Unless you make me a dish to try. If it's delicious, that'll prove you're really a chef. He looks and assesses that this woman is clearly hungry, but is trying to save face. Full of confidence, Cao Xiaoliang says, all right, let me show you a little of my culinary skills. At this moment, Gu Yue is still outside, waiting for Cao Xiaoliang to serve the dish. But little does she know he's struggling to figure out what dish to cook. Cao Xiaoliang scratches his head, finding it difficult. Because it's develop a new snack dish. I can't make anything that's already on the menu. That's why he can't make egg tarts, takoyaki balls. He's already made all these dishes before. This makes him sigh in frustration. I'm just an ordinary student. I only know how to make a few dishes like that. I'm really not a talented chef. Cao Xiaoliang's eyes suddenly light up as he senses something unusual. He immediately draws his knife like lightning, a knife for self-defense. Oh my god, a mutated snake. How did it get in? However, Xiaobai happily popped up and teased boo. Only then did he dazedly hold her and exclaim, Xiaobai. Finally, Cao Xiaoliang suddenly realized, oh right. Earlier I saw that Xiaobai's pants were torn, so I casually found a piece of cloth to cover her up. But as his eyes turned towards Xiaobai, he suddenly understood. It turned out to be the skin of that snake. Cao Xiaoliang remembered her torn pants again, smiled softly and patted her head, saying, sorry, I forgot. I remember there's a needle and thread in the drawer. Let me help you patch it up. Meanwhile, Gu Yu outside had run out of patience. She slammed the table and shot to her feet angrily. What kind of chef takes so long to make a dish? The customer is about to starve to death. She frowned with disappointment. I can't believe this guy is such a troublemaker. Then she stood up decisively. I'll go find him and get to the bottom of this. Inside, Gao Xiaoliang was still busy getting the needle and thread, preparing to patch up Xiaobai's pants. Who would have thought that a strong man like him would be sitting and meticulously threading a needle? When the sewing was finally done, Gao Xiaoliang looked at his work with satisfaction and shouted, "Done!" As Xiaobai tried it on. She carefully felt it and was surprised to find it was perfect. Gao Xiaoliang said, "There's no problem with it anymore." She immediately performed a few kicks to test its durability and was even more impressed. Gu Yu spoke up from behind him, sighing in admiration. "I never would have guessed you could mend clothes." Hearing this, he waved his hand and laughed sheepishly. "It's nothing. When I was little, my dad didn't have time to take care of me, and my mom was busy with work. My grandma raised me in the countryside. I just watched her and learned." His heart filled with nostalgia as he recounted, "If my grandma were still alive today, she'd probably be over 100 years old. With her fighting skills, anyone who crossed her would have bad luck." Gu Yu casually leaned against the wall and slowly said, "People often say that children raised by their grandparents are very blessed. To have so many people who love you, it really makes others envious." But Gao Xiaoliang remembered the spankings from those days and asked nonchalantly, "Getting a double helping of bamboo shoot stir-fry with meat every time I caused trouble. If I offered you that blessing, would you want it?" Hearing that, she involuntarily remembered her own unhappy childhood and replied longingly, "My brother and I are orphans who grew up in an orphanage. We've never met our parents. If I could, I would really want that." This left him stunned, looking as if he had just said something wrong. Gao Xiaoliang was lost in thought like that, not saying a word for a while. But Gu Yu suddenly remembered the main issue and slammed the table, shouting impatiently, "Stop getting all sentimental. When is the food going to be ready? Didn't you ask me first before I said anything?" Suddenly, she couldn't help but shiver and sneeze. So Gao Xiaoliang tossed her the mutated snakeskin, remarking, "Here, wear this." He was still intently observing what to cook, but still spoke nonchalantly. "Wearing so little and having just gotten out of the river, it'd be weird if you didn't catch a cold." Suddenly, an idea popped into Gao Xiaoliang's head. He got extremely excited. "Got it, I want to make this." But in the end, he decided to cook this novel dish for Gu Yue. When she saw it, she couldn't help but be skeptical, asking, "Is this porridge?" "It doesn't look like it." Hearing that, he honestly revealed this bowl isn't porridge. It's snake soup. After hearing that, she was horrified and shouted in disbelief, "Snake!" Then a thought seemed to dawn on her. Could it be? But her eyes became even more skeptical and probing. The meat of the mutated snake. Isn't that contaminated? Is it edible? But Gao Xiaoliang just smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Don't worry. The contaminated parts of the mutated snake have been removed. It's completely edible." Even so, Gu Yue still wondered in shock. Can this thing really be eaten? He saw it right away, the corners of his mouth lifting in a tease. "What's wrong?" "Scared." After saying that, Gao Xiaoliang didn't even wait for her to answer and just took it away. "Then don't blame me. My cooking skills have been proven. It's just that you're too scared to eat it." Next, he turned to call Xiaobai. "Come on, time to eat." As soon as she heard food, her eyes lit up. She rushed over. However, Gu Yu snatched it right back and replied nonchalantly, "Who said I don't dare?" Her arm trembled slightly as she scooped up a spoonful of soup and sniffed it. Although she was a bit skeptical, she finally decided to taste it, because she definitely couldn't let herself look weak. Gu Yu looked at the spoon in her hand, her heart filled with apprehension, but she still reassured herself. "Isn't it just a mutated snake? I'm not even afraid of live snakes, let alone a dead one." With that thought, she boldly took a bite, because Gu Yue had silently decided she couldn't let others look down on her. But as soon as the flavor filled her mouth, it left her somewhat stunned and dazed. Although it was mutated snake meat, Gu Yu found the taste incredibly tender, like jelly. This delicious dish seemed both soft and smooth, a blend of fresh and sweet. With just a gentle bite, the flavor filled her mouth. Her tongue was enveloped by the soft sensation. But in that euphoric state, Gu Yu became even more lost in the moment. How should I describe it? It's like bathing in a tub of milk. I don't know why it's just a regular meal, but it made her feel so happy. Suddenly, Gu Yu felt that something wasn't quite right. She dazedly thought, wait, there seems to be something underneath. Her whole body trembled because underneath it was as if it contained a powerful life force constantly stimulating her body. She vaguely reached out to touch it because she didn't understand why. The water was getting hotter. Suddenly, it seemed like something cracked, making a cracking sound. Along with it came the appearance of tiny worms, happily smiling. Seeing them excitedly running towards her, Gu Yu instinctively covered herself and screamed, "Ah, I don't want this!" But it seemed they ignored her and continued to charge. Stinging pains made her feel a bit unreal, vague and strange. Yu blushed and thought to herself, what is this magical feeling? Numb, aching, yet scorching hot. Every pore felt like it was being opened up. The cold was swept away. It felt like her whole body was about to melt. After a while of activity, she finally couldn't take it anymore and cried out, "Stop, I can't take it anymore." Back to reality, her legs were shaking uncontrollably. From a strange sensation, her breath also became scorching hot, causing those cold feelings to gradually disappear. Seeing her face flushed red, Gao Xiaoliang approached and asked, "What's wrong? Are you a little warmer now?" Only then did she snap out of it, her heart filled with doubt, as she suddenly realized the cold from before had completely vanished. Moreover, despite sweating all over, she didn't feel exhausted. On the contrary, she felt full of energy. Yue looked at him in disbelief and asked, confused, "Is this really snake meat? How can it be so magical?" Only then did he begin to explain it to her. Snake meat is already a nutritious food. Not only does it nourish qi and blood and strengthen tendons and bones, but it can also dispel wind cold and replenish stamina. Then Gao Xiaoliang unexpectedly emphasized, "But this snake meat is just a supporting ingredient. The true soul is actually this." This made her gasp in astonishment. "This is—" Seeing him gently twist the jar, causing peppercorns to fly out. It even hit Xiaobai, making her sneeze uncontrollably. But Gao Xiaoliang continued his introduction. "It's fresh ginger and peppercorns." Hearing this made Yu quite surprised. She asked, "Peppercorns?" His expression also became nostalgic as he recounted, "When I was little, every time I caught a cold, my grandma would force me to drink a bowl of hot and spicy soup. After drinking it, I'd feel better right away. It's more effective than medicine thanks to the peppercorns." The corners of her lips also curved up slightly in surprise. She thought to herself, "I can't believe this kid who looks so naive and foolish actually knows quite a lot." He excitedly handed her an iPad, asking, "Well, do you believe I'm a chef now? If you're satisfied, give me a good review." Inside, there were 5 rating levels from 1 to 5 stars, corresponding to different facial expressions. And after that wonderful experience, Yu didn't hesitate and directly chose. A 5-star rating appeared on the screen, along with the words, "Thank you." However, she also had to make one thing clear. "I acknowledge your skills, but to be the base's chef, it's not that simple. Not only do you have to know how to cook, but you also have to be able to provide meals for hundreds of people. At the same time, for now, this just counts as passing the preliminary round. As for whether you're hired or not, you'll have to come back with me for further testing." Hearing this, he suddenly gritted his teeth, the anger in his heart boiling. He thought to himself, "Unbelievable. Hiring a chef is like hiring for a major factory. Just for one meal, I have to go through a preliminary round and an interview. This is more exploitative than capitalism itself." Then he angrily turned his face away and told himself, "But for the sake of the mission, I'll endure it." This left Yue confused and dazed. Very quickly after, she brought Gao Xiaoliang directly to her base. Then she pointed in that direction and introduced, "Inside is my base." Looking from that angle, he was quite surprised, because the walls were really high. Hearing that, Yue reminisced, "This used to be the largest steel factory. The walls are all made of reinforced concrete, a prime location. Easy to defend, hard to attack." A pang of bitterness welled up in her heart. She nostalgically recalled the group of survivors. "We wandered through so many places before we found this place to settle down." At this point, he seemed to understand something. It really is a great shelter. No wonder those guys keep trying to fight you for territory. A surge of hatred rose in her heart. She cursed that bastard Hijan. "At first, I saw him being chased to a dead end by a horde of zombies. I took pity on him and let him stay. Who knew he would turn out to be such a despicable scumbag?" Yu recounted with annoyance. "Not only did he harass me all day, but he also spread rumors that I liked him." But she became even more furious as she remembered. That's not all. He even secretly brought his cronies in from outside, planning to take over the entire base. Luckily, the patrol team discovered it in time. At this point, she bowed her head, blaming herself. "I really regret just kicking him out and not finishing him off." Very quickly, her eyes turned sharp again. She pointed her knife at him and coldly warned, "But tripping once is a lesson learned. If you dare to be like him..." It made Gao Xiaoliang suddenly shiver. He quickly replied, "Don't worry. I swear I'd rather like a zombie than like you." They drove for a while and arrived at the base's gate. A purple-haired girl and a brown-haired girl simultaneously raised their guns and shouted, "Stop the car!" "Who goes there?" Yu leaned out of the car window and waved at them. The purple-haired girl cheered, "It's Sister Yue." She ordered the gatekeeper to open the gate. "Sister Yue is back." A steel gate slowly opened. The car drove smoothly inside. The brown-haired girl hurried over. "Sister Yue, why did you change cars?" "We didn't recognize it at first." The purple-haired girl also frowned. "What happened to your clothes?" Suddenly, the purple-haired girl suspiciously pointed her gun at Gao Xiaoliang and interrogated him. "Did you do this to Sister Yue?" He flinched and put his hands up in surrender. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. If it weren't for me, the clothes on her would all be gone. Quick as a flash, Gu Yu lunged out and covered Gao Xiaoliang's mouth. Shut your mouth. He was suddenly silenced and couldn't fight back. To avoid misunderstanding, she had to explain. It has nothing to do with him. On the way back, I was ambushed by Heijian's men. Although I managed to shake them off, I couldn't bring back the car and supplies. The two girls' faces filled with indignation. Heijian, it's that guy again. The brown-haired girl felt an urge to fight someone. If Sister Yu hadn't saved his life, he would have been devoured by zombies long ago. That ungrateful bastard, he'd better not let me see him, or I'll turn his head into tofu. But the purple-haired girl pointed at the two strangers. Sister Yue, what about them? Gu Yu then introduced them. These two are the new chefs I hired. Lately, you've all been wronged by eating biscuits every day. Today, let's have a better meal, something hot. Mentioning food, she clapped her hands in anticipation. I remember we caught a wild boar before, but since the last chef died, no one knew how to cook it, so it's been in storage. Where's Lao Liu? Tell him to bring that meat out. Gu Yu waved at Gao Xiaoliang. Whip up a few tasty dishes. It'll also be a test of your skills. He glanced away. I haven't even had a sip of water and you're already putting me to work? Your heart is really black. The purple-haired girl hesitantly announced, About that. The brown-haired girl timidly continued, Lao Liu was called away by Brother Cheng. Gu Yu was suddenly surprised. Gu Cheng. The scene changes to the base's warehouse. A piece of meat is thrown mercilessly to the ground by Hong Hong. Mercilessly. She feigned horror. What is this? It's dirty and has a weird smell. I'm not eating it. Gu Cheng showed his concern, consoling her. Hong Hong, don't be angry. Don't worry, how could I let you eat this? Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei pointed at Old Man Liu and yelled aggressively, Lao Liu, are you deaf? Brother Cheng said to get the most nutritious food, and you bring this garbage out for us. Lao Liu tried to explain. This isn't garbage. It's wild boar meat, very high in nutritional content. Gu Cheng aggressively cut in, Stop trying to fool me. This thing is a black lump. What's so nutritious about it? Gu Cheng quickly turned and ran into the warehouse. You don't understand human language, do you? Fine, I'll find it myself. Lao Liu tried to stop him. Mr. Gu, don't make things difficult for me. The warehouse is a critical area of the base. Unless I have an order from Miss Gu, no one else can just enter. He quickly grabbed the corner of his jacket. Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei, seeing this, rushed forward and raised their voices in protest. Brother Cheng is Sister Yue's biological brother. How can he be considered an outsider? They tried to pry Lao Liu's hand off. Besides, you're just a keykeeper. Don't act like you have any real authority. Gu Cheng arrogantly threatened. That's right, my word is my sister's word. Now let me in, or I'll make you regret it. Gu Yu's voice suddenly rang out. Gu Cheng, what are you doing? The three girls walked over with unpleasant expressions. He was surprised and called out, Sis. Gu Cheng looked delighted. Sis, you're back. She questioned him with a stern face. You still haven't answered me. Aren't you guys supposed to be out looking for supplies right now? Why are you at the base and what are you doing in the warehouse? He scratched his face sheepishly, not daring to look Gu Yu in the eye. I ran into an unexpected situation, so I came back early. Suddenly, Gu Cheng accused Lao Liu. Sis, I told him to open the warehouse to get some food. And he brought out this garbage to trick me. He clearly doesn't respect you. Lao Liu hastily explained, Miss Gu, that's not it. It was Mr. Gu He. She raised her hand to stop him, signaling that he didn't need to say anymore. Gu Yu looked down at the pathetic piece of meat lying discarded on the ground. She ordered in a low voice, pick it up. He was bewildered and couldn't believe it. What? Gu Yu impatiently repeated herself. I told you to pick it up. She thought about her teammates who had to bring this wild boar back. 3 people were injured at the base. The most seriously injured one still can't get out of bed. The 4 of them, Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei, hung their heads as Gu Yu criticized them. Every grain of food, every drop of water in this base was found by people risking their lives. Who gave you permission to waste it like this? Gu Cheng also didn't dare to look up, his hands clenched as he endured the criticism. A curious Xiao Bai peeked her head out to watch Gao Xiaoliang's actions. At this moment he stood still with his arms crossed, but his eyes were secretly glancing over silently, admiring. When this woman gets serious, she has the authority of a leader, completely different from her naked appearance before. Looking at him, Gao Xiaoliang could only sigh. But her younger brother. The gap between these 2 siblings is just too big. At this moment, Hong Hong put on a pitiful expression. Sister Gu Yue, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Please don't blame Ah Cheng and the others. Only then did she notice her. Gu Cheng, seeing her on the verge of tears, became worried. Hong Hong! Gu Yu stared at her coldly. Who are you? Gu Yu turned around warily. Who are you? She hid behind Gu Cheng and cried for help. Ah Cheng! He spread his arms to shield her. Sis Hong Hong is timid. Don't scare her. She crossed her arms, her eyes wide with anger. Did I do anything to her? How could I have scared her? Gu Yue's words were filled with sarcasm. It seems she's the unexpected situation. That made you all come back early. Gu Cheng immediately defended her. Her name is Yin Hong. When we were out looking for supplies, we ran into her. He recounted her situation. At that time, she was hiding alone in a small empty supermarket. Outside was swarming with zombies. Gu Cheng looked at Hong Hong's weak, tearful appearance now. It was truly pitiful. When we rescued her, she hadn't eaten anything in days. It was really pitiful, so I brought her back. Gao Xiaoliang from a distance overheard this. She's been hungry for days. He felt a thrill of excitement. As the proverb says, when you're hungry, even bran tastes as sweet as honey. When you're full, even honey doesn't taste sweet. Getting a 5-star rating is practically a zero difficulty task. This kind of customer is my favorite. She strongly condemned him. Don't you know the rules of the base? How can you just bring someone with an unknown background back here? He got on his high horse and argued back. Hong Hong is not someone with an unknown background. Gu Cheng knew her background. Her father is the richest man in this city. Her mother is a famous pianist. She really is a pampered young lady. As if that wasn't enough, he brought up the past to compare. Sis, I know you have trauma because of what happened with He Jian, but Hong Hong is not like that. She's the purest and kindest girl I've ever met. I couldn't just leave her to die. Gu Yu snorted coldly. The purple-haired girl disagreed. Brother Cheng, how can you say that? Taking in He Jian before wasn't a separate decision. Sister Yu is just blaming that bastard for being too good at acting and deceiving everyone. The brown-haired girl crossed her arms and scoffed. Besides, He Jian is a bad person. But is she necessarily a good person? Innocence and kindness aren't written on her face, Chengnan retorted. Don't judge a gentleman by your own petty standards. He even criticized them. She's a rich young lady. Encountering something like this is already pitiful enough. Can't you have a little compassion? She loudly refuted, just because someone is rich, they're automatically a good person. Have you ever heard of being rich and cruel? She also pointed at them and accused, I think you guys are the ones who are mesmerized by her beauty and won't even listen to Sister Yue anymore. He widened his eyes in confusion, eavesdropping. What's this situation? Why are they arguing again? Thinking about it, Gao Xiaoliang became excited. But the more they argue, the hungrier they'll get, which means the mission is about to be completed. He and Xiaobai jumped up and down, cheering. Keep going, don't stop. Keep going, don't stop. Gu Sheng, burning with rage, roared, What's all the noise? Suddenly, he regained his composure. Who are these two? I've never seen them before. She patted her head. They're the new chefs I hired from outside. But Gu Cheng felt it was too unfair. You didn't let me bring Hong Hong, but you can just bring people back. Sis, how can you have such double standards? This time, he directed his anger towards Gao Xiaoliang. Besides, look at them. They don't look like proper chefs. They're probably troublemakers like He Jian. Gu Cheng defied her by ordering, Throw them out for me. Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei immediately stepped forward, shooing Gao Xiaoliang and Xiaobai away. Didn't you hear? Cheng Nan urged impatiently, Get the hell out. Suddenly, Xiaobai landed a punch on Cheng Bei's chin, causing his head to snap back. Then Cheng Nan was kicked in the stomach and fell flat on his face. She twisted one of his arms back, making Cheng Bei howl, My arm. And Xiaobai's foot stomped on Cheng Nan's hand, making Cheng Nan also yelp, It hurts. But Gao Xiaoliang reminded her, Xiaobai, if you don't let go, how can we do business with our customers? She immediately released them. Then he leaned in and whispered to Xiaobai, If you're going to hit them, hit their legs. If their arms are broken, how can they eat? She immediately nodded, indicating she understood. Gao Xiaoliang awkwardly clasped his hands. Sorry, my employee is a bit hot-headed. As an apology, when you two come to dine at our stall, you can get a free side dish. Please give us a good review. The man went ballistic. What? You hit me and still want a good review? Are you out of your mind? But Xiaobai suddenly noticed his actions. Gu Cheng and Reged pulled out a gun. You still dare to fight? You two are definitely not good people. Guya moved to stop him. Gu Cheng, stop! But he pulled the trigger so fast that a bullet had already been fired. It flew straight towards Gao Xiaoliang, sending him flying. Everyone here froze, unable to react. Gao Xiaoliang fell to the ground, motionless. It seems he had lost consciousness. Xiaobai was stunned by the sight. The image of Gao Xiaoliang seemingly dead filled her eyes. Provoked, she let out a furious roar. Then Xiaobai ran as fast as the wind. She swept her leg, kicking Gu Cheng's gun away. He was terrified. What the hell is this? Before he could think further, Gu Cheng was pummeled by Xiaobai. But before her ferocious assault, he fell to the ground and held up his hands in surrender. Stop! Stop, don't hit me anymore. Xiaobai let out a furious roar at this point. She lunged at Gu Cheng and frantically bit his arm. Gu Cheng screamed in agony. He looked at his teammates and yelled, Are you guys blind? Can't you see I'm being beaten? Quick, shoot her and knock her. Out. The purple-haired and brown-haired girls just watched without responding to Gu Cheng's words. Hong Hong ran over and pleaded for help. "You two please help him." Chengbei turned and refused. No way. That girl is a really good fighter. We're no match for her." Chengnan did the same. "My hands are already broken." She glared at them and said, "You're all useless." Xiaobai was still going at it, as if she wanted to bite off Gu Cheng's arm. He fell to the ground and looked at Gu Yue, crying out pitifully. "Sis, save me! This crazy woman is trying to bite me to death." But as she walked away, he kept crying out, Sis, don't go." Gu Yue walked over to where Gao Xiaoliang was lying on the ground. She looked at him speechless, but Gao Xiaoliang lay motionless, his eyes still open. Gu Yue reached out and gently closed his eyes. She felt a pang of regret and said, "I'm sorry. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have brought you back. I never thought I'd get you killed." His eyes were closed. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang's eyes flew open and he woke up. He suddenly sat up, knelt down, and put his hands out in front of him. Gu Yue jumped back and screamed, "Oh my God!" Gao Xiaoliang stood up and stretched calmly, leaving everyone around him stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Xiaobai quickly let go of Gu Cheng, turned to look at her boss and beamed. She ran quickly towards Gao Xiaoliang and hugged him tightly. He stroked her hair and said, "Silly girl, don't worry. Do you think your boss would die that easily?" Gao Xiaoliang glared at Gu Cheng, who was lying on the ground, making him tremble with fear. "No, this can't be. How could you not be dead?" He grabbed him by the collar. He raised his hand and shouted, "You shot me without saying a word." Then Gao Xiaoliang landed a heavy punch on Gu Cheng's face. If I hadn't reacted quickly, this handsome face would have been ruined. A minute ago, he deliberately pointed his gun and shot straight at him. Gao Xiaoliang immediately notified the system Lao use the disguise skill card. Immediately, the system emitted a super-fast speed-enhancing ability. Right before Gao Xiaoliang's eyes, the bullet flew at a super-slow speed. Even the naked eye could see and dodge it. The bullet flew straight into his forehead. Gao Xiaoliang leaned back, dodging the bullet's path, and thought to himself, "So this is what super speed enhancement feels like. Everything around me has slowed down to the same pace. Everything is crystal clear." He saw Gu Yue trying to run over to stop Gu Cheng from attacking. He could clearly predict the next move of every person. It's like an Olympic champion racing against an old man. Gao Xiaoliang leaned way back with a gleeful look on his face. Flexing really feels good. The system appeared and said, "Flex skill card usage complete. Time used. 3:38 seconds. Time remaining 2 minutes 56.62 seconds. He glanced at it and thought to himself, "It even calculates the decimals. How stingy." Back to reality. Gu Yue asked, "Are you really okay?" Gao Xiaoliang crossed his arms, looked at her, and replied, "Physically, I'm fine. But my spirit has been deeply wounded. I haven't even gotten my paycheck. And I've already taken a bullet. Looks like I'll have to reconsider whether I should stay or not." But Gu Cheng seemed unwilling to give up. "Sis, you can't let them stay." He grabbed her hand and pointed towards him and Xiaobai, saying, "Can't you see? There's something seriously wrong with these two." He calmly listened to him ramble on. "That shot just now, I clearly hit him. How could there be nothing wrong at all?" But Xiaobai was baring her teeth and staring at Gu Cheng. "And this woman, too. She gives off a weird vibe all over." He recounted the moment Xiaobai attacked. Her face was deathly pale. She didn't say a word, and she even bit someone. The two of them are definitely not normal people. Gu Yue turned to look at Cao Xiaoliang and said, "Could it be?" He felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no. The purple-haired girl spoke up. "You two are—" Cao Xiaoliang was sweating nervously. "They're not going to find out that Xiaobai is Gu Yue said, "an ability user." Everyone around was surprised. Cao Xiaoliang was panicking in his head. "Zombie!" He was dumbfounded. "Huh." The purple-haired girl ran up to Cao Xiaoliang with an admiring look. "You're definitely an ability user, right? Otherwise, how could you get shot and be completely unharmed?" But the brown-haired girl looked at the still-dazed Gu Yue and said, "This is great, Sister Yue. Our base has an ability user now." She walked over and patted his shoulder, saying, "I didn't realize you were hiding it so well." Cao Xiaoliang wiped his sweat as if he had just survived a disaster. He thought to himself, "Phew, I thought we were exposed." Luckily, these people are also smart. The purple-haired girl asked repeatedly, "Right, what's your ability, fire type, water type?" The brown-haired girl was also curious. "You can dodge bullets. Could it be a metal type?" Cao Xiaoliang hesitated and answered, "About that." Gu Yue spoke up. "It's okay if you don't want to say. After all, we have a long time ahead of us. We'll find out eventually." Hong Hong watched everything from a distance, calculating in her head. But Gu Cheng still seemed to not accept it. "He's an ability user. How is that possible?" He pointed at Cao Xiaoliang and shouted, "Isn't he a chef? Have you ever met an ability user who works as a chef?" He then nonchalantly boasted, "Becoming one of the chosen is my destiny." "But is it not possible that I was born with a love for cooking?" Gu Cheng was annoyed but didn't know how to argue back. Chengbei turned and said, "I told you. How could a normal girl fight like that? Cheng Nan scratched his head and replied, that's true. Adding Brother Chung, our base now has 3 ability users. Cao Xiaoliang asked Gu Chung, you're an ability user too. He then ran around him wondering, what kind of useless ability is that getting beaten up by Xiao Bai like this? He shouted, none of your business. Gu Yu explained Gu Chung is a potential ability user, but he hasn't awakened yet. Cao Xiaoliang was surprised. Huh? She continued, before an ability user awakens, there are always signs, like a high fever, hallucinations, or a special mark appearing on the body. People like that are considered potential ability users. Gu Chung then turned to Hong Hong and said, Hong Hong, don't worry. Lately I've been getting fevers more and more often. I believe I'll awaken very soon. He glanced at Cao Xiaoliang and Xiao Bai. By then, let's see how those who don't even dare to say what their ability is can still act so arrogant. And she replied cheerfully, Brother Cheng, I've always believed you're the strongest. But Xiao Bai seemed unwilling to let him off the hook yet. Gu Cheng trembled and told her, don't you come over here. Gu Yu said, all right, let's stop here for today. She looked at the scared Hong Hong and said, you can stay. But our base is very fair. No matter who it is, you have to work to eat. Yes, Gu Yu warned her. Also, the things in the warehouse are common property and cannot be taken without permission. If anyone doesn't follow the rules, they should leave immediately. Got it. Hong Hong hid behind Gu Chung and grabbed his sleeve as she replied, understood. He immediately defended her. Sis, I was the one who wanted to take the food. It has nothing to do with Hong Hong, don't target her. Gu Yu glanced at Gu Chung, her eyes looking like she was ready to punch him, which made him shut up. She raised her hand and said, Lao Liu, see what ingredients are left in the warehouse. Then go to the field and pick some fresh vegetables. To welcome the new members. We'll have an extra dish today. He replied, okay. Gu Yu walked over and patted his shoulder. Behave yourself. I brought you back, don't embarrass me. He looked at her and thought, what kind of welcome is this? This is just forcing me to cook. Gu Chung seemed to be plotting something. He turned around with a remorseful look. Sis, it was my fault earlier. I caused trouble for Lao Liu. How about I prepare the food? At the cafeteria, people were talking about the new members who joined today. A man with a goatee said, I heard there's a new chef in the base. And an ability user, too. The short-haired woman said, aren't ability users all high and mighty? If they go to any base, wouldn't they be worshipped like gods? Why would they cook for themselves? The auntie next to her added, that proves this person is very approachable. He must be a good person. A young man in a tank top said, since the last chef died, I'm so sick of eating crackers. We finally get to eat a proper meal. The red-haired girl said excitedly, a meal made by an ability user must be extraordinary. I'm really looking forward to it. In the kitchen, the ingredients were laid out on the table. Wilted vegetable leaves, rotten eggs, sprouted potatoes. Cao Xiaoliang looked at the pile of food helpless. She told him to make 8 dishes and 3 soups with just this. Gu Yu asked Gu Chung what happened. He replied with a dejected look, there's nothing I can do. It rained a few days ago, and the vegetables in the field were all flooded. There's only rice and flour left in the warehouse. I had a hard time finding even these eggs. Cheng Bei added, also the spices in the kitchen are all gone. Chung Nan wasn't to be outdone. Originally, Sister Yue went out this time to find salt, but she came back empty-handed, Gu Chung said excitedly. But the simpler the ingredients, the more it tests a chef's skills. I believe you can definitely turn something ordinary into a masterpiece and make a dish that makes people drool right. Cao Xiaoliang gave a thumbs up and replied, well, I really appreciate your trust. He thought dejectedly, no wonder this kid's attitude changed so drastically. Turns out he wanted to put me in my place. He stood up and joked, so what? I've got a system. What ingredient can't I get? You think you can get one over on me? Cao Xiaoliang immediately called for the system. The system reminded him, the spatial system can only be used within the item. It cannot be taken out of the food cart. He heard this and was once again helpless. There's that rule too. Cheng Bei said behind Gu Chung, don't worry, Brother Cheng. I've hidden all the ingredients in the base. Let's see what kind of dish he can make with that garbage. Cheng Nan said cheerfully, thanks to my promotion outside. Those guys are really looking forward to it. He added with amusement, if he can't make anything decent later, not only him, even Sister Yue will lose all face. Gu Chung replied, well done. Hong Hong tried to intervene. Brother Cheng, Gu Yu is your biological sister after all. Aren't we going a bit too far? Cheng Nan immediately retorted, they targeted you like that just now. And you're still worried about her. Cheng Bei said, Hong Hong, you're too kind. Gu Cheng turned to her and said, those two are not good people. Only by kicking them out will the base be truly safe. She nodded obediently. He thought to himself, this base only needs one ability user. I will absolutely not let this kind of person threaten my position. After waiting for a long time for food, the guy in the tank top asked, why haven't they served the food yet? The red-haired girl lay on the table and whined, How much longer do we have to wait? My stomach is about to cave in. The purple-haired and brown-haired guys opened the kitchen door urgently. Sister Yue, what's going on? Everyone's getting impatient. Cao Xiaoliang scratched his head and said, the eggs are all spoiled, and the vegetables are rotten. They're basically unusable. Only the rice is still intact. He looked at Gu Yue and proposed a solution. If there's really no other way, we can only make porridge. Gu Cheng overheard and a sly look crossed his face. Oh, making porridge. He then threw open the kitchen door and shouted, everyone calm down. The chef said he's making plain porridge for the whole group today. Everyone was surprised and asked what? People started murmuring. Didn't they say 8 dishes and 3 soups? With meat. Why is it plain porridge? Didn't they say 8 dishes and 3 soups with meat? Why is it plain porridge? If I had known it was just plain porridge, I would have rather eaten instant noodles. Cheng Bei took the opportunity to say he's an ability user that Sister Yue went through so much trouble to invite back. Of course, he has to keep the good stuff for himself. Chung Nan wasn't to be outdone and added, having plain porridge is good enough. If you guys keep complaining, be careful or he'll get mad and leave for another base. Hearing this, everyone immediately started complaining. I told you, why would an ability user work as a chef? Turns out it's to eat alone. Our base is also equal. On what grounds does he get special privileges? And even skimp on everyone's food? We don't dare to keep this kind of person. It's best to let him go elsewhere. Cao Xiaoliang just remained silent, but Xiaobai was furious. He glanced over and thought, this kid is really good at stirring up trouble. Gu Cheng glanced smugly at Cao Xiaoliang. He just got here and he's already causing a commotion. Let's see how you're going to stay this time. When Gu Yue spoke up, everyone listened to me. She continued, today's situation is my responsibility. I ran into trouble on the road, so I couldn't bring back new ingredients, which made it difficult for Chef Cao to cook a lavish meal. Everyone fell silent and listened to Gu Yue's words. I promise everyone that I will find enough cooking ingredients soon. I will definitely not disappoint everyone next time. The auntie walked over, took her hand, and said, Yue, how can we blame you for this? Finding supplies is already difficult. Just coming back safely is the most important thing. A young man also agreed. Without Sister Yue, our base wouldn't be here today. Anyone who has an opinion is just an ungrateful wretch. Another young man also said, it's better than those who are struggling to survive outside. If we could drink plain porridge every day, who knows how fortunate that would be? What else is there for us to be dissatisfied about? Gu Yu continued. Thank you for understanding. Hong Hong, as if adding fuel to the fire, said to Gu Cheng. As soon as Sister Gu Yue spoke, the whole group's attitude changed immediately. It seems she has a very high status in everyone's hearts. He heard this and was furious. She actually took the blame for him. Damn it! She glanced at Gu Cheng with a scheming look. Hong Hong smirked. The auntie looked into the kitchen and said, you must be Chef Chow. Right, this old lady's teeth aren't strong anymore, so I love drinking plain porridge. The guy in the tank top shouted from inside. Everyone was just being ignorant earlier. Don't take the harsh words they said to heart. The red-haired girl raised her hand and said, I just happen to have a few packets of pickled vegetables at home. I'll bring them out for everyone to eat with the porridge. Cao Xiaoliang rubbed his chin and thought, this woman is still so young, and she's already so well-liked by so many people. She'll probably become a formidable figure in the future. He then wondered, with the scale of this base and her leadership, it should have developed very well. But why in my previous life do I have no impression of this person at all? But the brown-haired girl then reported, today's incident is not Chef Chow's fault at all, and it's certainly not Sister Yue's fault. If it weren't for the pork in the warehouse being ruined by someone, we wouldn't be in a situation where we can only drink plain porridge. Everyone shouted angrily, what are you talking about, that wild boar? That's something everyone worked so hard to catch. Who did this? The purple-haired girl pointed at Hong Hong. Then you'll have to ask this young lady. She said the pork was dirty and wouldn't eat it, so she threw it away. Hong Hong stared at her. The short-haired woman spoke up. Aren't you the girl that Gu Cheng brought back? The red-haired girl was angry. She asked why she would waste our food. Gu Cheng immediately ran to shield her. Hong Hong didn't mean it. She's eaten delicacies since she was a child. She's never seen things like this before. It's normal for her not to be used to it. Cheng Bei and Cheng Nan defended her. That's right, you women. Don't be so petty. The brown-haired girl replied, fine, we're petty. You're generous. According to the rules, wasting food means a corresponding deduction. Since you're also generous, just deduct it from your rations. The two guys were flustered and couldn't argue back. Hong Hong said while crying. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to waste food. I just didn't want to harm everyone. Gu Yu asked her what she meant. Two men carried out the crate of meat. When they opened the lid, everyone exclaimed, it's the wild boar meat. Gu Yu asked Gu Cheng, didn't you say this meat was already thrown away? He didn't know what was going on either and whispered to her, Hong Hong, what is this? The purple-haired girl said, "Oh, so the one who wanted to eat alone was someone else." The brown-haired girl continued, "On the outside, she pretends to be a noble lady, but behind everyone's back, she steals. Some people really want to be respectable, but won't stop at anything." Gu Chung heard this and scolded her, "Stop talking nonsense. Weren't you all just regretting this pile of meat, now that it's been found? Isn't it fine to just give it back to you?" Hong Hong pretended to be pale and shouted, "No, this meat is infected with a virus." Everyone was startled. "What?" Gu Yu heard it like a clap of thunder. "A virus!" Everyone clamored, asking, "Are you talking about the zombie virus?" She remained silent. Then she covered her nose with her hand. "This meat is dark black, and it also has a very strange smell. I'm very familiar with this smell. It's the stench of a zombie." In front of the large fish tank placed in the middle of the floor, Gu Chung looked surprised at Hong Hong, who was covering her nose. "The color of these pieces of meat has turned black, and it also has a strange smell. I'm very familiar with this smell. It's the stench of a zombie." But Hong Hong's eyes were filled with fear. "I was just afraid someone would eat it by mistake, so I told Chung Nan and Chung Bei to collect it. I was going to find a place to burn it." But indeed, the pieces of meat had taken on a strange color. It's true, looking at this color, it's definitely not fresh meat. Everyone was stunned. But that doesn't prove this is a virus. Zombie or not, could it have spoiled from improper storage? Lao Liu immediately denied it. "It's not my fault. When the chef gave me the meat, it was already like this." But Hong Hong's face was still worried. She looked down at the rotten meat. If it was due to improper storage, it should be covered in mold. But the surface of these pieces of meat is smooth and dry. There's no sign of rot. Kai brought it up to smell it. "This skin is wrinkled. It looks a lot like zombie skin." Lao Men standing next to him also gave his opinion. Could that wild boar have been a mutated creature? Yayang and Muqian grew even more worried. Luckily, Hong Hong discovered it in time. If we had actually cooked this for everyone today, the whole base would have been infected. She really is our great benefactor. But in the face of everyone's praise, Hong Hong just blushed shyly. "This is really scary, really dangerous. This girl, we really have to thank her." "No need to thank me. It's good that everyone is safe." Gu Chung spoke up. "All right, now that the truth is out," he said to Gu Yue, "Sis, I think you owe Hong Hong and everyone an apology." Gu Yu snapped back, "An apology." She continued, "Are you saying that because I didn't check carefully, I brought the virus back here?" Gu Chung also crossed his arms and said loudly, "Isn't that the case?" He couldn't stand it and had to explain it to Gu Yue. "I understand that you like to be recognized, and you like the feeling of being admired, but you can't just to show off and risk everyone's lives." Seeing this, Ruojiao behind Gu Yu immediately spoke up to defend her. "Brother Cheng, how can you say that?" Ruoji also vehemently objected. "Sister Yue is not that kind of person," Gu Yu said unhappily. "Gu Chung, you're my little brother. You know what kind of person I am better than anyone. Do you really think I would do something like that?" After hearing that, Gu Chung fell silent and lowered his head, perhaps having realized something. Hong Hong touched him to comfort him. "Brother Cheng, forget it. I don't think Sister Gu Yu meant it either. Finding food is already so hard it's understandable to be careless sometimes." Gu Chung immediately replied to Hong Hong, "It's because you're too generous, that you're always being bullied by others." Ruojiao and Ruoji immediately became indignant. What does this person mean? For her to say that, isn't that indirectly admitting it on behalf of Sister Yue? Gu Yu remained silent in the face of the overwhelming chatter. Ruokao worried, "Oh no. It seems like everyone is starting to believe their words." Old Man Jin on the other side spoke up. "Luckily no one has eaten that meat yet. It's good that we found out in time." Next to him, Old Lady Men gave them an order. "Before the virus has a chance to spread, destroy it quickly." Cao Xiaoliang closed his eyes. He bent down and sniffed the pieces of meat in the crate. Old Man Men, who was about to speak, suddenly shouted, "What are you doing?" Everyone was stunned when Xiaoliang picked up a piece of rotten meat. He looked extremely pleased. "Put it down quickly. That's virus-infected meat." Xiaoliang tore off a small piece of meat and put it right in his mouth and chewed. He even praised it with a click of his tongue. "This is the flavor." Seeing this horrifying scene, everyone was scared out of their wits. Xiaoliang sat down holding the piece of meat and said calmly, "Isn't the food right here?" Shoubai behind him looked at him with wide eyes as he ordered, "Xiaobai, take that meat over there." The girl then lifted the heavy wooden crate with both hands and waddled away carrying the meat with her. A moment later on the stove, the wok was being heated by the blazing fire. Looking at the smoking wok, Xiaoliang said with satisfaction, "Good thing I steamed the rice earlier. The timing is perfect." He twirled the knife in his hand. Xiaoliang carefully sliced the rotten meat on the cutting board. The sliced rotten meat was added to the hot rice. The people outside were protesting loudly, while Xiaoliang remained indifferent. This guy is definitely not a good person. What are you relieved about? He clearly knows this meat is infected. and he still wants to feed it to everyone. Is he trying to kill us? On the other side of the door, Old Man Jin, Old Man Men, and Keyi stared blankly at Chef Chao Xiaoliang. You're not kidding, are you? I don't want to turn into a zombie. Xiaoliang smiled cheerfully. He didn't look the least bit worried. Who says you can't eat the meat of a mutated creature? As long as it's handled properly and the infected parts are removed, not only is it edible, but it's also a rare delicacy. Looking back at the strange pile of meat, Xiaoliang answered seriously. Besides, this meat isn't mutated pork at all. After hearing that, everyone was surprised. It's not. Sister Gu Yui also spoke up. Are you sure? Xiaoliang tilted his chin up and replied, of course. Hong Hong behind them was still worried. Chef Tao Xiaoliang, you want to protect Sister Gu Yue? But you can't gamble with everyone's lives. Yang and Mu Qian outside were too loud. Everyone don't believe his words. If it's not mutated pork, then why did this meat turn black? And it smells so bad it's clearly infected with a virus, Xiaoliang replied calmly. You're really ignorant. This is air-dried cured meat. Keyi and Lao Manzhong were puzzled. Air-dried cured meat. Xiaoliang turned to Gu Yue and said, if I'm not mistaken, the previous chef was a man, right? She asked back, how did you know? Ruo Jiao immediately spoke up. That's right, that chef. He had a southern accent. Lao Men and Keyi were still peeking from outside the door. He told me he was from Guizhou. He came here to work. Cao Xiaoliang held the slab of meat in his hand. Take a closer look. This type of air-dried cured meat is a specialty of the Guizhou region in the south. He explained the process of making air-dried cured meat in Guizhou. The air there is humid and food doesn't keep well. To preserve meat, the locals will cut large pieces of meat into smaller ones, rub salt, soy sauce and sugar on them, then leave them in a cool place to dry. The pieces of meat change color over the kitchen stove until the outside turns black. This method can keep it fresh and prevent moisture. Even if it's left for several months, it won't rot. Finally, Cao Xiaoliang confidently held up the slab of dried meat. As for the bad smell, it's because after air drying, a protective film forms on the outside. It might smell unpleasant, but once it's heated, it creates a magical effect, restoring the unique flavor of the preserved meat. He reached out to open the pot lid. He said, since the meat itself is already marinated, the cooking method is very simple. Inside the rice cooker, fragrant pieces of meat were neatly arranged. Just use the steam rising from the rice to cook it, and let the fat and flavor of the meat seep into the rice. Then Xiaoliang enthusiastically sprinkled spices on it. Before taking it off the heat, add some scallions. Evenly cut slices of scallions fell down. Finally, the iron pot rice was neatly arranged on a plate. Everyone was stunned when they saw it. The meat turned reddish pink. It looked so appetizing. It smells so good. Wu Cheng, seeing the situation, panicked and called out, everyone don't listen to him. So what if that chef was from the south? He's already dead. Who can prove that this stuff is bacon? Yin Hong, standing nearby, had a sad face. Sister Gu Yue, we've already forgiven you. Why do you still have to ask Chef Cao to make up such a lie? Are you just making things worse? Xiaoliang walked out with a plate of rice, whether it's bacon or virus-infected meat. Then he shoved a spoonful of rice straight into Yin Hong's mouth. Take a bite and you'll know, won't you? Force-fed unexpectedly, she choked and couldn't stop coughing. Gu Cheng, standing next to her, worried, Hong Hong. Then Gu Yue suddenly froze. The younger and older sisters had the same expression. Chung Nan and Chung Bei were just as surprised. Yin Hong, after eating, placed her hand on her chest. Her cheeks flushed and moaned. Then Xiaoliang winked confidently. Guests can't waste food, you know. Suddenly, Xiaobai flew over and held out her hand in front of Yin Hong. She also quickly and forcefully squeezed her cheeks. Xiaobai held the squeezing posture. Yin Hong trembled under the pressure. Finally, Yin Hong bit down on the piece of meat. Tasting the flavor, her eyes widened in amazement. The delicious pieces of meat blended with each grain of fluffy rice. The meat was firm and chewy. You could clearly feel each fiber of the meat. A coarse tongue rubbed against the tender meat in her mouth. The feeling of pain mixed with a wonderful sensation. The soft rice grains soaked up all the meat juices like a lubricant that was constantly flowing. Friction, collision, impact in her mouth. Then, Yin Hong imagined herself riding on a wild boar, as if she were running through a primeval forest. The wild boar roared. Yin Hong endured it, clinging tightly to the boar. It was truly... Finally, she threw her head back with a look of satisfaction. So wild! After a moment of reliving the experience, Yin Hong collapsed to the ground. Her mouth was open, panting non-stop. Gu Cheng, who was nearby, went over and asked, Hong Hong, are you okay? Chung Nan and Chung Bei came over to check on her. Is it really uncomfortable? I have to calm down. Yin Hong hadn't escaped her feeling of shock. Gritting her teeth, she thought, this meat, this damn taste. Xiaoliang stood with his arms crossed, looking confident. The people around looked at each other and whispered. Her complexion is even better than before. Except for her face being a little red, she seems fine. Not a sign of turning into a zombie. Musihe came over to explain to Gu Yue. Ah Yue, this old lady was confused just now. I almost thought this meat was really tainted. Please don't hold it against me. She didn't hold a grudge, smiled lightly, and replied, Grandma, don't say that. It's good that the misunderstanding has been cleared up. But Xiaoli and Junwei criticized the others. I told you Sister Yue wouldn't bring back anything problematic. My brother got hurt when he caught the pig. If there really was a virus, it would have taken effect long ago. A man nearby said, If it's fine, then everyone can eat now, right? Xiaoliang winked in agreement. Of course. If you like it, don't forget to give me a 5-star rating. And just like that, everyone rushed forward to grab a plate of food. Erga took the first bite. Then his eyes rolled back as he shouted, So delicious! Just one bite and the rich flavor fills your mouth. It's the taste of a grand feast. 2 others also said loudly while eating, The rice is soft and delicious too. Mixed with the sauce, it's perfect. It's unbelievably good. Every bite is pure satisfaction. Chengnan cleaned his plate, crying tears of joy. As expected, people need to eat meat. Damei walked over to Gu Yue with her plate. She glanced at Yin Hong with contempt. Some high and mighty young lady? Can't even recognize smoked meat. Is your dad a fake tycoon or something? Hearing that, everyone joined in the criticism. Acting all high and mighty when she knows nothing. So young yet spouting such nonsense? If it weren't for Chef Gao, Sister Yue would have been wrongly accused this time. Xiaomei turned her head and spoke up. You're the ones who should be apologizing. Seeing this, everyone lowered their heads in remorse. A chorus of apologies rang out. Yin Hong's eyes widened as she stared straight ahead. Around Gu Yue and Xiaoliang, there were a flurry of apologies and many pointed glares. Yin Hong cried with a wronged voice. You all... Then she ran out the door shouting, This is outrageous! Yin Hong suddenly rushed out, crying loudly. Gu Cheng shouted, Hong Hong. He pointed forward, growling, You definitely did something to the meat. Xiaoliang said honestly, I'm a chef. I'm not responsible for taking the blame for others. Gu Cheng stubbornly challenged, Cut the crap. I'll fight you one-on-one. No one is allowed to help, especially you. Xiao Bai was stunned. Huh. He suddenly thought, one-on-one, what a joke. He's obviously scared of Xiao Bai and just wants to bully someone weaker. What a coward. The system suddenly announced, Congratulations, host, for obtaining a rare ingredient. Reward new skill culinary massage. Xiaoliang smiled brightly. There's more good news. He wondered, but what is culinary massage? Suddenly, hands reached out and grabbed Xiaoliang's arms tightly. 2 muscular guys threatened him. What ability user? You just look like you're trying to act tough. If you were really a good fighter, why would you hide behind a woman? Without her help, let's see what you've got. Brother Cheng beat him up. Xiaoliang was furious. Damn it! He said no one could help, but this guy has no integrity at all. Gu Cheng charged forward, recklessly shouting, Who needs integrity when dealing with a fraud like you? He held a sharp knife and charged straight, forward with eyes full of rage. The knife was right in front of Xiaoliang. Gu Yu suddenly appeared, blocking him. Gu Cheng, stop! Xiaomei, seeing this, also shouted, Chef Gao, be careful. But Xiao Bai couldn't just stand by and watch. She got into a counterattack stance. Xiaoliang still smiled brightly and told Xiao Bai, Don't interfere. She was completely surprised by his words. Xiaoling calmly observed everything. If you're looking for death, then don't blame me for being impolite. Just the right time to test out my new skill. He took a running start, jumped high, and did a flip in the air. Xiaoliang swung his leg out using the culinary massage skill. A powerful kick landed straight on Gu Cheng's chest. His nimble feet attacked his thigh. Then another kick landed right on Gu Cheng's chest. A fierce counterattack sent him stumbling backwards. Xiaoliang's move was so stylish that it sent Gu Cheng flying far away. He immediately scowled in anger, cursing, You piece of crap, how dare you! Suddenly, Gu Cheng looked down and was extremely surprised. What's going on? His legs buckled and he mumbled, trembling, My body won't listen to me. Gu Cheng's whole body was shaking uncontrollably. His arms and legs were out of control. He lay motionless on the floor, begging for help. Sister, help me! Gu Yu rushed over to Gu Cheng. Are you okay? Why were you so reckless? Gu Cheng spoke. Sister, I can't feel my whole body. Am I going to die? She gently comforted him. You're not going to die. You just have a severe muscle shock causing temporary paralysis. You'll probably recover in a little while. Xiaoliang stood quietly for a moment, realizing something. I get it now. When preparing meat, chefs often use a mallet to break down the sinews and muscle fibers. This makes the meat more tender and easier to marinate. It's also known as massaging. He had unintentionally understood the principle of the move. He thought to himself, so that's what culinary massage means. The remaining guys turned pale and started chattering. Is this guy really that strong? He's even scarier than that other one. Xiaoliang immediately became smug and threatened them. Next, it's your turn. Those cowards turned tail and ran, shouting, We were wrong. Please spare us, Gu Yu expressed. Today was Gu Cheng's fault. I apologize on his behalf. For my sake, can you let it go? Xiaoliang was pleased to hear that. Whatever, as long as he doesn't cause any more trouble. So Gu Cheng had to be taken back on a different mode of transport, a stretcher. He still couldn't let go of his anger, thinking, that guy named Gao, you just wait. Gu Cheng still harbored those competitive thoughts. I will definitely not let you off. But after the brawl, Xiaoliang had to get back to his job as a chef. He was excitedly reading the good reviews from customers. The system showed this green bar was about halfway full. Xiaoliang excitedly thought to himself, this is great. One meal can get 30 good reviews. If this keeps up, I'll probably finish the mission soon. But his joy lasted only a few seconds. The green bar on the system plummeted. He panicked, thinking, what's going on? Why did the progress bar suddenly shrink? Ergo comforted. Host, don't worry, let me check. Found it, a 0-point review. According to the system rules, if the host receives a bad review, it will have the number of good reviews. If you accumulate 3 bad reviews in one day, the system will issue a penalty. The score will be reset to 0. Xiaoliang was furious after hearing the rule. What? He thought, what a cruel rule. Does this mean if someone intentionally gives a bad review, I'll never be able to complete the mission? Xiaoliang felt like everything was falling into a black hole. He shouted, who the hell is it? At that moment, in a room that was still lit, a pen circled Xiaoliang's image on a screen, with a voice saying, bad review, bad review. The room was filled with angry words. Bad review. Yin Hong muttered to herself, I, this young lady at my age, am the only one who gets to play with men. No one has ever dared to play me before. She sighed, that taste. Just thinking about it now makes my body tremble and go weak. Yin Hong threw the pen on the ground, shouting, so disgusting! Suddenly someone appeared at the door with a voice. Master? The calls echoed chillingly. Master! Those strange men kept saying, I like Master. I want to be loved. She frowned and turned completely stunned. Yin Hong bit her lip and said, I, your master, only like obedient dogs. Only those who work obediently can receive my affection. After speaking, she used her bewitching charm with sparkling eyes. Beams of light immediately shot out, mesmerizing the men, making the two fall deeper under her spell. This amused Yin Hong. She smiled slyly. Yin Hong slowly took off her shoe and lifted her foot. The men immediately licked her foot clean. Yin Hong said with a cold expression, men are nothing but animals, with their brains in their lower bodies. That Gao Xiaoliang is no exception. Daring to ruin my plans, I'll make him pay a heavy price. However, Xiaoliang's life continued peacefully. He sat calmly fishing. He leisurely waited for the fish to take the bait. Finally, his patience paid off. Got one? A huge fish was caught with just a small piece of bait. Xiaoliang was overjoyed. Such a big fish. Should I grill it or steam it? But it seemed luck wasn't truly on his side. The fish's body suddenly underwent some kind of evolution. Xiaoliang was terrified. It's a mutant fish! The fish immediately opened its large mouth and charged. He said, stunned, this wretched apocalypse won't even let people live. Mutate all you want. But why cross species? Xiaoliang quickly ran far away to a hiding spot. He tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. He was utterly confused. Why won't it open? Xiaoliang banged on the door, shouting, Xiaobai, open up! At the same time, the system announced, host has received 3 bad reviews. Score reset to 0. Host status revoked. Penalty deletion. The system displayed, host has received 3 bad reviews. Accumulation points wiped. Host status revoked. Penalty is deletion. After reading the notification, Xiaoliang's face went dark, his jaw dropped in shock. He stood outside looking up at a bright spot above. He pointed and shouted, traitor! You have no integrity. Then a fish suddenly charged toward Xiaoliang. He couldn't react in time and cried out. Then it slapped him repeatedly in the face with its tail. Ah, oof, ugh! Xiaoliang was beaten black and blue, lying flat on the ground. Panting, he gasped, heavy. So heavy, can't breathe. Xiaoliang, sleeping in bed, woke up with a start. Ah! Xiaobai was lying on top of him. He sat up. It was a dream. I almost died of fright. Xiaoliang looked at the soundly sleeping Xiaobai. Grind, 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 grind. He angrily stood up and yelled at Xiaobai. Why are you up here again? Xiaobai sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Xiaoliang yelled, how many times have I told you? Your bed is downstairs. You even made me have that dream just now. One more time and I'm cutting off your snacks. Hearing the noise outside, Xiaoliang scratched his head. Who is it? It's so early, can't anyone sleep? He then opened the vehicle's awning and saw everyone outside preparing to go somewhere. Gu Cheng was standing by the open car door, doing a final check before setting off. Dame was packing things inside the car. As for Gu Yue, her eyes were sharp as she checked her gun. Xiaoliang looked at everyone confused and surprised. He quickly changed and went outside with Xiaobai. He waved to everyone. Good morning? Xiaomei raised her hand in response. Morning, Chef Gao. Dame also turned her head and asked, did you rest well last night? Gu Yu pointed at him and said, your dark circles are really obvious. Didn't sleep well last night. Xiaoliang tiredly muttered, nightmares all night. It'd be weird if I didn't have dark circles. He turned and asked the ladies, where are you all heading? Gu Yu replied. Yin Hong said that her father stored a lot of supplies at the foot of Wanda Mountain. There are necessities and even weapons. We're planning to drive there and get them, Yin Hong said demurely. These supplies in the apocalypse are more precious than life itself. Gu Chung turned back and said, Hong Hong, you're willing to share with everyone. You're truly a good person. She replied, from the beginning of the apocalypse, my father stockpiled supplies everywhere. Unfortunately, he never got to use them. Yesterday, because of my carelessness, the base almost lost an important food source. So I want to use this to make up for my mistake. Hearing this, Chung Bei and Chung Nan spoke up, Hong Hong, why would you say that? It clearly wasn't your fault. That's right. You didn't do it on purpose. Smoked meat isn't common in the north anyway. Other people didn't recognize it either. Xiao Mei was indignant. I feel sorry for her before she even cries. Xiao Mei also frowned. A leopard can't change its spots. Xiaoliang scratched his head, surprised. Wanda Mountain. As far as I know, that used to be a summer resort to serve tourists. There are many convenience stores at the foot of the mountain. Survivors must have looted them many times. If there were any supplies left, they would have been taken long ago. Chung Bei and Chung Nan protested. What do you mean you don't believe Hong Hong? Gu Cheng also leaned out of the car to protest. What did Hong Hong ever do to you? For you to treat her like this? Are you even a man? Xiaoliang sneered. Oh, so much energy. Looks like you've recovered quite well. Do you want me to help you stretch your muscles a little more? Gu Cheng was furious. Damn you. Seeing the tense situation, Yin Hong stepped out and said, Chef Gao, I know you have a misunderstanding with me. If you're not at ease, you can come with us. Xiaoliang pondered for a moment after hearing her words. He turned and said to Gu Yue, do you really believe her? She replied, how long can that smoked meat last? Right now in the base, people are starting to show symptoms of sodium deficiency. If we don't find seasoning to supplement, the adults might be able to handle it, but the elderly and children probably can't. So whether her words are true or not, as long as there's hope, I have to try. He was wide-eyed with surprise when he heard her say that. He thought, what a foolish woman. Xiaoliang stood opposite Gu Yu, serious. It's not mealtime yet anyway. I can go with you, but Yin Hong put on a fake smile. That's right, there are a lot of supplies there. One trip definitely won't be enough to carry it all. Chef Gao is a professional cook. If he comes along, he can choose better ingredients. Then she made a sinister face and thought to herself, such an idiot, so easy to trap. Xiao Mei said, Sister Yua, let us go with you too. Xiao Mei also said, tonight is a full moon. Zombies are most active during a full moon. It'll be safer with more people. Gu Yu replied, no need. I'll try to be back before dark. Remember to lock the main gate securely. Don't let anyone in until we're back. Xiao Mei and Da Mei said worriedly, but suddenly Xiaoliang placed a hand on Gu Yu's shoulder and said, don't worry. You just stay and take care of Grandma and everyone else. Leave your sister Yui's protection to me. With Xiaoliang saying that, Xiao Mei and Da Mei were satisfied. With the great Chef Gao here, we can rest assured. Oh, Gu Yu waved her hand. What are you talking about? Don't forget. Who was it that bowed their head and begged for forgiveness in front of me before? Xiaoliang replied calmly. I had no choice. At that time, if I had looked up, I would have seen something I shouldn't have. Xiao Mei and Da Mei were curious. Oh, what shouldn't you have seen? Xiaoliang said, it was immediately after Gu Yue panicked. She covered his mouth with her hand. Shut up, don't say it. Xiao Mei frowned. You two seem to have a secret, don't you? Da Mei said, oh, what is it? I'm really curious. Xiaoliang was grabbed by the collar and lifted into the air, dangling. He felt dizzy and cried out, stop shaking me, I'm gonna die. Beside them, Yin Hong crossed her arms with a sinister expression. Let's see how long you can be happy. Then everyone got in the cars ready to go. 2 cars drove along the mountainside road. Below, a horde of zombies was devouring human flesh. Xiaoliang sat in the car, thinking zombie activity follows a cyclical pattern. They become extremely agitated during a full moon. Today is the 15th. Sure enough, there are quite a few zombies around. It's strange Xiao Bai doesn't seem to be affected at all. Xiao Bai sat beside him, looking outside as if she saw something and cried out, ah! Xiaoliang was driving when something startled him. He slammed on the brakes. The sudden stop caused the wheels to skid for a long distance. Gu Yu called out, what happened? Why did you suddenly stop? Ahead? The road has been washed out by heavy rain and is impassable. He got out of the car and walked forward. The road is washed out. Looks like we have to leave the cars here. Yin Hong pointed towards the forest. From here, the destination isn't far. It's only a half-hour walk. Gu Yu turned back and ordered, grab your weapons. Remember, don't make a sound. Be careful not to attract the zombies' attention. In front of them was a dark, dense forest. Gu Yuk took the lead with her gun to scout for danger. Xiaoliang and Xiao Bai followed. Gu Cheng's and Yin Hong's faces were tense and defensive. Cheng Bei and Cheng Nan brought up the rear, also looking around, on high alert. A lone bee was buzzing in the air. Suddenly, it landed on Yin Hong's cheek. Seeing this, she screamed in terror, "Ah, ah!" Gu Yu angrily turned back and whispered, "What are you doing? Are you trying to attract the zombies?" Yin Hong held her head and shrieked, "Ah, an insect wants to bite me!" Gu Yu swatted the bee away, but Yin Hong just kept screaming. The bee hit unexpectedly tumbled down. Gu Yu said, "It's just a bee, what's there to be afraid of?" At this moment, the three Cheng Bei, Cheng Nan, and Gu Cheng were also staring blankly, their faces pale with fear. But Yin Hong went over and pressed herself into Gu Cheng's chest, sobbing, "I'm sorry, I was just so scared." Gu Cheng hugged her and spoke up for her, "Sister, don't blame Hong Hong. What girl isn't afraid?" Gu Yu retorted irritably, "I'm a woman too. Why aren't I afraid?" Cheng Bei said, "Sister Yua, you're different." Cheng Nan also chimed in, "You're more aggressive than a man." "Of course you're not afraid." Taking this opportunity, Gu Cheng badmouthed her. "You all don't know. My sister has been like a little boy since she was young, buzz-cut wearing shorts. Everyone thought she was a boy. One time she went to the bathroom, and the girls inside were scared to tears." Gu Yu was furious and red-faced from her brother badmouthing her in front of everyone. Everyone. Suddenly, Xiao Liang sprayed something towards them. Gu Cheng exclaimed, "That's a bit much." Yin Hong waved her hand and said, "What is that?" He said it was insect repellent. "There are a lot of mosquitoes on the mountain this season, so I brought a bottle." He then held the bottle, intending to spray it at Cheng Bei and Cheng Nan. Spraying this is very effective. Not only does it repel insects, it can also prevent bad breath. "You guys should spray some too." The two were scared and shouted, "Whoa, it stinks, run!" Gu Yu, seeing this, chuckled to herself. Suddenly, Xiao Liang stopped. "Seems like something's missing." He turned his head and looked around. "Where's Xiao Bai?" Just then, Xiao Bai's voice came from the bushes. Xiao Bai shot out from the bushes holding a beehive. She still held the beehive tightly in her hands. Gu Yu looked up stunned. "Is that—" Gu Cheng and Yin Hong shouted in unison, horrified. "A beehive?" Beside them, Cheng Bei and Cheng Nan were also gaping in surprise, staring wide-eyed in fear just like the other two. Xiao Bai grinned happily, delighted with the prize in her hands. She chuckled smugly, heh. She held the golden beehive she had just taken. Her eyes lit up as if she'd struck gold and her mouth watered. Xiao Bai opened her mouth. "Ah!" Cheng Bei and Cheng Nan were terrified. "What is she planning to do?" Gu Cheng said, "Is she going to eat that thing?" Ignoring everything, Xiao Bai opened her mouth wide. Cheng Bei and Cheng Nan shouted, "Stop her, quick!" As Xiao Bai was about to touch the beehive, Xiao Liang stopped her. "Xiao Bai, stop right now." It seemed all their attempts to stop her were in vain. Xiao Bai took a big bite. Everyone screamed at the sight. "Ah, ah, ah!" Scene change. Everyone was standing in front of a gloomy tunnel. Gu Yu asked, "Is this the place you were talking about?" Yin Hong replied, "That's right. This tunnel collapsed during construction. It's been abandoned for years. My father used to say the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. No one would dare come to a place like this. With a danger warning sign. No one would think to hide. Supplies inside." Then she touched her swollen bee sting and cried out, "Ouch, it hurts." Cheng Bei and Cheng Nan were also stung by bees. They looked at Xiao Bai, who still had a drop of honey on her lips, and fumed internally. "It's all that little girl's fault. If I wasn't outmatched, I would have beaten her up long ago." Gu Yu held her gun and ordered, "Let's go." Xiao Liang raised his hand to stop them. "Wait!" Gu Cheng was annoyed. "What are you planning to do now?" He calmly explained, "It's pitch black inside, we don't know the situation. Rushing in like this is too reckless." He then threw a flare inside, to scout the situation. The thrown flare lit up an area inside. Suddenly a strange noise came from inside. Xiao Liang shouted a warning, "Careful, something's coming out." Cheng Bei and Cheng Nan immediately got into a defensive stance. A swarm of moths flew out from inside the tunnel. Cheng Nan said, "A swarm of moths is flying out." Cheng Bei said. Xiao Liang still looked on calmly. "It's just some moths. What's there to be afraid of?" He went to the bushes and tried his best to pull Xiao Bai out. "Come on." Xiao Bai inside the bushes hugged a tree tightly. She shook her head, whimpering. "Sob, sob, dee." Seeing the strongest one hugging a tree in fear, Yin Hong was smug. "Although that girl is a bit crazy, she's a really good fighter. If we leave her behind, dealing with just these two will be easier." She spoke up to Gu Yue. "Xiao Bai is so scared. It must be because of the trauma from being chased by bees earlier. Let's not force her to go in." Gu Yu looked up at the sky, speculating. "It's getting late." She turned and said, "We can't delay any longer. Otherwise, when it gets dark, the zombies will become even more ferocious." And Xiao Bai was still trembling in fear. "Sob, sob," Xiao Liang said. All right. Don't run around. Stay here and wait for us to come out, okay?" She quickly hid in the bushes again, curling up and trembling nonstop. "Sob, sob." She buried her face in her knees, her eyes wet with tears. "Sob, sob." Then Xiaoliang took a flashlight and went into the tunnel. He shone the light as he walked slowly. Everyone slowly followed behind Xiaoliang. He thought to himself, I didn't expect it to be this deep inside. Gu Yu asked impatiently, how much further do we have to go to get to the supplies? Yin Hong replied sweetly, not far, we're almost there. Suddenly Xiaoliang stopped as if he had discovered something. 3 dark figures appeared in the middle of the path ahead. Xiaoliang said loudly, there's someone over there. Xiaoliang shone his light and said, there are people over there. Seeing this, Gu Yu raised her gun defensively. Who is it? Are they zombies? From the flickering light, He-Jian and his cronies appeared laughing. Ha 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 ha! What a coincidence. The man showed a sinister expression. We meet again, Beauty Gu. Behind him were 2 female subordinates, also holding guns defensively. Gu Yu recognized him in surprise. Hey, Jian. She then raised her gun. Why are you here? Suddenly from behind her, Chung Nan raised his gun and sneak attacked her, causing her to lose her balance and fall forward. Ah! He then kicked the gun out of Gu Yu's hand. At the same time, Cheng Bei and Chung Nan came to restrain her arms behind her back. She asked, Cheng Nan, Cheng Bei, what are you 2 doing? Xiaoliang was shocked and turned around. Gu Chung spoke up, don't move. He pressed a gun to Gu Yu's head. She gritted her teeth in anger. A sneak attack! I was careless. Yin Hong crossed her arms and sneered, Chef Gao. Although you're an ability user, but Miss Yue is just an ordinary person. If you don't want her to get hurt, you'd better not try anything funny. Gu Yu is in despair when she sees that even her own brother is pointing a gun at her. Gu Cheng thinks to himself, it's this bitch again. He says, you'd better let her go. Otherwise... Suddenly an iron cage drops from above, trapping Xiaoliang inside. Seeing his plan succeed, Gu Cheng gloats, otherwise what? This iron cage is rigged with high explosives. One press of this button and it'll blow. Bullets can't kill you. But I don't believe explosives are useless too. A time bomb is placed inside the cage. He-Jian walks over to Gu Cheng and says, you're the one who crashed into me with your car last time, right? I didn't expect you to fall into my hands so quickly. Good job. A worthy partner indeed. Gu Cheng looks towards Yin Hong and says, it's all thanks to Hong Hong's brilliant idea. While Xiaoliang is fuming in the iron cage, he thinks, this damn system, I didn't bring any. Signal jamming device. Otherwise right now. He imagines a scene where he presses the transformation button. He'll break out of the iron cage reborn. He'll beat the living daylights out of Gu Cheng. But unfortunately, that's not possible. He grips the iron bars and screams in his head. Damn it! Gu Yu can't believe her eyes and roars. Gu Cheng, are you crazy? How could you listen to that bastard? Gu Cheng replies, I'm not crazy. I've just had enough of you. Gu Yu is stunned. What did you say? Gu Cheng says, when we were kids at the orphanage, you didn't want to be bullied, so you fought with the other kids all the time. Even though you shared the food you stole with me, they called you Big Sister? And I was laughed at for being a coward. Even until the apocalypse, the people in the base only listened to you. Basically, no one gave a damn about me. He remembers when he was grown up. He was still mocked by everyone. She cries out in frustration, do you know how much I hate you? I'm clearly the one with the psychic potential. I should be the one respected and admired by everyone. But as long as you're around, I'll forever live in your shadow. At this moment, Gu Yu's eyes are brimming with tears. Gu Cheng, how could you? Since we were little, we've had no parents. I've always considered you my most important family. I just wanted to protect you and keep you from getting hurt. I never thought you hated me so much. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoliang says dejectedly, what an ungrateful bastard. You're only alive today thanks to your sister. And you still feel wronged? Being ridiculed, Gu Cheng roars, shut up! I hate people like you the most. A rotten chef dares to stand up to me. Xiaoliang pouts, this guy really has a screw loose. Gu Cheng leans down and says softly, you'd rather find an outsider with powers than wait for me to awaken mine. At this moment, Yin Hong is smug as everything is going according to plan. Haha. Then Gu Cheng points the gun directly at Gu Yue. You're not worthy of being my sister. He-Jian exclaims happily. She's the incompetent one for not seeing your abilities. But I appreciate you. Once we get back, you can rightfully take over the steel mill and become the real boss, with my brothers and weapons to support you, plus a psychic user to guard it. If we team up, we'll definitely build the strongest base in the apocalypse. Cheng thanks him. Thanks, Brother Jian. Gu Yu is horrified. What you're planning to bring them into the steel mill? Gu Yu screams angrily. What kind of person is He-Jian? Don't you know bringing them back is like inviting wolves into your home? You'll get everyone killed. He-Jian angrily slaps Gu Yue across the face. Shut up, I haven't settled the score with you from last time. How does it feel to be betrayed by your own brother? Annoying, isn't it? Women should act like women, daring to ride on a man's head. You really don't know your place. At this moment, Yin Hong is still glaring at Gu Yue. She's not afraid of her and glares back. He-Jian leans down, strokes her cheek, and continues. But to make a strong woman like you cry and beg, beneath me. Must feel amazing. Yin Hong speaks up, interrupting, wait. Seeing as your brother Cheng's sister, I'm willing to give you a chance. I know there's a safe in the steel mill that you've been hiding. As long as you're willing to hand it over, I'll have brother Jian spare you, and I won't hurt the people in the steel mill. How about it? But Gu Yue still doesn't understand what she wants. So she asks, a safe? She thinks back. I remember now. When we first arrived at the steel mill, we did find a safe, but someone noticed the lock had a special device. 3 failed attempts and it would explode. I thought it was dangerous, so I threw it out. So that's what she's after. Gu Yu says, you think I can trust you. Seeing her still being stubborn, she grits her teeth in anger. Gu Cheng says, don't waste time with her. As long as we take over the steel mill, everything inside will be ours. Finding the safe is just a matter of time. But Yin Hong is still annoyed, thinking, what an idiot. I've already searched the steel mill. If it were there, why would I have to trick her into coming here? Then Gu Yue shouts, Yin Hong! Even though you tricked me as women, I still have to give you a piece of advice. In this world, women like you who only rely on men, once you're thrown away, the only outcome is utter disaster, especially a man who can sell out, even his own sister. Is he really trustworthy? Hearing Gu Yue's words, her face suddenly goes blank. Gu Cheng speaks up. I'm sincere with Hong Hong. Don't think you can drive us apart. Yin Hong slowly leans in close to Gu Yue's ear. She says, I'm not the type to depend on others. To me, men are just tools. The truly pathetic one is you. Tough on the outside, unbreakable, but incredibly soft on the inside. Devoted to your brother. Working hard for the base, but you can't see their selfishness and greed. The moment you displease them even a little, they'll turn around and blame you, treat you like an enemy. Then she glances over at Xiaoliang. And also, you really like him, don't you? Gu Yu falls silent, blushing. Seeing her expression change, she guesses. You believe that with just a beckoning of my finger? Even he would immediately kneel at my feet. Everything you like and care about will eventually be mine. Gu Yu angrily says, I don't believe you. Not everyone would abandon their conscience for personal gain. Yin Hong says arrogantly, is that so? Then let's make a bet. If you lose, you give me the safe. Then she walks away. Gu Cheng asks curiously, Hong Hong, what are you planning to do? Xiaoliang is startled when he sees her walking towards him. She smiles slyly, Chef Chow. That cured meat you made last time. I can't stop thinking about it. I really hope to have the chance to eat it again. He scratches his head. Really, I thought you didn't like it. Yin Hong feigns innocence. How could that be? As long as you're willing to leave Miss Yue and join us, I can let you continue to be a chef at the base. Then she opens her eyes wide and looks straight at Xiaoliang, using her technique. A sound wave. A pink one is spinning in front of him. A moment later, Xiaoliang is dazed as if in a trance. Yin Hong smiles to herself. Even a psychic, in a desperate situation, will reveal their weakness. As long as there's a crack in their will, I'll immediately invade with my psychic power and make you my prisoner. Xiaoliang speaks up. Stop trying to trick me. Seeing that he wasn't swayed, Gu Yue is overjoyed. But Yin Hong is stunned and shouts. At this moment, he angrily grabs the iron bar and says, You think I don't know? You're the one who wrote that 1-star review last time. Then he holds up the review form. I found this review form right outside your door. That's right, she thinks this guy, and yet he wasn't controlled by me. He looks dumb, but his willpower is unbelievably strong. Gu Cheng is insulted when he sees Yin Hong being humiliated. He roars angrily, No! I absolutely can't let him live. This guy must die today. Gu Cheng continues to shout. Until now, we still don't know what his psychic ability is. This guy is so calculating. If we keep him around, he'll be extremely dangerous. He thinks, what a joke. There can only be one psychic user in the base, and that's me. After speaking, he points the gun at Gu Yue's head again. Seeing Gu Cheng is distracted, she quickly pushes away Cheng Bei's hand and escapes, knocking both Cheng Bei and Cheng Nan away. Gu Cheng turns back to look stunned. Gu Yu charges and headbutts him. The electronic bomb remote in his hand falls to the ground. Yin Hong warns, don't let her get the remote. She and he try to reach for the remote. Gu Yu looks over and sees she's not as fast as Gu Cheng. She immediately elbows him in the face. Gu Cheng is sent flying by the unexpected attack. Finally, Gu Yue grabs the remote. He tries to stand up, but she presses him down with her foot. Then Gu Yue pulls out the sword from her side. She holds the sword to his neck and says, Everyone drop your guns, otherwise I'll kill him. Seeing the tables turn so dramatically, Xiaoliang snaps his fingers and praises, nice move. The bloodline suppression really didn't lie to me. Looks like I can win this one just by lying here. At this moment, Gu Cheng is still arrogant. Sister, you can't kill me. I'm your brother. She replies, you ungrateful wolf. From this day on, I'm no longer your sister. There's no other way for him. He has to beg Jian for help. Brother Jian, Hong Hong, save me. Yin Hong bites her finger and frowns, thinking useless. Only good for messing things up. What a waste. Higin, he waves his hand. You think you can threaten me with this? He's your brother, not mine. If you want to kill him, go ahead. Hearing this, Gu Cheng is in despair. Hey, Jian Yu! Gu Yuk is also stunned. Ugh, you coward. Suddenly, from outside the cave, something like spider silk shoots towards one of Hejian's subordinates. It wraps tightly around her and pulls her up. Xiaoliang turns his head in confusion and says, What? Yin Hong also turns around in shock to look. Gu Yu is just as stunned as they are, not knowing what it is. He Jian panics. What was that just now? A sound echoes from the mouth of the cave, getting louder and louder. He Jian's subordinates whisper, It seems like there's something there. Is it a zombie? It looks really big. He Jian is fearless. He loads his gun and says, I don't care who he is. I'm gonna turn him into a sieve. Then he pulls the trigger. Fire. His subordinates on a command point their guns and fire wildly. Everyone is focused on firing forward. The bullets fly everywhere, but nothing happens. A moment later, there's only thick black smoke. The minions say, There's no sound. Is it dead? Suddenly, from within the thick black smoke, something sharp appears. Heijin's subordinates are slashed to death one by one, and the form of the mutant spider gradually appears. The minions are shocked, looking at the giant spider with its glowing red eyes. Heijin and his subordinates are terrified and exclaim, It's a mutant spider. Everyone is terrified looking at the monster. It's so scary. Can a mutant spider get this big? Xiaoliang shouts a warning. That's not right. This isn't an ordinary mutant animal. It's a predator. He thinks to himself, Unlike ordinary mutant animals, predators don't just eat humans. They also hunt zombies and other mutant creatures, absorbing their power. To grow stronger, it's like raising a goo. In my previous lives, predators hadn't appeared at this time. Why did it come so early this time? Could this be a chain reaction from my linking with the system? The giant spider slowly gnaws on the girl's body. She cries out weakly in despair, Save me! The ferocious spider, without hesitation, bites down as if tearing her apart. Red liquid splatters into the air, accompanied by a series of grotesque, eerie sounds. The spider monster begins to move, continuing to hunt the prey before it. Hejian turns and runs immediately, screaming in terror. Run Gu Cheng, realizing the situation, immediately thinks of a way to escape. He quietly glances at Gu Yue. Taking advantage of her distraction, Gu Cheng jumps up and attacks Gu Yu. Go to hell! She takes the hit and her body is sent flying. Gu Yu is thrown right next to the mutant spider. She freezes in fear, only able to look up at the monster. The spider gets into a position to attack Gu Yue. She lets out a piercing scream. In that critical moment, Xiaoliang quickly makes his move. Using the show-off card, he grips the iron bars of the cage. His entire body radiates a powerful energy. The system announces superpower activated. In a flash, Xiaoliang breaks free from the cage that held him. He dashes out as fast as lightning. His figure dashes through the hazy smoke. When the spider strikes down at Gu Yu, Xiaoliang manages to pull her away in time. It quickly ignores him and turns to target the people who are escaping. The spider shoots out a stream of white silk, aiming straight for its prey. One person is easily caught, unable to resist. Then the second and then the third are stuck in the web, helplessly screaming, It's spider silk! Oh! A cluster of spider silk slowly pulls them towards the mouth of the ferocious monster. Help! Help me! Help! Hejian and Gu Cheng are still trying their best to run away, determined to escape. He says the exit is right ahead, right before their eyes. The light of life shines, inviting them in. Before they can rejoice, a clump of silk is shot at them. They know all the exits. The only escape route is blocked. Hejian angrily curses, not noticing the danger approaching from behind. An eerie sound rings out. When he realizes, he immediately turns to look. Hejian panics. That monster is catching up. Gu Cheng urgently asks, What do we do now? There's no way out here. Is there another exit? Yin Hong points to a spot. This drainage pipe leads outside, but someone needs to hold off the spider. Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei immediately start whispering, Hold off the spider. Doesn't that mean certain death? Who wants to go? She turns and stares at the two who are talking. The two guys become scared. Hong Hong, we've treated you so well. You wouldn't send us, would you? Yin Hong gives a faint, enchanting smile. Of course not. But didn't you say you'd be willing to sacrifice your lives for me? She looks straight at them and uses her ability. Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei are hypnotized. Immediately, they become dazed and soulless, speaking in unison. For Hong Hong, we're willing to do anything. After they finish, they stride towards the spider. Mutant! They stand tall, looking straight at the monster. In unison, they raise their hands, offering themselves up. The monster doesn't hesitate to shoot its silk at the prey. The white silk ensnares the two soulless humans. Slowly, it pulls them to their deaths. The outcome is clear. Their blood splatters from the giant spider's mouth. The spider monster hangs upside down in the darkness, with a pool of blood below. Hejian is hastily pulling open the door. Gu Cheng clears the way for Yin Hong and Heijin to escape. Suddenly, he looks to the other side, his jaw dropping in shock. Gu Chung shouts, "It's the explosives left over from the tunnel construction. Sister, if you're unjust, don't blame me for being unrighteous. You two nuisances can just die together. With this monster, orange-yellow sparks fly about to explode. The spider monster's red eyes are staring intently. Gu Chung suddenly changes direction and jumps into the water pipe. The spider monster starts chasing him from behind. The two bags of explosives are still on the verge of exploding. A large fireball erupts, spreading everywhere. Sparks and shockwaves fly out violently. Shobai outside the cave is trembling with fear. Finally, her face relaxes, as the sound of the explosion starts to fade. Shobai looks up, her eyes wide as she stares into the cave. Before her, there's only fire and billowing smoke. Black smoke rises, covering the entire sky. Shobai nervously jumps back and forth in front of the black smoke. Suddenly, she remembers a moment when she herself was being chased by insects. Her face scrunches up in discomfort. She shakes her head, trying to get rid of the thought. The image of Xiaoliang running, while feeding Xiaobai, he always looked like he was providing for her. Shoubai's gaze suddenly becomes more determined than ever. She lets out a loud scream and runs headfirst into the cave, into the chaotic and extremely dangerous sea of fire inside. Xiaoliang's face, covered in bruises, is struggling to open his eyes. He tries to regain his senses. My head is ringing. What just happened? Was there an explosion? He feels something strange. Why can't I move my body? Right now, his entire body is bound tightly in a spider web. Xiaoliang tries to lift his arm. It's so sticky. Suddenly, he smiles sinisterly. A mere spider web can't hold me. Xiaoliang starts to lift his hands, to take off his gloves. Then he sheds his jacket like a cicada shedding its skin. Finally, Xiaoliang successfully escapes from the spider web, jumping to the ground. He looks up. So many spider webs. These must be Hejian's captured subordinates. From head to chest, their entire bodies are wrapped in layers of gray silk. Countless people are stuck up there. That mutant beast must be saving these people as emergency rations. But thanks to these spider webs, the impact of the explosion was lessened. Suddenly, Xiaoliang sees someone lying unconscious. Guyuedo? He rushes over anxiously and asks, Guyue, how are you? Xiaoliang tries to shake her awake. Wake up. The fire is dying down, leaving only a faint orange glow. He wipes the sweat from his face with one hand. The fire is burning up, and the air is starting to get thin. If this continues soon, the tunnel will run out of oxygen. We need to get out of here fast. Xiaoliang's body is struggling to stand up with the sword at his feet. He uses all his strength to swing the sword powerfully. Xiaoliang tries to press the blade down on the spider silk. He pants, "It's too tough, I can't cut through it." Suddenly, Xiaoliang's eyes are drawn to the iron bars stuck in the ground. Suddenly, his eyes light up with an idea. I've got it. Then, a bomb is planted on the monster's spider web. Xiaoliang holds Guyue and hides behind a rock. All preparations are complete. He resolutely presses the detonator. The bomb explodes immediately, creating a shockwave that shakes the entire tunnel. The spider web blocking the exit is also burned away. Xiaoliang smiles brightly and says, "Success." Suddenly, something falls to the ground. Strange cracking sounds are heard at the same time. He warily observes his surroundings. What's that sound? Right on the ceiling of the tunnel, countless large cocoons are slowly cracking open. The cocoons crack open, revealing human figures inside. The people inside all fall straight down. Xiaoliang is stunned, staring at the people who just fell. Those people slowly prop themselves up. But those strange people are the same ones who were captured by the spider earlier. Their bodies are covered in rotting patches. A large, grotesque tumor appears in the middle of their chests. He says in shock, "Are these people still alive?" "No, they've been infected by the virus in the cocoons and turned into zombies." As soon as they see Xiaoliang, they growl and charge straight at him. He's not afraid and charges forward to fight. Using the massage method skill, Xiaoliang leaps up. He unleashes a powerful kick aimed straight at his opponent's head. Next, he moves like lightning, breaking the first zombie's joints. Then Xiaoliang immediately twists the second one's arm. As a result, their limbs are tangled up, like a ball. They can only squirm and growl in one spot. He dusts off his hands, looks at his handiwork with satisfaction, and says proudly, "Done." The zombie's limbs suddenly move with agility. Its body gets into a ready stance. They immediately roll forward and attack. Xiaoliang panics and runs away. Its mouth has turned into a mutant. The contorted zombie also manages to untangle its limbs. Because its limbs are deformed, it finds another way to move in an even more bizarre posture. He carries Guyue and runs belatedly, realizing zombies basically have no nervous system. Massage is useless on them. Suddenly, the sound of cracking water is heard. Xiaoliang immediately looks up at the ceiling. After 2 explosions, this tunnel can't take it anymore. And there are so many annoyances behind me. Damn it. If only Xiaobai were here right now. He immediately imagines the scene of her powerfully sending those zombies flying. Xiaoliang thinks the plan now is to deal with these zombies first. Then find an exit. He stops and gently sets her down beside him. Xiaoliang shouts, "Storage space deploy item!" He takes out a large container and charges at the zom. Biss. They don't move. They just growl menacingly. Xiaoliang holds the container and splashes the water inside. Cow. The splashed water lands right where it is, making the zombie slip and fall. It slides with the momentum straight into the wall. The zombie writhes and wriggles in vain. He jumps up and kicks the ceiling, where there's a high chance of collapse. The ceiling of the tunnel immediately collapses. The large rocks fall right on top of the remaining one. It's completely buried under the giant boulders. Xiaoliang is happy. I've buried each and every one of you. I'm such a good person. Suddenly, the ceiling continues to collapse. The rocks start falling again. He is startled and exclaims, "Oh no! No way, it's already about to collapse so soon." But from the hole in the ceiling, the figure of a girl appears falling down. That person falls and lands right on top of Xiaoliang. It's Xiaobai. She shakes herself, brushing off the dust around her. He quickly jumps up on guard and shouts, "Who dares to sneak attack me?" Xiaoliang is surprised when he sees the person clearly. Xiaobai, the afternoon. Sunset paints the entire sky a brilliant orange. A large vehicle is driving slowly on the road, with no other cars in sight. While Xiaoliang is focused on driving, the full moon has already risen. Once the full moon is completely up, the danger level of being in the wild is completely incomparable to a normal day. I have to hurry down. I wonder if Gu Cheng's group has returned to the steel mill yet. Gu Yu's cheeks are flushed and she's showing signs of waking up. Xiaoliang reaches over and places his hand on her forehead. His face is shocked, his eyes wide as he looks at Gu Yue. So hot! The wheels suddenly screech to a halt on the road. But Xiaoliang thinks a rising body temperature is a sign of impending transformation. Could Gu Yue be like the others? Already infected. Suddenly his eyes move to the wound on her back. His hand starts to pull her up. This is a deep wound on her skin, a zombie bite mark. But it doesn't look like a fresh bite. A thought appears in his mind. Could it be that right now at the steel mill, the sky has already turned dark? Xiao Mei speaks up. It's already dark. Why haven't Sister Yue and her group returned yet? The little girl turns to look at Damei. Did something happen? The little girl retorts excitedly. Shut your crow's mouth. With Chef Chow and the others here, we're not afraid even if we encounter zombies. Look at what I'm saying. Aren't they back already? The vehicle is slowly illuminating the road, entering the premises. Gu Cheng sticks his head out of the door, smiles and waves. Damei frowns and asks, "Why are there only 2 vehicles?" Little sister shouted down to the chef, "Where are Chef Chow and Miss Bai?" Gu Cheng yelled back loudly, "We ran into some mutated creatures on the way. Gao Xiaoliang and Bai Fei Fei. Both them and the car fell off the mountain. My sister is badly hurt too. Open the gate and let us in quick," little sister said urgently. "What?" "Sister Yue is hurt, I'll go open the gate." Big sister suddenly stopped her. "Wait, Sister Yue said if we don't see her, we are not to open the gate. Hey, Brother Cheng, how is Sister Yue now? Let us get a look at her." Gu Cheng's eyes widened as he looked over at Yin Hong. He continued to shout, "What do you two mean by that? Don't you trust me?" Yin Hong added, "Sister Gu Yu has lost too much blood. She's unconscious. If we delay any longer, her life will be in danger." Little sister raised her gun. "If Sister Yue is really in the car, then why won't you let us see her brother Cheng? This is too suspicious." Big sister turned around. "You keep watch here. I'm going to get help." Down below, He Jian said angrily, "What's this? Not opening the gate, huh? I'll open it myself." Big sister was shocked. It's He Jian. Quick, hit the alarm. In his hands was a giant launcher. "Take this." A blast shot out from the launcher, firing up at the gate. Big sister panicked and ran towards the red button on the wall. In just a few seconds, the entire fortress exploded in a sea of flames. Big sister and little sister were thrown back by the blast. People in military attire ran in hunched over. Below, countless explosives were stacked up. Sparks were starting to ignite, ready to detonate. Everything at the steel mill exploded into chaos. The people in military clothes cheered loudly. It blew up. Liang Kei's figure slowly advanced. The steel mill is ours. Big sister and little sister lay unconscious in the inferno. But all Gu Cheng could see was a sea of fire. His eyes widened in shock. He Jian shook him. "What are you spacing out for?" His face turned menacing. "You don't seem too happy about this." "Right," Yin Hong said with a smile. "How could that be?" Ah Cheng was just surprised that everything went so smoothly. "Overjoyed right now, aren't you?" Gu Cheng turned back with an awkward smile. Yes, that's it." He Jian leaned back in his seat. "Well then, go and claim your victory prize." Gu Cheng's face became serious. "All right." His finger started pressing a button in the vehicle. The vehicle began to slowly drive into the burning steel mill. Outside in the darkness, countless zombies lurked. The zombies were gathering in one place, their eyes fixed on the bright orange flames. Junwei was stopped by a large, tall man. Who are you people? Over here, Xiao Li was also restrained. Let me go. In the center of the steel mill, a large crowd had gathered. He-Jin said coldly, Is everyone here? A man replied, According to the list, no one is missing. Junwei was furious. Gucheng, you're the traitor? To think you'd sell us out? Just wait until Sister Yue gets back. She won't let you get away with this. He-Jin chuckled. Is that so? You really think Gu Yue can come back? Erke stared at him wide-eyed in shock and shouted, What do you mean? Xiao Li asked worriedly. Don't tell me Sister Yue has... Erke suddenly erupted in anger. To think you'd conspire with outsiders to harm your own sister. Are you even human? Lianke kicked the old man. What are you doing? Behave yourself. Gu Cheng smirked. Gu Yu is dead. From today onward, there is only one boss in this steel mill. And that's me, haha, don't say I'm not considerate. Just kneel and call me boss once, and I'll let you stay here. You won't be kicked out. Everyone looked at each other, whispering amongst themselves. Suddenly there was a tapping sound on the ground, cutting through the tense atmosphere. It was Grandma Si-hee appearing defiantly before Gucheng. He looked at her and said with a smile, The oldest person here is you. So why don't you set an example for them? Lu Xin and Erke, standing to the side, cried out in fear, Grandma! Si-hee's lips were moving as if about to do something. Suddenly she spat right in Gucheng's face. He angrily cursed, Si-hee, you old hag, how dare you? Suddenly she laughed and replied, Don't mind me, old people tend to spit up phlegm. This old woman has lived for so many years. Compared to living a cowardly life clinging to survival next to a villain, I'd rather feed this old body to the zombies. As soon as Si-hee finished speaking, she turned to leave. Wait, Wu-lei spoke up from the side. That's right. A person like him is scarier than any zombie. If we stay here, who knows when he'll decide to kill us? I refuse to believe we can't find a place to survive out there. We're leaving. Gucheng suddenly froze, seeing their defiant attitude towards him. Gucheng shouted, You fools! A bunch of old, weak, and sick people like you that won't survive a single day out there. But they said nothing and just turned to leave. He reached out a hand. Wait, Gu Yue is just a normal person. I'm the one with powers. Anything she can do, I can do too, I will protect all of you. No one is allowed to leave. All of you are forbidden from leaving. I'm the boss here now, you have to listen to me. Yin Hong added, You can leave, but you're not taking any supplies from the base. I know that every time Gu Yue went out, she left the food storage in your care, old man. Hand over the key. Old Liu stammered, If I give you the key. Can I stay? Erke shouted, Old Liu. What are you saying? Have some backbone, Sister Yue trusted you so much. The old man replied angrily, Trust what trust? I was just a servant holding the key. I have no say in anything. Besides, it's a full moon tonight. The outside must be swarming with zombies. I don't want to go out there and die. I've always managed the supplies for this steel mill. Nobody knows this place better than I do. I'm willing to hand over the key. I'm just asking for a place to stay. His hand slowly reached into his pocket. Suddenly, old Liu's eyes sharpened as he stared at Yin Hong. He lunged forward. You bitch! I knew from the start you were no good. I'll kill you and avenge Ah Yue. In the blink of an eye, blood splattered everywhere. A powerful red light flared from behind Yin Hong. Erke saw him fall to the ground. Old Liu Junwei was worried. Uncle Liu, his clothes were completely shredded. Something sharp slowly picked up the key that had fallen to the ground. Yin Hong smirked. You treacherous old man. Did you really think I wouldn't be on my guard? The key was now in her palm. Yin Hong's face was filled with satisfaction as she got the key to the food storage. Gucheng's eyes widened. He stammered, Hong. That was... She dangled the key. It's just a weapon. After all, in a dangerous apocalypse like this, a weak girl like me should have something for self-defense, right? He-Jin added, You wanted to give them a way out. But it seems they're not grateful, are they? Disobedient people are useless to keep around. Wouldn't you agree? The entire steel mill fortress was still burning relentlessly. The henchmen enthusiastically fired their guns into the mill. Everyone panicked and scattered. They're killing people! Countless innocent people were losing their lives here. But it hardly seemed to stop there. With many bodies already dead, Gucheng shouted, Stop it now. If you kill them all, there'll be no one left here. To develop a strong base, you need people. He-Jin put a hand on his shoulder. Who says there are no people? Aren't my brothers still here? Or are you saying you want to join them? He stammered, No, that's not it. The man continued, That's good. Then just as you said, kneel down and call me boss. Gucheng's eyes widened in shock, looking at He-Jin's attitude. Junwei started running, quickly through another area of the steel mill. He pointed and shouted, The garage is up ahead. Once we're in the car, we can escape. Lu Xin supported Si-hee. Grandma, just a little further. The old woman hurried. I'm fine. Erke carried old Lu on his back. Old Liu, you promised we'd go fishing together after the apocalypse. You absolutely cannot die. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly grabbed Xiao Li's shirt. Both Junwei and Ke were shocked and shouted in unison, Xiao Li. She was held back by Liang Ke. Forget about me, run. He didn't hesitate to throw Xiao Li to the ground. Many menacing voices were heard. This girl looks pretty good. The boss said, we can do whatever we want with the people here. In that case, we won't be polite. Xiao Li's face was terrified. What do you want to do? The large men laughed and said, what do we want? We want you, of course. Last time those two girls got away, I've been holding it in for a long time. Finally, today I can have some fun. I just don't know if with so many of us, you can handle all of our brothers. Xiao Li was surrounded by many people. No, I don't want to. She was held down, sobbing. Let go of me, Sud. Denly an arm used a brick to smash the large man's head. He was knocked unconscious, just from one blow from behind. Liang Ke and his cronies turned around in shock. Junwei was furious. I'll fight you to the death. Lu Xin repeatedly struck them. You ungrateful bastards, I'll beat you to death. Sai-Ha used her cane to hit them. I'll teach you a lesson on your grandmother's behalf. Xiao Li on the ground looked up with a smile and said softly, everyone. Ke also joined the attack on the villains. His punch was incredibly powerful, easily knocking one down. Ke holding a gun cursed, I'm not running anymore. This steel mill was led by Ah Yu. Everyone worked so hard to build it up. Even if I die, I want to protect this place for her. Everyone was fired up and shouted in unison, that's right. If we're going down, we're taking you with us. Everyone, let's go. Chengbei shouted, those people are crazy, open fire, quick open fire. Suddenly from behind, a zombie silently bit into his neck. 4 zombies viciously tore at Chengbei's body. Everyone shouted, it's zombies, no, it's a zombie tide. Wu Lei looked up at the sky. It's the full moon, a zombie tide. The villains were relentlessly attacked and overwhelmed by the zombies. The young man continuously fired, taking down countless zombies. Zombies swarmed towards the barrels of their guns. Ke spoke up, everyone run, I'll hold them back. The old man fired relentlessly at the zombies with fierce intensity. They started to grab and bite at Ke's gun. Suddenly, under the full moon, a figure appeared hovering in the air. The scene of zombies being taken down unfolded before Ke's eyes. Xiaobai swiftly used her powerful kicks. Her body moved nimbly, taking down one zombie after another. A car driven by Xiao Liang suddenly appeared, charging straight into the mill. The car screeched to a halt amidst the chaotic inferno. Xiao Liang looked outside. Why are there so many zombies? Everyone looked at him with joy. Chef Cao. He Jian looked down at Gu Cheng, who had collapsed on the ground. What are you worried about? Aren't you going to run? My patience has its limits. Gu Cheng stubbornly retorted, this is not what you told me. I'm the one who let you in? Besides, I'm the one with the potential for powers. Then he stomped hard on the ground, making it seem to tremble. He slowly lifted his body, his face contorted in pain. Heijian had a triumphant look on his face. He let out a taunt. An unawakened power seed and a good-for-nothing. What's the difference? You talk big all day long, yet you hide behind a woman. That kid with the surname Cao wasn't wrong about that. Looking at Gu Cheng's twisted, pained face, Heijian continued, you're just a freeloader mooching off your sister, and you still think you're hot stuff. He stomped hard on Gu Cheng's head, sneering. I'm not a fool like Gu Yue. If you want to follow me, you have to know who's boss. Gu Cheng was furious. Inside, he thought, how could this be? In the end, I still have to submit to someone else. Then my betrayal of Gu Yue. My betrayal of the base, what was the point? He cursed silently in his heart, damn it. Suddenly, some henchmen ran in frantically, shouting, zombies! The zombies are here! Zombies swarmed in their faces ferocious. Yan was somewhat panicked. Why are there so many zombies? He yelled at a henchman. Didn't you block the door? The henchman quickly explained. We did. Who knew that wooden plank was so flimsy? Heijian furiously shouted, idiots! Full moon zombies are much stronger than normal. How could a wooden plank hold them? He ordered, what are you waiting for? Go get the explosives. The henchman said fearfully, yes, sir. Suddenly a red light flashed. Slash. 2 henchmen screamed in pain. Heijian was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. He stumbled back a few steps in fear. A stream of red light pierced through Heijian. He collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Yin Hong, with her long red fingernails, stood looking at him with a provocative gaze. He turned his head back, startled. Yin Hong! He couldn't believe his eyes, frowning. You... Why... Yin Hong looked at him, collapsed on the ground, and sneered. Didn't you guys say it yourself? There can only be one boss. I was just helping you realize your own place. That's all. Heijian roared in anger, you damn bitch. Gu Cheng ran over, overjoyed. Hong, that was great. Yin Hong frowned. In her mind, here comes another idiot. He walked quickly and stomped hard on Heijian's head. You treacherous dog lecturing me? Now let's see who's the daddy. He grabbed Yin Hong's hand and said, "It's too dangerous here now. Let's hide first. Wait for the zombie tide to recede. Then we'll rally our forces again. After that, the entire steel mill will be ours." Yin Hong twisted his arm, making him scream in pain. She threw him far away. He fell hard to the ground. Yin Hong sneered, "You didn't really think I actually liked you, did you?" She looked down at He Jian. "You and him are the same. Just tools to help me achieve my goals." She squatted in front of Gu Chung and smiled. "I just didn't expect you all to be so useless. You had the base in your hands and still messed it up this badly. Looks like I'll have to do the rest myself." She patted Gu Chung's face. "As for you guys, make yourselves useful one last time. And hold back those buys for me." Then she dashed away like an arrow, leaving Gu Chung sitting there with a stunned look. Gu Chung's face darkened with disbelief. He sat there clutching his arm. "Why?" He looked up to the sky and roared, "Why? Why did even you want to leave me? How am I any worse than Gu Yue? Why does everyone look down on me?" The zombies bit hard into He Jian's henchman. Then it charged straight for He Jian. He panicked when he saw the zombie rushing towards him. He reached out to Gu Chung. "Gu Cheng, save me, quick, save me." He shouted, "I still have several tons of explosives outside. Just get me out of here. And I'll treat you as my boss. All those explosives will be yours." Gu Chung knelt on the ground, saying nothing. He glanced at He Jian, his eyes calculating. He stood up in front of He Jian. Gu Chung slowly opened his mouth. "You're not going to trick me again this time, are you?" He Jian hurriedly replied, "I won't, absolutely not. As long as I can live. From now on, you'll be my only daddy. I will definitely obey your every command." Gu Cheng's face was dark, his voice chillingly low. "Is that so? Well, then I'll give you a chance now." Then he grabbed He Jian by the throat, startling him. He squeezed tightly, lifting He Jian high into the air. Gu Cheng held He Jian up high by the neck. The man struggled to say, "You brat, you dare." Gu Cheng replied coldly, "Didn't you just say I was your only daddy? Why so soon? You can't keep up the act anymore." Next he squeezed harder and asked calmly, "Where are the explosives you mentioned?" He Jian yelled, "I won't tell you unless you get me out of here." Gu Chung tightened his grip on the man's neck. Suddenly flames erupted from between his fingers. He Jian screamed in fear, "Hot, so hot." He struggled and screamed, "Fire, it's burning, let me go." Gu Chung said calmly, "This is a fire-type ability." Then he shouted with joy, "I've awakened, I've finally awakened." Seeing this, the man panicked and yelled, I'll tell you everything, I'm begging you, let me go." Gu Chung laughed sinisterly and said, "But why is it that now it seems I don't need it anymore?" In his mind, go to hell. The fire in his hand blazed more intensely. He Jian's head was engulfed in flames. He screamed in agony. Then his entire body was consumed by the fire. When He Jian was burned, beyond recognition, the flames finally stopped. Gu Chung threw the smoldering, charred corpse to the ground. Then, using the propulsive force of fire, from his hands and feet he quickly rushed towards the zombie horde. Next, a huge fire erupted where they stood. The zombies were submerged in a sea of fire, screaming in pain. After a while, the fire died down and the zombies had turned to dust. Gu Chung stood in the middle of the fire, completely unharmed. He looked at the blazing fire on his hand and said joyfully, "So this is the power of an ability user." Then he looked up at the sky and laughed loudly with a smug expression. Gu Cheng shouted, "He Jian is dead. From now on, I am your new boss." Late at night, in what looked like a warehouse area, several people were carrying crates from the warehouse to a truck. One of them said, "I never thought there'd be so many supplies here. We've hit the jackpot this time." One wearing a skull mask replied, "Hurry it up. While the zombies are distracted up front, let's clear out all their stuff. That bastard He Jian eats meat himself, but doesn't even let us have a bite. He's living on the edge, who knows when he'll bite the dust. With all this stuff plus this pile of explosives, it's enough for us to start over from scratch." Suddenly a charred corpse fell from above. One of them jumped and shouted, "What was that?" When they got a clearer look at the corpse, one wearing a bandana shouted in fear, "It's the boss!" The one who threw He Jian's corpse down was Gu Cheng, standing on the warehouse roof. He said arrogantly, "He Jian is dead. From now on, I am your new boss. Anyone who dares to disobey this will be your fate." The crowd below looked up and shouted in fear, It's him!" Over here, Xiao Liang signaled to everyone. He shouted, "Everyone get in the car quick!" The panicked crowd rushed towards his car. One person screamed in fear, "Help!" As the car door slammed shut, the zombies pounced. As the zombies got close to the car, they were hit by a magic attack. They shrieked loudly. As they advanced, they were pushed back. Inside the car, Xiao Liang thought in panic, "We're done for." Looking at the situation, no matter how many times I counterattack, it won't be enough to regenerate. Inside the dark, cramped car, Lu Xin suddenly shouted, "Who's touching my butt?" Erica replied, "I told you to lose weight a long time ago. Stop crushing me with your big butt." Someone else also yelled, "Can the people in the back get on the roof? There's no more room inside." Any more, Grandma C, he said. Where's my cane? Don't you have any respect for the old and care for the young? Xiaoliang was squashed, his face pressed against the car window. He said with difficulty, Stop pushing. If you push any more, I'll be pushed out. Before he could finish, he was pushed out of the car, sprawling on the ground. He scrambled to sit up, rubbing his head. He then realized he was standing in the middle of a zombie horde. The massive horde of zombies stared at him, drooling with hunger. Xiaoliang quickly stood up. He ran for his life, screaming, This is the worst luck. How am I supposed to live through this? Suddenly, the system said, Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission, sacrificing yourself to save others. New weapon unlocked. Do you wish to use it? You can choose yes or no. Hearing this, he said joyfully, There's such a good thing, use it. Use it immediately. Suddenly in his hand, a beautiful light appeared. When the light faded, he realized he was holding a frying pan. Xiaoliang looked at the pan angrily and shouted, What the hell is this? Isn't this just a frying pan? You expect me to fight zombies with this? Ah, son of a bitch, are you kidding me? The zombie horde quickly caught up to him, roaring fiercely behind him. Xiaoliang yelled. Then he closed his eyes, braced himself, and shouted, Screw it! He got into a fighting stance, holding the pan tightly. He said, I'm going all out. Suddenly, the pan in his hand grew dozens of times larger. He swung the pan lightly and flattened a group of zombies. Xiaoliang realized, startled, It got bigger and it's so light. Seeing this, he excitedly lifted the pan and said smugly, Watch me. Xiaoliang held the pan, now 10 times his size, and smashed it down. Then he used the flying pan cyclone move. He spun 360 degrees with the pan. With the pan's size and speed, Xiaoliang successfully created a large whirlwind. Before the zombies could understand what was happening, they were sucked in. Xiaoliang struggled to hold the pan and shouted, Iron Arm madness. A while later, the cyclone ended. Silence fell. The zombie horde lay scattered on the ground, not a single one left standing. Seeing this scene, Xiaoliang said joyfully, My pan is awesome. This is literally a clean sweep. Old Two's voice appeared and added, Products made by the system are guaranteed to be top quality. This iron pan has many other features waiting for the host. Add to discover. Keep it up. Suddenly, he noticed something. He then climbed up to look inside the pan and saw Xiaobai playing happily. Xiaoliang said in a panic, This isn't a toy, get out of there. Suddenly, a voice rang out. You two weren't buried alive. You've got tough lives. The two looked blankly in the direction of the voice. Xiaoliang said, This voice is... Gu Cheng walked on blazing flames and said arrogantly, Hello there. You pathetic ants, Xiaoliang said seriously. Gu Cheng. Xiaobai looked on confused. Xiaoliang looked at him and thought, What's with this guy? This chaotic aura around him, could it be? Gu Cheng stood proudly in the flames and said, Heh, let this master open your eyes. You nearsighted fools, what do you know about ability users? All you use are worthless parlor tricks. He threw a blazing fireball from his hand and shouted, Open your eyes wide and see who the real savior is. Quickly, Xiaoliang used the pan to block Gu Cheng's fireball. But the fireball's power was too great. It slowly pushed him back. Realizing this, Xiaoliang's eyes widened and he shouted, A fire-type ability in the car. Many people stuck their heads out the window to watch. Wulei wondered, What's going on? The person next to him said, He's really awakened. Erke said to Junwei, Then, isn't Chef Cow in danger? He replied, What's there to be afraid of? Chef Cow and Miss Bai are both ability users, 2 against 1. I don't believe they can lose to him. At this moment, Xiaoliang turned to look at Xiaobai and said, Xiaobai, go! She instantly understood and switched to serious mode. She and Xiaoliang charged towards Gu Cheng together. Seeing this, he launched another huge fireball at the two of them. Xiaobai charged straight at it, opened her mouth wide and bit the fireball. Her dress suddenly caught fire and then her whole body was engulfed in flames as she ran off. Xiaoliang stood to the side, watching helplessly. Then he snapped out of it, his face pale, and shouted, Xiaobai? Seeing this, Gu Cheng said, Now it's 1-on-1. Xiaoliang held his head in despair and lamented, This habit of biting things. I'll have to fix it for her sooner or later. For now, I can only rely on myself. Gu Cheng continued to throw a fireball at him. Then, he said, You cow, prepare to die. He stood calmly before the giant oncoming fireball. Xiaoliang let out a slow sigh. Then he got into position and raised the pan. He seriously observed the speed and trajectory of the fireball. He gripped the pan tightly. When the fireball got close, Xiaoliang swung the pan in his hand, hitting the fireball back towards Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng watched frozen in astonishment. Everyone climbed onto the car roof to watch the fight. Wulei said in surprise, That's a baseball stance. Xiaoliang made a taunting gesture and said, Back in school, I was the pride of the baseball team. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I might have been leading the team to the Olympics by now. Gu Cheng said, both alarmed and angry. Baseball. This is a battle between ability users. Who are you trying to insult? Then Gu Cheng summoned even more fireballs. He yelled, Take this seriously. A barrage of fireballs flew toward Xiaoliang. He didn't hesitate to bat each one back. He swung again and again, hitting one after another. The people in and on top of the car cheered him on. Go, go, full of spirit. Xiaoliang got into an excited stance and said, finishing move. Then a huge fireball rushed toward him. He swung his pan, sending the fireball soaring into the sky. The people behind him saw it and cheered wildly. Amazing, it's a home run. He then pointed the red-hot pan at Gu Cheng and said, you lose. The heat from the pan burned his hand. Xiaoliang quickly dropped it, grabbing his hand and yelling, hot, hot, hot. Doesn't this pan have any insulation? Seeing this, Gu Cheng sneered arrogantly. He then pulled a remote from his coat and said, if that's how it is, since you like to play so much, let's play with something bigger. He then pressed the red button on the remote. Suddenly, through the fog, figures began to appear. A group of zombies tied up and covered in blood. Wu Lei and the others were drawn to the zombies. Gu Cheng looked at them with a serious face and said, these people are Hejin's subordinates. The zombies wailed incessantly. Xiaoliang said angrily, did you turn them into zombies? Gu Cheng looked smug. He said, they're just like the people here. All of them are fools who can't grasp the situation. If they're useless alive, I'll help them find some value. They all have time bombs strapped to them. There's enough explosive to destroy this entire steel mill. Once I release this rope, they'll rush out like headless flies swarming every corner. By then, this place will be nothing but rubble. Obey me and live. Defy me and die. Anyone who dares to oppose me will all die, the people in the car said angrily. He's crazy. He wants to destroy the whole steel mill. He's completely insane and inhuman, Xiaoliang thought to himself. The bulletproof function must have been used up. How can a normal car withstand an explosion of this magnitude? What do I do now? Meanwhile, Xiaobai was still rolling around in the fire. After a while, the fire went out and her face was smudged with soot. Then, Xiaobai immediately looked at the fire in Gu Cheng's hand. Her eyes filled with anger. She rushed forward and slapped him hard across the face. Seeing this, Xiaoliang cheered, nice one. The people on the car also shouted with joy. Miss Bai is so awesome. The zombies, freed from their restraints, struggled to their feet. Then they saw the people on the car and slowly started moving. They immediately charged toward everyone. Erqi saw them and shouted, they're coming this way. Xiaoliang looked at the others and yelled, get off the car! The people immediately panicked. Those on the roof quickly scrambled down, shouting, run, run. Meanwhile, resting inside the vehicle, Gu Yu was asleep in her bed. A strange mist surrounded her body. She slowly opened her eyes. Then suddenly a wall of ice erected itself in front of the car. The approaching zombies were all frozen solid. At that moment, huge icicles suddenly shot up from the ground. Everyone froze when they saw the zombies. In front of them, simultaneously frozen solid. The cold ice continued to spread rapidly across the ground. The remaining zombies that were charging forward were also covered by the layer of ice one by one, turning into grotesque statues. From a distance, Jinwei saw the scene and exclaimed in amazement, the zombies are frozen. But Gu Cheng frowned, wary. What is that? At that very moment, a blazing red flame erupted around his arm. He roared excitedly, I don't care what you're doing. Don't you dare get in my way. Right after, Gu Cheng used all his strength to throw the fireball straight ahead. Suddenly, on the opposite side, the glass window of the room unexpectedly shattered into countless pieces. Gu Yu, sitting on the bed, swung her arm, unleashing a slash of sharp, icy energy in response. The ice energy blade rushed forward, colliding head-on with the fireball. It then exploded violently, creating a shockwave so powerful it sent Gu Cheng flying backward. He was thrown to the ground, skidding and kicking up a cloud of dust. Gu Cheng tried to push himself up, but a sheet of ice was creeping toward him across the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ice covered his arm, freezing it into a transparent block. He looked at his arm frozen solid and cried out in alarm. My hand, before his fear could subside, he froze up again as he saw a figure slowly approaching from ahead. From within the dust and smoke, Gu Yu, with her long hair flowing, stepped out confidently with a cold expression. From a distance, as soon as Xiao Li and Junwei saw her, they called out happily, Sister Yue. Even Gu Cheng was stunned, muttering, Gu Yue, it's you. As for Sai He, her eyes filled with relief. This is great. While everyone was still in shock, Xiaobai was drawn to the statues of the frozen zombies in the distance. She carefully observed the transparent ice blocks, sparkling like crystal. Unable to contain her curiosity, she raised a finger and lightly touched the frozen nose of one of the zombies. Instantly, the zombie's face became clear, with wide eyes and a mouth open in a desperate scream. In that moment, the ice shattered, falling like sharp blue glass. In the distance, Xiaoliang stood deep in thought. So it's an ice-type ability. Junwei turned to Gu Yu, his voice full of excitement. So Sister Yu is an ability seed too, and Xiaoli couldn't stop admiring her. Your hair is so beautiful, when did you awaken?
How come we didn't know?
After hearing them, Gu Yu simply replied in a low voice, I don't know what happened either. Amidst the chaos just now, I just woke up like this. but Gu Chung couldn't believe his eyes. He screamed, "How is this possible? This can't be you. How can you be an ability seed? You must be tricking me." He then thrashed around on the ice and raged like a madman. Xiaoliang's face turned cold as he tightened his grip on the pan. "An ungrateful bastard like you can awaken an ability. So what makes you think others can't?" At that moment, system information appeared. Ability seeds are divided into two types. One type awakens automatically. The other type is stimulated by a virus. Due to certain special physical characteristics, not only do they not turn, but on the contrary, their potential abilities can be triggered. Right after Xiaoliang looked at the bite mark on Gu Yue's shoulder and continued in a low voice, on the way back. "I noticed a bite mark on you. You were probably bitten by a zombie before. Your body must have been infected with the virus then. You've also gained the potential for an ability. It just hadn't awakened yet. The injury from that mutated spider just now must have accelerated the awakening process." On the other side, Gu Chung grew even more furious. He roared, "You had this ability all along. Why didn't you tell me? You even lied to me, making me think I was the only ability seed." He gritted his teeth, the hope of the base. Then he screamed, "From the very beginning, you've been treating me like a fool." Hearing those words, Gu Yue just frowned slightly, her gaze as cold as ice. Then Gu Yue slowly walked toward Gu Chung. Without a word, she swung her hand and slapped him right across the face. The force was so strong it knocked him to the ground. He roared furiously, "You bitch, you dare hit me!" He immediately stomped his foot on the ground. A white crack shot across the floor. With a crazed momentum, he charged straight at Gu Yue, screaming nonstop. But in just a flash, Gu Yu landed a precise kick to his face, sending him flying and sprawling on the ground. Right after she beat him relentlessly, leaving him able to do nothing but scream. "You hateful woman, get off!" Gu Yu stopped, looked down at him coldly, and said, "Do you remember how you became an ability seed?" This made Gu Chung pause, looking up at her blankly from a distance. Hearing that, Xiao Li began to recount the story. "I remember it clearly. It was not long after the zombie outbreak. We were looking for shelter. On the way, we were attacked by zombies. Gu Chung for a loaf of bread in a zombie's bag. Almost got bitten. It was Sister Yua who killed the zombie and saved him," Ke added. "After that, everyone noticed scratch marks on Gu Chung. We were worried he was infected. It was Yua who insisted on keeping him with her, quarantined from everyone else, and took care of him personally." Lao Wen's voice chimed in steadily. "Unexpectedly, after a high fever, Gu Chung recovered miraculously. From that moment on, we confirmed that he was an ability seed." Xiao Li, standing beside them, immediately chimed in to explain. "That's right, I remember when I brought them food. A few times Sister Yu's complexion looked even worse than Gu Chung's." Hearing this, He seemed to realize something. She stammered, asking, "Xiao Yue, could it be?" At that, Gu Yue had no reaction. She just silently gave a slight nod, tacitly confirming her words. She was very detached, as if it were nothing, recounting the matter to everyone. "That time, although I saved Gu Cheng," her voice was even and not loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear. "I couldn't avoid an attack from another zombie." Gu Yu stood motionless, staring at him. Her tone was calm and slow. "I didn't want to endanger everyone, so I quarantined the two of us. At that time, I was prepared. If Gu Cheng turned into a zombie, I would kill him and then kill myself. Luckily, neither of us turned into a zombie." Her eyes were clear and icy cold. She stared at Gu Chung and continued to explain. "I know Gu Chung always wanted to be acknowledged, so I only mentioned that he had a fever." Xiao Liang, standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh. Born from the same mother, how can two people be so different? He looked at Gu Yue and remarked, "One is a sister who deserves a top 10 most touching sibling award," then turned to Gu Chung with a sarcastic assessment. "The other is a thankless wretch." Xiao Liang loudly berated him. This kind of person can only be described with 4 words. Everyone present shouted in unison, "Heart of a wolf." Feeling that wasn't enough, Xiao Liang yelled for more. 4 more words? Everyone filled with rage continued to shout. Utterly devoid of conscience. Worse than an animal? Gu Cheng, his hand still frozen, lay on the ice. His voice trembled softly. "I'm sorry." Gu Yu was startled by his words. He took advantage of her compassion and cried out to Gu Yue, "Sister, I was wrong. I didn't know you did so much for me. I was just too insecure, too eager to prove myself. Please give me a chance to make it right." The people standing by watching it all couldn't help but yell at the sight. "What good is saying that now? You think we're just going to forgive you? A minute ago when you wanted to blow us all up, you weren't saying that. We don't need you to make it right, we just need you to die." Xiaoliang held the large pan and turned towards Gu Yu, remarking, "When the apocalypse hits, the saints die first. This guy isn't worth your forgiveness. But you're his sister, so it should be your decision. Of course, even if you do forgive him, I'll still beat him to death with this pan." She approached him. She stared silently at Gu Chung for a long time. Then Gu Yue gently extended her hand toward him. He saw her hand coming closer and flinched back, yelling, "Don't kill me. Have you forgotten? You once said we were each other's only family. You said you'd take care of me in place of our parents." Yu knelt down in front of him. Her hand gently touched his cheek as she whispered, "That's right. From the time we were little, no matter what you did wrong, I always forgave you. Because you're my only little brother." Seeing her like this, Gu Cheng thought he had won her over with their family bond. He began to sob. "I knew you wouldn't abandon me." He then lunged forward, hugging Gu Yue tightly and crying out, "We agreed to always be together, never apart." Sparks of fire began to gather in Gu Cheng's hand. His voice was laced with cunning. Immediately his face twisted. The small sparks instantly erupted into a fierce flame. "Come to hell with me, sister." But just then a flash of light shot from Gu Yue's hand, sending Gu Cheng's body flying away from her. Seeing this, Xiaoliang immediately ran over and quietly called Xiaobai. Xiaoliang swiftly rushed toward the two with his large pan. Xiaobai also split off and attacked from another direction. Gu Cheng was immediately hit by both of their attacks, from two sides. His body was struck so hard it flew into the air. Then he crashed onto the icy ground. Seeing him in this state, Xiaoliang couldn't help but sigh in anger. What an irredeemable fool. Gu Cheng knelt on the ground, stunned, staring at his own two hands. Gu Yu still stood motionless, pointing a blade of ice at him. Seeing this, Gu Cheng couldn't believe his eyes. He cried out in fear, Why? Gu Cheng?" She looked at her little brother. Her voice was filled with disappointment and helplessness. "Precisely because you are my brother.
I understand you better than anyone.
You are rotten to the core. You're incapable of changing." Hearing this, Gu Cheng's brows furrowed in anger. Then he smirked smugly. His face was now incredibly fierce. His voice was mocking as he addressed her. "Gu Yu, you're finally smart for once." The wound on his stomach began to freeze over. The ice spread throughout his body. Just as his entire body froze solid, his last words finished. "In the next life, don't meet a little brother like me again." After he finished speaking, Gu Cheng's entire body shattered along with the ice blocks. Images of his innocent younger self from the past flashed before her eyes one by one. Young Gu Cheng's sister have some of this. The image of young Gu Cheng gradually shattered, along with his childish voice. "You're a girl. Can't you be a little gentler? You're embarrassing me." Then, his body shattered into tiny pieces in her mind. His voice still lingered in Gu Yue's ears. "Next time you get into a fight, just tell me. I'm a man. I'll protect you. Goodbye, sister." Gu Yu stood frozen. Her body couldn't stop trembling. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Gu Yu stood motionless in the silent night. Xiaoli saw her and immediately grew worried. She called softly, "Sister Yue." Xiaoliang approached and gently patted her shoulder. "It's okay. Go ahead and cry. I can lend you my—" Gu Yu shouted with some agitation. "I won't cry for someone like him." Hearing that, he casually turned to leave. "All right, if you don't need it, then fine." Just then, Gu Yu suddenly burst into loud sobs and threw herself onto Xiaoliang, hugging him tightly. He was taken by surprise as she hugged him from behind, causing his body to freeze up. His eyes widened in shock, unable to breathe. Just then, the ground around them began to shake violently. Lucian and Si, standing nearby, felt the violent tremors of the earth and cried out in alarm. "What's happening?" Something seemed to be moving violently under the ground, causing water to splash everywhere. Then it affected all the surrounding areas, creating large cracks in the ground. Gu Yu immediately noticed something was wrong. She yelled to warn everyone, "Get back! There's something down there." Just as she finished speaking, a spike shot up violently from below. Then countless sharp spikes erupted surrounding everyone. They screamed in terror. "What is this?" But Xiaoliang didn't flinch. He leaped up with his pan and attacked it. "Watch this." His hands holding the pan were incredibly nimble. He smashed down on each spike. "Take this and this." The spikes around Xiaoliang all retracted back into the ground, leaving holes in the earth. Seeing this, he arrogantly raised his pan. He yelled, "Come on, show your face if you dare." Xiaoliang was feeling very proud as he heard the cheers from the people behind him. "The chef is amazing." The holes in the ground then began to vibrate. More small fissures appeared around them. Then those small fissures spread over a larger area surrounding Xiaoliang. He was a little stunned by the sight. He stared at it intently. Without giving him time to think, the ground beneath him gave way, pulling Xiaoliang in. Gu Yu and Xiaobai rushed toward him in terror, shouting, "Look out!" Just then a volley of silk threads shot up from the ground, entangling Xiaobai completely. She was completely immobilized. Gu Yu quickly dodged, her hands constantly unleashing attacks against the silk threads. The bundle of silk immediately fanned out, forming a shield against her attacks. Junwei watched in terror. "Where's Xiaoliang?" Xiaoli couldn't believe what was happening. She cried out worriedly. He fell in. Erqi seemed to notice something. His face couldn't hide his fear. "What is that?" In front of them, thick spider silk covered the entire collapsed area. Gu Yu saw it with horror. She explained to the others, "Spider silk, it's from a mutated spider." Elsewhere in the basement area, Yin Hong stood motionless before a large, sturdy door. Yin Hong observed for a long time. Her tone was slightly smug and contemptuous.
This is the only place in the whole steel mill I haven't searched. The coded briefcase must be in here.
Right after she took the contact lens from its case. Then she carefully placed it in one of her eyes. Instantly, countless lines of encrypted data appeared in her vision. Yin Hong approached and placed her eye on the scanner to begin the hacking process. The scanner was quickly fooled by the encryption in her eye. A mechanical voice sounded, "Retinal scan complete. Identity confirmed. Please use the key to open the door." Yin Hong then walked step by step toward the tightly shut door in front of her. She used the key she had obtained to unlock it and proceed inside. As soon as the door swung open, Yin Hong quickly stepped inside. The room inside was very neat and tidy. There were no suspicious signs. She approached the desk and carefully examined every corner, then frowned.
Nothing.
Then, Yin Hong went to the nearby bookshelf. She couldn't find any information there either. Nothing here either. After a moment, she leaned against the desk and carefully observed the room one more time. Strange. With so many security systems, this can't be just an ordinary study. There must be something I've missed. Just then, an almost forgotten object caught her attention. She turned her head and stared at the rug on the floor. Instantly, the rug was pulled away, revealing a secret door underneath. Yin Hong smiled smugly. "Looks like I found it after all." Feeling pleased, she quickly opened the door. Before Yin Hong's eyes was not the coded briefcase, but a staircase leading down to a lower level. "I see." Yin Hong was a little surprised and confused when she saw the staircase. In the dark and deep vault, the automatic door opened slowly and heavily. Yin Hong stepped inside. Inside the vault was a vast arsenal of military weapons, from aircraft and artillery shells to missiles. Rows of guns were hung neatly on the walls. Yin Hong looked around and marveled, "This is an underground armory." She recalled her master's words. The owner of that steel mill was originally an expert arms dealer. The steel mill was just a front. In reality, they were secretly manufacturing and trading weapons. After the apocalypse, they fled in a hurry, leaving behind a safe. Inside is a list of their transactions. "Your mission is to bring that safe back." Yin Hong had replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." She walked while observing her surroundings. "I never expected so many weapons to be hidden under the steel mill. Gu Yu's group has been here for so long and still hasn't found it. What a bunch of idiots." She rummaged around searching for the safe. "It must be here." Suddenly, a murky white liquid dripped onto her hand. She looked up, puzzled and curious. Above were green egg sacs, wrapped in white spider webs. Yin Hong exclaimed in horror, "What is that stuff?" Inside them, black red-eyed spiders, much larger than normal, suddenly broke free and rushed out. They charged straight at Yin Hong, attacking fiercely. Yin Hong was both surprised and terrified. "Ah!" She quickly grabbed guns from the wall, preparing to fight back. She yelled as she fired, "Don't come near me, I hate bugs!" The bullets continuously hit the spiders. Above there was a black sack, completely covered in white webs. A terrifying blue-black spider was crawling on the ground. Meanwhile, Xiaoliang was still trapped inside the spider silk. He looked up and thought, "It's the tunnel predator. It's still alive."
So many eggs.
The ceiling was covered with countless eggs ready to hatch. He suddenly realized, wait a minute, it captured so many people before, wasn't it to eat them itself? But to prepare food for these eggs, he was terrified. Then does that mean I'm... Even though he was trapped in the spider's cocoon, Xiaoliang used all his strength to jump and struggle. "You've got to be kidding me. I'm not going to be nutrients for these bugs. What is this stuff? The more I struggle, the tighter it gets," he cried, wrapped in the spider web. The spiders were still aggressively chasing. Suddenly, from above, a giant spider crashed through the ceiling. Yin Hong looked at the spider, surprised. A mutation. She quickly opened fire on the spider. Her teeth were clenched. Unexpectedly, a bullet pierced the silk thread holding Xiaoliang. He fell with a loud thud. Despite a bloody nose, he was overjoyed. "It broke, finally free," Xiaoliang waved at Yin Hong. "Thank you." "Surprising. You actually didn't get blown up." Xiaoliang put his hands on his hips and laughed smugly. "My life is a tough one. Those little bombs couldn't do a thing to me." Yin Hong pointed the gun straight at him. "No problem. I don't mind sending you off myself." The queen spider saw her children being slaughtered and flew into a rage. It roared, revealing sharp fangs and a huge mouth. It lunged toward Yin Hong. She didn't hold back, firing continuously at it. The bullets hit the spider, but didn't even scratch it. Suddenly, it leaped high into the air. It clung firmly to the steel wall, then moved along the ceiling at an incredible speed. Yin Hong kept firing at it, but couldn't land a hit. Suddenly, she paused. The trigger in her hand wouldn't pull. She looked at the gun in panic. "No more bullets." Yin Hong looked at the gun in her hand, horrified. "Out of ammo." The queen spider from above prepared to dive down and attack her. It swooped down very quickly, but luckily Yin Hong avoided the fatal attack. The spider didn't relent. It continued to charge, even opening its mouth with two sharp fangs. Yin Hong summoned long, sharp claws on her fingers. The claws suddenly grew longer, aiming straight for the spider. She aimed for its 4 eyes, intending to injure it. The spider reacted quickly, covering them with its 2 legs. Yin Hong's eyes widened in shock. It blocked it. This thing actually has a brain. As the spider swiped at her with its claws, she quickly leaped high to dodge the blow. Yin Hong performed several skillful flips in midair. She landed lightly, but her expression was grave. Xiaoliang saw this and commented, "I knew this woman wasn't simple. Turns out she's not an innocent little flower, but a man-eating one." Xiaoliang put his hands on his hips and looked around. He brought a hand to his chin, thinking, so many weapons hidden underground. Seems this steel mill has a lot of secrets. He tried to sneak away quietly. Compared to all this, while they're at each other's throats, I should just slip away. Yin Hong noticed. She prepared to throw 3 sharp needles at him. Trying to run, it's not that simple. 3 needles shot accurately toward Xiaoliang, with incredible speed. They flew past and embedded themselves in the wall before he could react. He shouted indignantly, "You don't have to be that cruel. You're already dead. Do you have to drag me down with you?" Behind Yin Hong, a giant spider was preparing to raise its claws while she wasn't looking. It was planning a sneak attack. Its 2 pincers slammed down on her. A cloud of dust flew up from the shattered ground. She leaped up quickly, dodging. She landed on a platform above the spider's head. Yin Hong was serious. "After I deal with this, I'll settle the score with you." Xiaoliang was silent, tears in his eyes. Yin Hong, from above, began to build momentum. She shot forward, charging straight at the giant spider. Her hands were clasped together. Her long fingernails suddenly extended and lashed out. Those nails were flexible, wrapping tightly around the spider's legs, then over its head and body. The spider's entire body was about to be bound by Yin Hong's nails. She used all her strength, using her nails as ropes to secure the spider. Xiaoliang was excited when he saw this. "Lao what kind of move is that?" Lao appeared. Resting his chin on his hand, he looked at the system screen to check. "Let's see. Oh crap, got it. It's a special type of material, condensed from extremely tiny microparticles. Its hardness is comparable to a diamond, and it can be extended indefinitely. If you forged it into a tool, it would be so sharp it wouldn't draw a single drop of blood." "Hey," Xiaoliang winked at Lao. "Good stuff. Can you hook me up with this kind of high-tech?" It winked and stuck out its tongue playfully. "As long as you have enough points, it's not a problem." "Go for it, host." Xiaoliang, of course, didn't believe it. "Stop selling me a dream. You've sold me so many I'm about to burst." Yin Hong was still, struggling, the threads in her hands trembling. "You rotten spider, we'll see if I don't cut you to pieces." She gritted her teeth and pulled the threads taut with all her might. But the spider was too strong and the threads suddenly snapped. Yin Hong lost her balance and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Instantly seizing the opportunity, the spider shot out its silk. The threads tightly bound Yin Hong's hands, then one of her legs. Yin Hong was hung upside down, struggling. "Let me go, you monster!" Xiaoliang reverted to his pervy ways. "I'm getting a free show without even paying." Yin Hong, embarrassed, became enraged. "What are you looking at? Stare any longer and I'll gouge your eyes out." The spider began to retract its silk. Yin Hong also realized with a shock that something was wrong. It pulled her closer, right up to its mouth. Its 4 red eyes were menacingly aglow, while its mouth continued to pull in the silk. The spider, hanging upside down, kept pulling Yin Hong closer to its mouth. As it pulled, its abdomen started to gurgle. Xiaoliang looked on with curiosity. "What kind of pose is that?" Round lumps appeared on the spider's abdomen. Xiaoliang was horrified. "Oh my god, it wants to take a dump!" This spider isn't just mutated, it's a pervert. Lao beside him was helpless. "Host, your imagination is too wild. It's not pooping. It's about to lay eggs." Xiaoliang was stunned. "Lay eggs?" The system continued to explain. "Spiders are a vengeful species. Its children were killed by that woman. So it wants to use her body as an incubator for its larvae?" Xiaoliang was shocked. What a vicious way to get revenge. "Good thing I didn't kill those spiderlings." Lao warned him. "Host, don't get happy just yet. This woman can't die." He was confused. "Why, have you forgotten she gave you a bad review? If you don't remove it, it will become a stain. That will remain on your record forever. Not only this mission, but even your rewards, and accumulated points in the future will be affected." Xiaoliang's face stiffened with worry. Yin Hong's foot touched the spider's pincer. She was horrified and terrified, but couldn't fight back. She screamed, "You stinking insect! What do you want to do?" The spider prepared to lay its eggs, mucus about to ooze out. Yin Hong cried out in despair, "Ah, don't come over here!" At that moment, a large flame suddenly erupted violently. The spider webs spread throughout the room were burned away. The spider was also engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. The silk thread binding Yin Hong also snapped in the fire. She lost her balance and fell straight to the ground. Xiaoliang, holding a silk thread, smiled.
Made it just in time. Yin Hong, still on the ground, lifted her head and turned. It was you. The handcuffs were now empty on the wall. Yin Hong couldn't believe it. The heavenly silk is incredibly tough. You can't just force your way out. How did you do it? Xiaoliang confidently joked, a few measly steel threads want to imprison me. The truth was, a few minutes earlier, when Xiaoliang was still chained to the wall, he used his ultimate skill, Culinary Dream. I'll shrink with my flexibility. His arms and legs successively slipped out of the heavenly silk. He cried his eyes out, ow, 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 ow. Now he confronted Yin Hong. Wait a minute, I saved you. What's with the attitude? She arrogantly crossed her arms. I didn't ask you to. Xiaoliang was furious. You're so ungrateful, I should have let you be the spider's surrogate mother. Yin Hong was speechless. The spider, not completely burned by the fire, suddenly appeared behind the two. It lunged forward. Xiaoliang warned, move! Its silk once again caught Yin Hong's leg. She looked down, breaking out in a cold sweat. Crap! The spider began to pull her towards it with all its might. She couldn't resist at all, only screaming as she was dragged away. Yin Hong was about to fall into the spider's mouth. Xiaoliang was now forced to fight seriously. Show off skill card attribute enhancement. He charged forward, preparing to dash at the spider. One force breaks 10,000. His powerful kick pierced through the spider's abdomen. He grabbed one of its legs. Separate tendons and displace bones. He spun the spider around and around. Xiaoliang still held tightly to the spider's leg, using his ultimate skill, Culinary Dream. The spider's leg was broken by his strength. Its legs collided and got tangled together. The spider was rolled into a ball, its legs stuck fast to its body. The spider, tied up, stared wide-eyed at Xiaoliang. He looked back at it smugly. Heh, sometimes having legs that are too long isn't a good thing. The spider wasn't about to give up. It began to untangle itself. Its legs tapped on the ground, cracking the floor. But channeling all its anger, it raised its leg and charged straight at Xiaoliang. He exclaimed in surprise. This guy actually managed to untie itself. The spider, still full of energy, charged thunderously towards him. At this moment, the system's voice reminded him the usage time for the show-off skill card has reached its limit. Attribute enhancement has been cancelled. Xiaoliang panicked. So soon! The glass-like effect immediately shattered before his eyes. The giant spider was now right in front of him. It launched its attack, sending Xiaoliang into a panic, forcing him to jump aside to dodge. The spider immediately jumped up, clinging to the ceiling. It took Xiaoliang with it. But Yin Hong, sitting on the ground, was still dazed, not understanding anything. She was both terrified and confused. Where did he go? She couldn't help but think, could he have been eaten? In reality, Xiaoliang was currently clinging to the spider's underbelly. He thought to himself, good thing I reacted quickly and found its blind spot. The spider looked around in confusion, searching for him. But Xiaoliang was very smug. Want to shake me off? Not a chance. I love the look on your face, when you can't stand me but can't do anything about it. But unexpectedly, the spider was about to lay eggs. Xiaoliang could no longer keep his composure. The expression on his face changed constantly. He had to let go of the spider's belly and land on the ground. He angrily pointed at the spider and yelled, "You're truly a pervert. You don't spare men or women, huh?" My asshole was almost a goner. The spider left the ceiling, opened its mouth, and lunged forward, intending to make Xiaoliang its meal. Seeing this, he covered himself with his hands and complained, "With a mouth that big, you must be really hungry." He immediately grabbed the gas canister behind him, and without hesitation aimed and threw it at the spider. Try this on for size. The gas canister hit the spider right in the mouth. It didn't have time to react and fell to the ground, sending shattered rocks flying. But it was unharmed and, in fact, even angrier. It kept its mouth wide open behind the cloud of dust. Xiaoliang quickly grabbed a handgun from the wall. He took a ready stance with the gun hiding behind a rock. He smiled slyly. Just drinking it isn't enough. Let me add a little fire for you. Xiaoliang fired, the first shot at this gas canister in the spider's mouth. The gas canister began to explode. The fire started to spread. The spider's entire body was engulfed in a massive explosion. It was probably blown to bits. Xiaoliang watched everything from behind the rock. The explosion was so powerful it shook the entire space. Without the rock for cover, Xiaoliang would have been affected too. Yin Hong also did her best to jump far away from the explosion. Afterward, there was a large hole in the ground. Only one of the spider's legs could be seen. Xiaoliang was thrilled to see this. There's no way you survived that explosion. Suddenly, he remembered something important. Wait, inside a devourer's body there should be that thing. Could it have been blown up too? He hurriedly ran to the spider's corpse, searching relentlessly through its remains and the rubble. He found a sparkling diamond and shouted with joy. Found it. Xiaoliang had found what he was looking for. His expression was one of pure joy. This color? It's a variant core. The system explained, variant cores typically exist in special mutated beings, like predators. They are extremely rare.
Furthermore, they are a symbol of the owner's power. Priceless. Lao also happily congratulated him. Host, the value of a variant core in the system shop is 1,000 times higher than a regular core. Xiaoliang gave a thumbs up, satisfied. Lucky. He then asked, can I use this to trade for another show-off skill card? Lao replied, no, but you can get 2 benefits. Upgrade the system shop and open your pocket space. Would the host like to activate it? Xiaoliang was quite satisfied. Sounds good, open it. The system's voice announced pocket space has been opened. The host can freely take items out of it at any time, anywhere, including kitchen utensils. Yinhong now struggled to crawl out from the pile of rubble. Xiaoliang, hearing the noise, turned around, startled. Seeing her injured, he said, I almost forgot about you. Good you're not dead yet. However, she was quite seriously injured. Blood was steadily flowing from her leg, abdomen, and mouth. Xiaoliang scratched his head. That's a nasty injury. At this rate, you're not far from death's door. He squatted down and reached his hand towards her. Yinhong recoiled defensively. What do you want? Xiaoliang reassured her. Relax. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have saved you earlier. He touched the wounds on her body. The contact made Yinhong wince in pain, Xiaoliang observed. Luckily, they're just normal flesh wounds. No infection yet. However, these burns are going to be troublesome. The area is too large. If not treated soon, they'll quickly ulcerate all over your body, and even affect your internal organs. He looked at her. Consider yourself lucky you met me. I can heal you. Yinhong didn't believe him. You'd be that kind? Xiaoliang teased her, pressing on her wound. Didn't your parents teach you? Not to interrupt when someone else is talking. She cried out in pain, tears welling up. Ah, that hurts. Xiaoliang stated his condition. I can heal your wounds. In return, you have to do one thing for me. Yinhong also asked seriously, what is it? Xiaoliang put his hand in his pocket and smiled slyly. It's... Yinhong thought to herself. Earlier, this guy wasn't controlled by my psychic powers. I thought he was different from other men. Now it seems he's no different. Still wants to take advantage of the situation? She secretly raised her claws behind her back, preparing to strike. First, I'll kill him. Then I'll find a way to get out myself. But before she could, Xiaoliang held up a piece of paper. Honey, could you please remove this bad review for me? Yinhong was surprised, repeating bad review. Xiaoliang was sincere and earnest. I apologize for not providing a satisfactory dining experience for our valued customer. Please give our humble shop a chance to improve. Next time I'll definitely make you happy. Yinhong was confused. Is this guy crazy? I don't know why, but seeing that flattering face, this review must be very important. In other words, the ball is in my court now. She started to get arrogant. What if I say no? Xiaoliang calmly looked up at the ceiling. It seems these insect eggs are about to hatch. And when the larvae hatch, they need the most nutrients. If you've refused, then you can stay here and be their food. He casually turned to leave. The egg sacs above had already taken shape inside. Yinhong looked up, terrified out of her wits. She hurriedly called after him. Wait, I'll remove it. I'll remove it right now. She took the pen, crossed out the 1-star box, and checked the 5-star one. Xiaoliang held up the review sheet, looking very pleased. Thanks, sweetie. He still turned to leave. Yinhong shouted in a panic. Hey, where are you going? I've removed the bad review. Are you going back on your word? Xiaoliang stood confidently in the middle of the warehouse. With one hand in his pocket, he raised the other to the sky. A powerful energy was summoned from his hand. A kitchen suddenly appeared in midair. Yinhong was astonished. That's a kitchen. It just appeared out of thin air. She looked at him. Could he be a spatial type ability user? Xiaoliang thought, this personal space is so convenient. With this, even if I leave the prop car, I can still earn points. Let's see what ingredients I have now. This is the authority of the upgraded shopping area. There's a lot of cool stuff. Bao reminded him, host, don't forget you still have the research and development mission for a new snack. Unlock new ingredients and the reward will be even greater. He lit up. That's right. Last time I cooked the clay pot rice, I got a new skill. But there's nothing here. Where am I supposed to find fresh ingredients? Xiaoliang crossed his arms and thought carefully. Then he opened his eyes and glanced around. Xiaoliang saw one of the creature's legs on the ground. An idea came to him. I have a bold idea. Xiaoliang quickly used his strength to rip it off. Then he forcefully threw it onto the table. The meat inside was still fresh and red. Looks edible, he sighed in relief. Luckily, the shell is quite hard. The meat inside is still intact. Yinhong, sitting beside him, asked, What are you doing with that? She realized his intention. Don't tell me you want to... Xiaoliang smirked confidently. That's exactly what I want to do. You may not know this, but the thigh meat of a mutated spider is fresh, tender, and has a smooth texture. Not only is it edible, it's also a top-grade meat. Its sweet and fresh taste is comparable to seafood. After a moment of thought, he got excited. I know what to do. And so Xiaoliang chopped the leg in half with his hand. Next, he created a delicious broth.
Finally, he prepared the fresh meat he had just taken from the monster. There were also fresh sauces to drizzle over the food. He excitedly announced, "Done emperor crab cooked with coconut water. I even used the spider shell for decoration. So does it look good or what?" Yin Hong was bewildered. "The treatment you mentioned is making me eat this." Shouliang gave a thumbs up. "Congratulations! You answered correctly. Consider yourself lucky. Coconut water isn't cheap around here. If it weren't for the lack of ingredients, I wouldn't have been willing to use it. A single bottle costs 30 points. It's a real shopping mall killer." She angrily knocked the food away. "You're messing with me. Food made from spider meat. I wouldn't eat it even if I died." Seeing the food knocked away, his heart ached. "My 30 points. Finally, Xiaoliang gritted his teeth, furious. He shouted, "Anyway, I already got the 5-star review. It's your life. Eat it or don't, your choice. I'm leaving. You can stay here and keep the insect eggs company." The moment she saw him leaving, Yin Hong began to panic. Wait. With no other choice, she picked up a spoon and scooped up the food. Then, with a wary look, she slowly brought it to her mouth. Suddenly, Xiaoliang shoved it straight into Yin Hong's mouth. So slow. She accepted it and began to chew the food she was so wary of. Then Yin Hong's expression darkened. "This taste? This feeling?" She imagined the taste of coconut water and got excited. "So sweet. My body feels cool. The burning sensation and the pain are all gone. It's like floating in the ocean under a blue sky with white clouds." Yin Hong imagined a school of fish swimming below her. "It's been so long since I've felt this satisfied." He angrily scolded her, "Satisfied my ass. The insect eggs are about to hatch. If you're okay, let's get out of here." She blushed, tears in her eyes. He saw me in such a pathetic state again. Yin Hong touched her wound and was startled. "The wound is really healed. Is it the effect of the spider meat? Or did he put something in it? This is physical ability far beyond an ordinary person. A personal space and healing abilities. Just how many powers does this person have?" Meanwhile, Xiaoliang was excited. "So many weapons, I've hit the jackpot. This time I'll take them all." Suddenly, he noticed the barrels placed beside him. Xiaoling was delighted. "There's gasoline, I can use this." He then used his hands to open the lids of the oil and gasoline barrels. A barrel of oil was poured out, creating a chaotic scene. Yin Hong asked, "Wait, isn't that gasoline?" She yelled in annoyance. "What are you trying to do?" Xiaoliang answered calmly. "Obviously, I'm burning all these bug nests. When they hatch, forget about a steel mill. Even 100 miles around will become a living hell." Suddenly, the system panel appeared. "Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new ingredient. Reward received 1 mysterious gift package." He looked at it, unable to contain his excitement. "Here it comes. Let's see what treasure I got." Xiaoliang's hand quickly tapped the screen selection. The first item revealed was a hat, immediately followed by the second gift, gloves. And then the final gift was an apron. Seeing this, Xiaoliang couldn't help but feel dejected. After all that waiting, "This is what I get," Lao Er reminded him. "It may look simple, but it's extremely useful." It continued to praise it endlessly. "Not only is it waterproof and oil-proof and stain-resistant, it also keeps your hairstyle intact, preventing grease from ruining it. It's truly the #1 beauty-protecting cooking assistant." He scoffed to himself. "That's the first time I've heard someone associate an apron with beauty." "Lao Er, with a silver tongue like that, it's a waste not to become a streamer," Lao Er replied without a hint of shame. "Thank you for the compliment, host. I will continue to work hard." Suddenly, a plume of black smoke drifted towards Xiaoliang's nose. The more he sniffed, the more he realized, where is this smoke coming from? Then Xiaoliang's eyes widened. He was stunned by the fire in front of him. He recoiled in fear and screamed, "Huh! I haven't even lit it yet, so why is it on fire?" At the same time, a lighter was thrown out. It landed right at Xiaoliang's feet. Yin Hong calmly jumped down, smugly saying, "Bye-bye." Xiaoliang couldn't stop yelling. "It was you have a no honor." She arrogantly asked, "Honor, what's that?" "Never heard of it. Thanks for taking care of me recently. If I let you get out of here alive, how could I swallow this insult?" Immediately after, the chain explosion grew even larger. Plumes of black smoke billowed out violently. He felt the heat and complained, "It's so hot." Meanwhile, Yin Hong was swinging away from the danger zone. Her eyes showed a cunning glint. "Hateful man. Disgusting scum. Let's all turn to ash together." Meanwhile, the explosion was still raging fiercely. The scene before her caught her attention. What is that? A human figure emerged from the hazy smoke. That person was slowly moving towards the light. It was Xiaoliang, stretching as he escaped the inferno. Yin Hong couldn't help but scream in shock, "Impossible!" He smiled casually and said, "The fire touches me, but it's not hot at all. This suit's insulation is top-notch." And then finally Xiaoliang landed in a safe spot. He complained to Lao Er, "You have this feature and you didn't tell me sooner. I thought I was going to be roasted like a pig just now. Its fireproof and heat-insulating properties are just basic features. For the hat and apron aesthetics are the main focus. Host, you really have no taste.
Xiaoliang wondered, what about the gloves? Are there any surprises I don't know about? Lauer replied, see that small red dot on the glove? Press it to unlock the feature immediately. He quickly looked at the 2 red dots on his gloves. Then Xiaoliang quickly clenched his fist. Suddenly the glove shot out a thread that connected to the ceiling. It was exactly like the silk that the spiders shot out. But Xiaoliang couldn't help but whoop and holler in excitement. Yinhong was terrified. Heavenly silk. When did he steal it? No, that's not heavenly silk. What on earth is that? He calmly replied, this looks familiar, it's Spider-Man. Xiaoliang called out, look at me. He used the spider silk from his palm to swing in the air. Xiaoliang's face showed pure joy. And then finally, Xiaoliang landed gracefully on the ground in a cool pose. Inside the dark cave entrance was a human figure. Yinhong kept shouting, trying to leave. It's not that easy. She immediately swung on her silk, chasing after Xiaoliang. He looked at her with clear disgust. I almost forgot about you. Then suddenly Xiaoliang took out a shovel. His face was extremely vicious. Seeing this, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. What do you want? His voice was vicious. Nothing. Thanks for the warm hospitality earlier. Before I go, please accept this parting gift from me. Yinhong screamed, you coward, if you have the guts, let me up there. Xiaoliang joked, despicable, what's that, never heard of it. And then he charged with his weapon. Goodbye now. And then he used the shovel to push a rock down. The rock started rolling down at breakneck speed. Yinhong fell into the sea of fire, screaming nonstop. She stubbornly threatened him, you just wait. As long as I'm not dead, I will never let you go. Xiaoliang was helpless. You're at death's door and still talking tough. What can I say? Good luck. Yinhong roared with hatred. You whose surname is Gao, I hate you. Finally, the scene was engulfed in a sea of fire. Meanwhile, a group of people with flashlights were entering a dark area. The leader of the group was Gu Yue. Junwei couldn't help but exclaim in shock, it's a dead end. Qi added, there are too many forks in the tunnel. If we continue like this, when will we ever find Chef Gao? Meanwhile, Xiao Li's body was trembling non-stop. Then suddenly she collapsed onto the rocky ground. He was startled and called out, Xiao Li! He was alarmed. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Xiao Li sat up holding her head and replied, I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Gu Yu walked over and concluded it must be lack of oxygen. Junwei speculated, the deeper we go, the thinner the oxygen. If we don't know the exact direction, I'm afraid we'll all soon be unable to bear it. Lucian wondered. Then is Chef Gao in even more danger? Xiao Li said weakly. I'm fine, saving him is more important. Don't waste time because of me. Gu Yu walked over to help her up. Saving him is important, but we can't make useless sacrifices. Everyone take Xiao Li up first to rest and get some oxygen. I'll stay and continue searching. Qi objected, how can we do that? He agreed. We can't leave you here alone. You're all just ordinary people. Even if you stay, you won't be able to help. She frowned. If I haven't come up after an hour, then get everyone out of here. Junwei called out softly, Sister Yue? He said, Ah, Yue. At that moment, Xiaobai turned her head and sniffed the air. She even got down on the ground and sniffed for a trail. And then Xiaobai's face lit up with joy. She bent her knees and then slowly drilled down into the ground. Finally, Xiaobai was gradually disappearing. Only a faint wisp of smoke remained. Her body was in free fall in a dark space. Seeing this, he shouted, panicked, Miss Bai. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed from underground. She fell on top of Xiaoliang. He was annoyed. Xiaobai, get your butt off me. Junwei and Kei, seeing this, cheered in unison. It's Chef Cao. The base was in complete chaos as everyone gathered together. They helped each other move, struggling with every step. Others were busy helping bandage the wounded. Lao reported, the insect nests below have all been incinerated. Everyone's filling in the tunnels now. It should be done in less than a month. Gu Yu praised good work. Have the people at the base been counted? How many are wounded? Lucien replied, the base itself is fine. The most seriously injured were the ones on night watch. Xiaoli added, Damui and Xiaomui. They're hurt really badly. She wiped away tears with her hand and said, It doesn't look good for them. Hearing this, Gu Yu was shaken. Damui and Xiaomui. Their bodies were incredibly weak, covered in countless injuries. Someone shouted with hatred. It's all that bastard Gu Cheng's fault. That ungrateful snake. He's the one who hurt Damui and Xiaomui like this. Gu Yu was filled with self-blame. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not controlling him. I've brought this upon you all. A weak little girl said, if we hadn't met you, we wouldn't have survived this long. The girl reassured her sister Yue, it's not your fault. Suddenly, both of their bodies convulsed violently. Lucien panicked. Damui! Xiaoli cried out, Xiaomui! At that moment, Xiaoliang yelled, make way please, let me through. Freshly made nutritious milk tea. Coughing so hard, quick have a sip, a woman said angrily. Are you an idiot? It's not a dry throat. They're coughing their lungs out. An older woman agreed, that's right. Giving them water now will only make their injuries worse. Xiaomui spoke up, Sister Yu, I feel awful. It feels like there's a fire burning in my throat. The little girl pleaded, "Me too, sister, please let me drink." He said calmly, "See, there you go. Nothing's more important than being comfortable." After that, Xiaoliang immediately gave Xiaomui a drink. Meanwhile, Xiaobai was tending to Damui. Suddenly, the little girl sat bolt upright. "My throat feels so much better. I can breathe easier, too," the other girl added. "And the wounds on my body don't hurt anymore." They said in unison, "It's this milk tea." "Chef Cow," Damui asked, "what is this milk tea made of? How can it be so magical?" "Right," Guyu remembered. "When I had a cold before, it was the snake soup you made that cured me. Could it be that this milk tea is also—" He laughed awkwardly. "How could that be? There are no snakes around here." Inside, Xiaoliang was screaming his head off. If they knew this was made from insect ichor, wouldn't they puke it all out immediately? A system voice congratulations host for unlocking 3 new food items. You have also completed the mission collect 10 positive reviews. Reward loosening of the countdown mechanism. Then the status screen continued. There's another surprise. Right at that moment in his inventory space, a blender appeared. Xiaoliang stared blankly and wondered, "A blender?" He asked curiously, "What's this thing for?" Lao explained, "Of course it's useful. With a blender you can open a drink section and add new snack items." Xiaoliang said angrily, "What kind of reward is this?" "You're obviously just finding more work for me." It reminded him, "Host, you've guessed correctly again. System issuing new mission. Use the blender to earn 1,000 positive reviews. Hint, existing customers cannot leave another review." Xiaoliang's hand shot out and squeezed Lao tightly. He was furious. "I think you are the blender here. Can't let me rest for a single second. You just have to squeeze me dry, don't you?" It retorted, "Host, don't say that. You're making me blush." Suddenly, someone ran over in a panic. "Sister Yui, bad news. There are several cars heading our way." Guyu asked, "Who are they?" The person replied, "I don't know, but they don't look friendly." Erke panicked. Could He-Jian have accomplices? She immediately gave an order. "The wounded elderly and children stay here and rest. Everyone else grab your weapons and follow me." Her subordinates replied, "Yes, ma'am." Xiaoliang's eyes lit up with excitement. "Aren't new customers arriving?" He quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her along. "Xiaobai, let's go." Outside, a convoy of vehicles was moving in a line. The vehicles rolled steadily across the ground. She warned, "Vehicles up ahead stop immediately, or we will open fire." After that, the wheels continued to roll. Clouds of dust billowed out. Next, the convoy stopped in front of a gate. A sturdy boot stepped down lightly from a vehicle. It was Huoda, his face stern and imposing. Following him were his subordinate soldiers. Guyu immediately put up her guard, sizing them up. "Who are you?" Huoda answered. "We are from the military here on official business. We mean no harm." He asked curiously, "May I ask who is in charge here?" Her people warned cautiously, "Sister Yui, don't go over there. Who knows if they're telling the truth?" She said grimly. Looking at them, they came prepared. "They won't leave easily. I'll go see. If anything looks wrong, open fire immediately." "My name is Gu Yui. I'm in charge here." Huoda introduced himself. "Hello. My name is Huoda, captain of the military's 3rd Squad. Gu Yue, what do you want?" He held up a picture and asked, "Excuse me, have you seen this person?" The wanted poster showed none other than Yin Hong. Gu Yu was startled, recognizing an acquaintance. "Yin Hong?" Gu Yu looked at the paper and recognized Yin Hong. She said, "This is Yin Hong," Huoda said joyfully. "You've met her." Gu Yu sensed something was wrong. She immediately raised her gun and aimed it at him. "Are you and her in on this together?" Huoda quickly raised his hands to explain. "Don't misunderstand, this woman is a wanted criminal. We came here to arrest her." Then Huoda held the paper out towards Gu Yue. "This is a wanted poster issued by the military." Gu Yue took the wanted poster and exclaimed, 30,000 crystal cores. "What crime did she commit to have such a high reward?" Huoda said, "She is actually a manager of an organization called Dark Tide. The members of that organization are all highly skilled exiles, but they have no morals or limits. In the apocalypse, as long as you pay, they will do any evil deed. And so far, many people have been harmed by them. And she is one of Dark Tide's 3 great aces, Hong Ying. The Yin Hong you mentioned is probably her alias. Now can you tell me where she is?" However, Gu Yue shook her head. "You're too late. She's probably dead already." Huoda was surprised. "Probably, are you sure?" She pointed a finger towards Xiaoliang. "I didn't see it." But he did. At this point, Xiaoliang was still dazed, not understanding what Gu Yue meant. When Huoda saw him, his face lit up in recognition. "It's you." The soldiers also started whispering, "Am I seeing things? Isn't that the chicken rider? He's still alive." Xiaoliang asked blankly, "You guys know me?" They immediately approached him. Xiaoping replied, "You don't remember. A while back you were riding a headless mutant chicken, being chased by a giant python. At that time we were in a car not far from you." Xiaoliang closed his eyes and rubbed his chin, trying hard to remember. He pictured the mutant chicken,
And he remembered. He said, I remember now. I think there was a car back then. But what the hell kind of name is Chicken Rider? Lianke and Akai chuckled when they heard him. We didn't know your name, so we just gave you a nickname. We like to joke around. Don't take it personally. Xiaoping said, luckily you lured the giant python away. That's the only reason we were able to get out of that jam. Please accept our thanks. After that, the three of them lined up, stood at attention, and saluted him. Seeing this, Guyu turned and asked, I didn't expect you to have saved soldiers before. What's this headless chicken they're talking about? Xiaoliang's face turned pale. He replied, don't bring it up, that was my nightmare. Huda said, let's get back to the matter at hand. You said Hong Ying is dead, so where is her body? Then Xiaoliang gave a slight smile and scratched his head. About that, it's probably impossible to bring it over. You'll have to go see for yourselves. After that, he led everyone down to the steel mill. The inside was completely in ruins. Everyone gathered around, lifting things up to inspect them carefully. Xiaoping placed his hand on the wall to check it. He said, the walls are all burned to a crisp. If a person fell down here, they would definitely be vaporized, but without any evidence. How can we prove that person was Hong Ying? And Xiaoliang immediately remembered there is evidence. Even though she was burned to ashes, there's something that was definitely left behind. He took out a piece of paper and said, this 5-star review has Yin Hong's scent on it, and he brought it to Xiaobai to sniff and confirm. He encouraged her, Xiaobai, use your real strength. Our 30,000 crystal cores are all riding on you. Xiaoliang ordered Xiaobai to charge forward. She immediately leaped everywhere, sniffing constantly. She sniffed carefully, not missing a single spot. Hyoda was confused. What is she doing? Guyu explained. Miss Bai's nose is extremely sensitive. Before she could smell something through an entire tunnel. Even if Yin Hong is nothing but a single bone fragment, she'll be able to find it. Xiaobai looked around. Suddenly she detected something. With a swift leap, she shot forward. Then she turned back and pointed down at a spot, signaling to everyone. Xiaoping said, you found it. He went over and looked down, saying, there's nothing here. Xiaoling sat down and fumbled around for a moment. It's here. Underneath Yin Hong's weapon appeared. Huoda spoke up, the Tianjiji. It really is Yin Hong's weapon, Xiaoliang replied. I wasn't wrong, was I? The material of the Tianjiji is special. It can't be melted by normal fire temperatures. After that, Xiaoliang and Xiaobai jumped for joy, shouting, we're rich, we're rich, we're rich. Xiaoliang turned to Huoda and asked, can we collect the reward now, sir? He replied awkwardly. Well, although this confirms Hong Ying's identity, the wanted poster requires a live capture. Sorry, I can't break the rules. At that moment, the faces of Xiaobai and Xiaoliang turned pale. He said, if I had known, I would have dragged her out. It feels like I just missed out on 100 million RMB, Huda said. However, Hong Ying's mission this time was to retrieve an item. If you can provide a clue, you'll still be entitled to a portion of the reward. Xiaoliang's face lit up immediately. Great, there's still a chance. He clenched his fists. He said with renewed vigor, even if I have to dig 3 feet under, I have to find it. Xiaobai also nodded vigorously. Guyu said Yin Hong mentioned she wanted to find a safe. Could it be that the thing you're talking about is currently inside it? Huda asked. A safe, do you know where it is? But Guyu just replied coldly, I threw it away. Xiaoliang and Huoda looked as if they'd been struck by lightning. They asked in unison, threw it away. Where did you throw it when? She replied, we found the safe right after we got here. Because the lock had explosives attached. I was worried it was dangerous, so I threw it down to the foot of the mountain. Lianke pondered. The foot of the mountain is a river. After so long, it's definitely been washed away by the current. Huoda ground his teeth. The thing inside has terrifying power. If it's opened by someone else, it would be no different from a second apocalypse. Guyu asked, is it that serious? Xiaoping replied, of course, inside is. Right after that, he was cut off by a look, as sharp as a sword from Huoda. Terrified, he quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth. Guyu asked curiously, what is it? Speak clearly so we can help. Huoda replied, I'm sorry, it's a classified secret that cannot be revealed. Xiaoliang thought, immense power, a second apocalypse. He recalled several past rebirths. There was a nuclear explosion once. At that time, not only were the casualties countless, but the subsequent radiation lasted for a decade. It caused the infected to continue mutating. Xiaoliang speculated. Could the thing inside be a nuclear weapon? Hearing Xiaoliang's correct analysis, Huoda tensed up. Guyu asked, a nuclear weapon, while Xiaoping was stunned. How did you know? Xiaoliang scratched his head again and said with a laugh, just a wild guess. Suddenly, Akai smacked Xiaoping on the head and said, you really can't keep your mouth shut, can you? But Huoda hesitated. It's not a nuclear weapon, but something even more powerful. This steel mill was just a front. In reality, the people here were a group of arms smugglers. Among them was a weapons expert. This person before the apocalypse was a member of a terrorist organization in some country. He was always conducting secret research. It's said He wanted to create something with even greater power than a nuclear weapon. He was listed by many countries as a dangerous individual and denied entry. After that, somehow he managed to escape to our country. They had in their possession a list of many arms smugglers, along with the blueprints for that thing. We suspect Hong Ying's target was these items. Xiaoliang looked at Gu Yu and thought to himself, no wonder in my past lives, I have no impression of Gu Yui or this base at all. It's likely that before she awakened, the base was already destroyed. It seems my rebirth this time has changed the fate of some people. Huda reminded them to avoid unnecessary panic and the prying eyes of those with bad intentions. I hope you all will not spread this information. Xiaoliang and Gu Yue agreed. Don't worry, I'm not a gossip. I won't even tell the people in my own base. At this moment, Lao Hu approached Huda and handed him an electronic device saying, Captain, this is a topographical map of the surrounding area. Huda looked at the screen to observe. From this river downstream there are 3 waterways. We'll split into 3 teams and search along these 3 routes. Then he gave the order, inform everyone. Assemble immediately, we move out now. Akai and Xiaoping complied, Sir, yes sir. Xiaoliang moved closer to Huda looking at the screen curiously. Green plantation. Huda asked, is there a problem? He said, oh no. If I remember correctly, my roommate's house is right there. He muttered to himself, that kid. Before the apocalypse broke out, he said there was a family emergency and took a long leave of absence. After that, I completely lost contact with him. Then there was an explosion, and the plantation area was turned to rubble. This time the danger has been averted, so basically I saved his life. A notification board popped up. System has detected a large amount of fruit in the plantation, suggesting the host proceed immediately to collect juicing ingredients. Complete the mission. Xiaoliang chuckled. Just in time to run into that kid. I have to make him thank me properly. After that, everyone gathered outside preparing to move out. The people at the factory said worriedly, Chef Cao, are you really going? Isn't it good here? We don't want you to leave. He said, don't be so gloomy. If I get the chance, I'll come back to visit you all. My roommate's family runs a plantation. Who knows when I come back? Everyone might get to enjoy some fresh, delicious juice. Hearing that, everyone's faces lit up. Really? You promise don't go back on your word? Huada approached Gu Yue and said, Miss Gu, are you sure you won't consider my offer? No. Right now, the military desperately needs ability users like you. If you agree to join, I will do my best to ensure you receive the best possible treatment. Akai said, the military's benefits for ability users are very generous. Not only are you fully supplied with materials and weapons, but there are also rewards after completing missions. Xiaoping also added, moreover, the military's security is tight. Apart from going on missions, you don't have to worry about zombies at all. Lao Hu said, for ordinary people these things are an impossible dream. Gu Yue replied calmly, I know, but compared to those things, I have something more important to protect, Huada said. But I heard that your only younger brother is already dead. She replied, to me, blood ties are not the most important thing. Gu Yue turned around and looked towards the people of the steel mill. Proudly, they are all my family. And this whole base, too. We worked so hard to build it, even though it's been destroyed. I believe that as long as we stand united, we can definitely rebuild it. Hearing her words, Huada also admired her persistence and courage. He said, all right then, in that case I won't insist. Xiaoliang put his hands on his hips and said, being your family is truly a blessing. Gu Yu whispered, actually if you were willing you could be too. Although she spoke quietly, Xiaoliang's hearing was sharp. He asked, what was that? Guya gave a slight smile. Oh, nothing. I mean, I hope you can find your friend safely. Huada spoke up, Chef Cao. We are also heading towards the plantation. Why don't we travel together? That way we can look out for each other. He replied, okay. Turning towards Xiao Bai, she was already sitting in the car. But suddenly a bee flew in. Immediately after, she screamed her head off, tears streaming down her face. She flailed about wildly, screaming nonstop. Her legs thrashed around, and then she accidentally stepped on the gas pedal, causing the car to lurch forward. Xiaoliang behind her ran to catch up. Xiao Bai, wait for me. And together they drove off speeding, down the road ahead. Gu Yu and the others behind them waved goodbye. Chef Cao, take care. Don't forget you must come back and visit us. The scene at this moment, the sky was clear and blue, the trees lush and the area deserted. Yin Hong stood high up in a tree, looking down at their moving vehicles. She frowned in anger. That Chow fellow, you just wait. Sooner or later one day I will kill you with my own hands. Scene changes to a snowy mountain area. The snow fell relentlessly. Xiaoliang and Huoda's convoy was still driving on, speeding through the snowstorm. The surviving trees here were covered in a blanket of white snow. At this point, the car was blocked by the thick falling snow, unable to go any further. Inside the car, Xiaoping said, it's freezing to death out there. Lianke replied, I didn't expect to run into extreme cold weather. Akai added, there's nothing we can do. Ever since the apocalypse started, Extreme weather events have been happening one after another. Luckily, the car has a heating system. If we ran into a rainstorm or extreme heat, that would be truly unlucky. Right now, the snow is too heavy. Pushing forward recklessly is too dangerous. We can only wait for the snow to stop. Plow a path and then continue on, Huoda said worriedly. I wonder how Chef Chow and Miss Bai are doing. There are only 2 of them in their car. It must be even colder. Cut to Xiaoliang's location. Inside his car, he was cooking a very fragrant pot of hot pot. Steam was rising from it. He smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, eating hot pot in the snow is the best. But can we lower the temperature a bit? It's so hot. There's no winter atmosphere at all. The system screen appeared. The temperature inside the car is maintained at a stable 26 degrees 779 degrees, the most ideal level for the body. If the host feels hot, you can exchange points for a cold beer, Xiaoliang said decisively. 1 bottle. The system agreed, coming right up. After that, he focused on seasoning the pot. The water's boiling. Time to put the ingredients in. He suddenly looked at the hot pot. Seems like something's missing. He looked around. Where's my spicy beef seasoning? He was surprised, his eyes widening, when he saw Xiao Bai about to put the block of seasoning in her mouth. He reached out to stop her. Xiao Bai, don't... But it was too late. Xiao Bai had already popped the seasoning in her mouth, her cheeks puffed out as she chewed. Then she opened her mouth and a jet of flame shot out. It was so spicy she leaped out of the window. She dove headfirst, burying her entire body in the snowdrift outside. After feeling some relief, she poked her head out, smiling with satisfaction now that she'd escaped the spicy heat. At this point, Xiaoliang was also helpless. Now I can only eat a mild broth? Suddenly, from a distance, a voice cried for help. Help me! The people in the military vehicle also heard it and said, What was that noise? It sounds like someone's calling for help. Outside, a young man was running for his life, yelling for help. Help me, help! Behind him was a flock of mutant geese, their blue eyes glowing as they chased him. Seeing this, Xiaoliang was shocked and yelled, Holy crap! What the hell is that? Now the flock of geese was running at full speed towards its prey. The young man in front kept running and yelling, Help me! Save me! At this point, one of the geese had almost caught up to the young man. He screamed, Ah, why are you chasing me? The soldiers in the car couldn't help but be curious and started chattering. Xiaoping said, It's a Yeti. Liang Ke replied, Are your eyes playing tricks on you? There's no such thing as Yetis in this world. Akai wondered, Could it be a polar bear? Xiaoliang, standing at the window and looking into the distance, guessed, It's... An image of the goose flailing as it ran forward appeared. Xiaoliang said, A giant mutant goose. By now the goose had caught up and clamped its beak onto the young man's coat. It lifted him up and opened its huge mouth intending to swallow him. Terrified, he screamed, Ah! Seeing the danger and unable to stand by, Huoda said, I don't care what it is, save the person first. After that, the soldiers went outside together with their rifles. Save him! Huoda fired repeatedly at the goose. The silhouettes of the soldiers in the snowy rain looked truly heroic. The goose was attacked, and in pain it released the young man. It dropped him and he fell freely to the ground. Because it was snowing outside, the high temperature caused the guns to freeze. Xiaoping said, The gun is frozen. I can't reload at all. Liang Ke replied, Me too. As if sensing its advantage, the goose started to charge towards the 2 of them. It used one wing to fling Liang Ke high into the air. With its other wing, it swatted Xiaoping far away. The 2 of them were sent flying by the goose, landing hard in a snowdrift. So cold. Then the goose targeted Xiaoping. It opened its mouth wide to receive its prey. Terrified, he scrambled backward, screaming, Ah, Captain! At that moment, Huoda grabbed the dagger from his boot. He stood up and charged at the goose. You beast! I'll fight you to the death. And he slashed repeatedly at the goose. Hadai! The goose, under constant attack, flung Huoda away. He fell to the ground. Ugh! Meanwhile, Xiaoliang inside the car was looking at his recipe book. He said, Let me see. I remember there's a recipe in here on how to prepare giant mutant goose. After that, he found the recipe for the dish and exclaimed, It really is here. He leaned out the window and called Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. He pointed towards the geese and said, Whether or not we get to eat hot pot today, I'm counting on you. Xiao Bai understood and immediately went. At this moment, the goose was advancing towards Huoda. Its eyes glowed, but then it was kicked in the neck by Xiao Bai, who came charging in. After that, she sat on its neck, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks to its head. Then she used her strength to grab the heads of 2 geese and smash them together, causing them to roar in pain. Seeing Xiao Bai's success, Xiaoliang went outside and praised her good job. Xiao Bai and Xiaoliang each slung a goose over their shoulder, dragging their spoils back. Dragged them into the car. The soldiers were both surprised and skeptical. So strong. One person took down so many mutant monsters like that. They're monsters too. Outside, the snow fell heavier and heavier. But inside Xiaoliang's car, the fragrant smell of food still wafted out. Steam rose in clouds. He stood admiring this dish he had made with his own hands and said, "The giant mutant goose has a lot of fat in its body. Not only can you render the fat, the remaining cracklings can be preserved for a long time and used as emergency rations. Add some chopped chili bell peppers and bird's eye chili along with my secret seasoning." After a while of cooking, Xiaoliang had produced a fragrant and delicious dish. "Homemade red hot pot is ready." He and Xiaobai tasted a little together. The two of them enjoyed the dish that was just to their liking and couldn't stop exclaiming, "So good." Seeing this, the soldiers were also eager to try. He said, "I happen to make a lot. If you don't mind, let's eat together." "Ah," Huoda demurred. No, that's not necessary. We are soldiers. How can we eat a civilian's food?" Over here, Xiaobai was still eating with gusto. Xiaoliang said, "Oh, well, if you say so." At this point, Xiaoping and Liang Ke wanted to try the goose dish, so they urged Huoda, "Captain, they've been so kind as to invite us. We shouldn't be so formal. We eat compressed biscuits every day. My brothers and I really can't take it anymore." So they reluctantly came to try the hot pot. After trying it, they were moved and exclaimed, "So fragrant." Suddenly, Huoda remembered something and said, "Wait, I think we forgot something. That guy is still outside." The young man who had been chased was dizzy and disoriented. He was leaning against a rock, still muttering nonstop, save me, save me."